Welcome to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for EMEC. I'm your host, Jim Basco. For the second half of the day, I'll be joined by CP, CB, and Epitomes. But for the first half, we've got the legends in ZP and Hexagrams. Gentlemen, how are y'all doing today?
I am doing great. It is always good to be back here in the Overwatch World Cup. A new year after a bit of a break since our last Overwatch World Cup. And, we get to see all the stories unfold here. Some old, some new. It's going to be a great time.
I've always loved World Cup. I mean, there's something great about just representing a country and having everyone root for you in that regard. And yeah, I mean, a little bit of a break might be a bit of an understatement. It's been some years, but hey, whatever. We're here now, right?
And we're here now. That's all that matters. And I'm so happy to bring you all the action. Of course, ZP and Hex will be bringing you the action from the games themselves. But before we hop into that gameplay, let's talk about the format for today, right? The EMEC online qualifier challenge showcases two groups competing in a round robin tournament. So it's going to be first to two over 2 weeks. It's a single stage tournament, and the top 3 teams from Group A and the top 2 teams from Group B will be moving on. And with that said, let's head on over and take a look at our schedule and take a look at the matches that we have in store for y'all today. ZP, what do we got going on?
Well, you take a look at this, and the one matchup that has to pop out at you is the Finland versus Saudi Arabia match later today, where you talk about old versus new. Finland, a team that has always performed well in the Overwatch World Cup, always been a threat, versus Saudi Arabia, a country that's really come into its own in the last, years in Overwatch competition. You didn't see in the first few years of the Overwatch World Cup, but a lot of talent has been coming out of Saudi Arabia. So that match looks great, and yeah, I mean, also Sweden Norway could be good, Hex.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree with you, Finland, Saudi Arabia. I have a lot to say about that match, but you're going to have to stay tuned and stick around for that because we'll be bringing you that match as our second match of the day. I don't want to burn through all my lines right away. I mean, Norway, Sweden could be really good. Obviously, countries close regionally always have a little bit of a rivalry. To that extent, Italy and France, there's some great matches here. I think, you just might end up seeing upsets. And just going back to the format, I think you made a great point, Jamie. Like, only 3 teams out of A and 2 teams out of B, so every one of these matches is so critically important. And also the fact that we're only playing first to 2, and we're going to kick it off in control like every time, so like control can be wonky. You never know. The meta, who knows what the meta is going to be? We're going to be playing on live patch, so
right,
a lot of changes coming in there. So you drop a control, then loser picks map, and you lose your pick. That's just it. Now you're down a map, and like you're down a set, and that can be brutal. So I think these teams have to be at the top of their game no matter what, because if you look at both of these groups, there's going to be teams that we expect to get out that just mathematically cannot.
Yeah, it is a brutal format, but I think it's because the competition is so cutthroat, right? So talk to us, Poland versus Turkey, right? Let's set the stage before we hop into this match. What are some things that we're watching out for in terms of players, in terms of meta? You mentioned the new patch. CP, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at Poland versus Turkey, I mean, you mentioned new meta, new patch. That's a great thing to bring up, is that, we're on a different patch than what the Overwatch League has been playing on, which means that we're going to see different looks at the meta, but also the Overwatch World Cup in general as a tournament is something where teams gravitate towards comfort picks. You're not always going to see adherence to the meta, even when it's, very locked in, because teams have to play to their strengths. Not every team necessarily has the player pool to pull from, like a South Korea. Sometimes you just gotta go with your strongest hand, which could be very off-meta, but also makes for some very entertaining storylines as the Overwatch World Cup progresses. I mean, you think the teams like United Kingdom in past years where, even if Rush wasn't the meta, Rush was definitely what they were bringing. So stuff like that is really cool.
Yeah, we're not going to see a hard lock meta. Excuse me, and we really haven't seen a hard lock meta since like GOATs, and even then a couple teams would go at. But like I think teams like Turkey and Poland, who, I mean, let's be honest, that no one really expects them to win groups or anything. You could definitely see some off meta picks, and what I love about the World Cup is you almost never know where the next hero and underdog is going to come from, right? Like it happens every time that we have a World Cup. I think Poland especially. I think they tried to do World Cup in 2019 and couldn't raise the funds, so now like they're just back in it, so they're thrilled just to be back in it. Turkey's got some good players. I think like these could be underdog stories and maybe like dark horses to pull upsets on people. I don't know how this particular matchup is going to go against them head to head, but I'm interested to learn about some of these players, because to be dead honest, like there's not a ton of info on some of these players out there. We do our best due diligence to look them up and see like where they played and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, Turkey has some players, Poland especially though, not a whole lot of competitive experience. experience. So I'm just willing to learn, like, how are they going to play and who do I need to look out for this team?
Yeah, Hex, I think you hit it right on the head, right? Storylines are abounding for both these teams. Poland, like you mentioned, in 2019, put together a team, but couldn't actually make it out to the World Cup. So they have one member of that 2019 roster actually here for the 2023 online qualifiers. So, you know, there's a lot of story building for Poland. And for the Turkish side of things, like you mentioned, new faces, new players. Maybe there'll be a dark horse in the contention here to make a name for themselves, right? Storylines can start from just these small moments. So with that said, ZP and Hex, it looks like the matches are ready to get underway. So I'm going to leave you all to it, and we'll see you guys at the end of this one.
Well, thank you. And Hex, we're heading into it. And, we were talking a little bit about this before we started the broadcast. And, I think it was you who brought up is that you look at Turkey. One of the things we've seen in Overwatch World Cup is the idea of, hey, if you have a star player in your team, a player that's played at the highest levels, maybe you just support them. Maybe you just throw everything behind them. And in this case, you look at Lethal. I feel like Lethal is probably going to be the linchpin of whatever Turkey ends up running here. And, you were saying that it also could be Cass.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lethal's got a really good hit scan. Lethal, of course, plays for London Spitfire and has had moments that looked really, really strong. Also, I mean, Lethal's resume just goes way, way back. Like, there's every contenders team that's ever done anything of note, Lethal has been a part of, it seems like. And so that could be really interesting. But also, I mean, the strategy of have your best player go kill the rest of the team, that's not like new to World Cup. Like we see that, like the San Francisco Shock have implemented this strategy for it seems like many years has been their strategy. Perhaps not working out so well this year, so it can definitely happen. There's a couple players of note on this Turkish team or the Turkey team as well. So, but I mean, I think you definitely have to look at Lethal and someone that I think a lot of the other players are going to be looking forward to for leadership, shot calling, someone who's been in these team environments. And I think a lot of that structure and just being around a team and knowing like how a team is supposed to work can really help carry a squad through it. So I think early on, if you look at just on paper, then Turkey would be the favorites early here. But as you know, it's way too early to call anything. Let's get into like the first match and see like maybe Poland as a player that we've just never heard of and just goes nuts on a hero.
Well, speaking of Poland,
yeah, go ahead.
We do have the Poland team roster ready to go. And, talk a little bit more. As mentioned, we don't have the most information on some of these players here, but that is where stories get made. And, take a look at it. It is fake Jake. Not just to be clear, not actually Jake, and it's said in the name.
Yeah, fakey Jakey, not to be confused, nakey Jakey. But yeah, so this Polish team, like I said, we've looked at them, and there's just not a whole lot of information or competitive experience on the back end of this. The only player returning from the previous roster that got put together in 2019 that was unable to compete, unfortunately, is a player called Filion. Obviously not going to be starting for now. So we'll see. I'm willing to learn about these players, and as we go forward, I think, Fake Jake, obviously great name, so I'm already invested in that. So as long as I can pronounce the names, we'll get to know this team as we go forward. But as I said, as much information as we try to dwell up, not a whole lot of contenders experience, obviously not any pro experience either. So it's a team that we're going to learn along with you.
Yeah, I'll say too, funny thing when it comes to casting is that anytime you can make a name that's like, kind of snappy for casters, you will get mentioned a little bit more just because it's fun to make tons of jokes about it. But speaking of teams, we do have Turkey ready to go here. So let's take a look at the roster that Team Turkey is bringing out here. And, we mentioned before Lethal's on there, but, Romani, we didn't see him in the rehearsal warm-up, but it looks like he will be on the starting lineup this time around.
Yeah, another interesting player, actually, dual citizenship, both United States citizenship and Turkey citizenship. A U.S. player with some collegiate experience, has played a little bit at UC Irvine. And so, yeah, that's another player that it comes from a team environment, obviously in the collegiate era as well, very structured environments, and, it's going to be really helpful. But, you just look at the dead center there, and I think what we really have to talk about is Lethal. It's just, I think if Cass becomes meta, it can be absolutely crazy for Lethal. And I think it ends up being just that kind of carry potential. On the other side of things, if you're Poland, it kind of becomes like, let's make sure we deal with Lethal first. Everything else is going to have to follow. So I'm just really excited to see what this meta ends up being. I don't think we're going to have like a grasp on it even after the first like match or two, maybe after our second or third match of the day. But Yeah, it's just going to be really interesting to see. But I think on paper, it's just like the one or two players that Turkey has the advantage on of just the straight up competitive experience in Overwatch.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm glad you said that in terms of how things develop, because, until we see more match time, especially in this current patch, you're not really going to know where things are at, because it's like, are we seeing the meta, or are we just seeing what a team particularly likes? Like, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs, but, kind of a note here from the real Jake, or original Jake, however you want to say it, Jake Overwatch was tweeting recently about the fact that, hey, Cassidy is going to be good. Thinks Cassidy is going to be meta and used non-stop. We'll see if that ends up being the case, but there's definitely voices out there saying it's like, yeah, it's going to be Cassidy, because, of course, Cassidy has been buffed.
Yeah, I mean, when you take all the CC out of a game, crowd control and stuns, and then you put some of it back a little bit, and you put it on like an unlimited range grenade that heat seeks, I think you're gonna see some of it. I think it just seems pretty obvious. And also, some of the sniper nerfs that came in on both Hanzo and Widowmaker makes McCree's, excuse me. That's one. Let's keep a tally. Sorry, I don't mean any disrespect by it. It's just I've been playing this game since 2015, so it took me a while to get the name changed down. But so Cass's effective range is just a little bit better. Not always going to be completely outshone by a Widow sitting in spawn across the map. A couple of these teams really like running Pharahs, so. Cass, I almost did it again. A Cass is going to be really good for that. So I think we will see it. I think you could also see some teams run a May rush still, because that is kind of been the meta that teams might have been practicing and going in before the live patch came. And then May also got a little bit of a buff, but we're not really going to know. I think the one thing we will find out is what the control meta is, because we're going to kick off each of these matches on control, and I think Lijiang in specific. So we'll get a good feel of that. As far as as the maps go forward, it's going to be the not winner picking second.
Yeah, and sometimes comfort maps are also a thing in the Overwatch World Cup, where you have teams where for one reason or another they just really perform well on one particular map. But we'll see those stories evolve as time goes on. But Lijiang is always I feel like it's a good skill test to begin with. It just you're not really going to test as much in terms of teams coordination, where you might see a little bit more on escort or hybrid. But you get into control and you just sort of see, okay, what mechanical level are these teams at? Are they similar? Is it going to be a blowout? Because, if you get totally blown out of control on a mechanical level, it's sometimes hard to see how you're going to bring it back on other maps. So it is a good way to set the tone on a series.
Yeah, absolutely. But as I mentioned earlier, it can be a bit of a wild card. Yeah. I think everyone at the pro level as well says control can just be kind of weird, and a lot of it can be RNG. Which stage are you going to get? Sure. So we're going to be heading into Night Market here. At the Overwatch League level, and maybe some of it will bleed over into the Overwatch World Cup, you see a lot of symmetry here, just because the rollout is so good. If you can get your team onto the point quickly, set up some turrets, then you're going to be in a good spot. So we shall see how it all shakes out.
Right now, taking a look at both teams, and a little bit similar on both sides here, Hex.
Okay, so it's it looks like Mecha base instead. Sorry.
No, we're.
I got confused by the fly-through. Yeah,
but we are here in Lijiang, and let's see, both teams setting up, and we'll get a look at the rosters here again in a second. But it looked like the only difference was that you had Poland coming out the Sojourn and Turkey coming out with the Hanzo. From the looks there. And yeah, there it is.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like some early rush here with Ramatra Lucio. Ramatra Lucio BAP and some Maze. Yeah, and like you said, the only difference being Hanzo and Sojourn, and effective range is not all that different either. A little more consistent damage, but you don't need consistency when you're hitting logs like Lethal.
Yeah, already Lethal kicks off where he hyped him out to start things out, gets the first pick on Hanzo, and that just sets the tone for the rest of the team fight here, where it's Turkey's to lose. Fruit gets a little bit low. Lethal taps another head, and not even on hit scan as we hyped up, just on Hanzo, landing good shots, and already Turkey very quick capture here, Hex.
Well, I mean, Hanzo projectile speeds. It's not hit stand, but it's not exactly Junkrat either, right? So it's kind of that weird in between hybrid, and I mean the pick potential of a Hanzo is so brutal, and now only gonna have to struggle to get in here.
All right,
nice open.
Oh, Romani, a little bit overextension. Poland able to pick off two, and Turkey's immediately gonna have to disengage off here, Hex, and we have a pause.
Of course we do.
I wonder if there's a DC in the middle of that or something happened. We don't know which team paused, but you know what? Look, you wouldn't be kicking things off here. Okay, that probably explains
that
why
tracks.
Romani was seemingly out of position, you know?
Yeah, that tracks. I mean, just kind of standing there as Ramatra. We all know Ramatra's greatest skill, especially with ultimates, is walking. So when you're just standing still with Ramatra, something has gone wrong. So actually interesting. Romani on Ramatra. That's kind of fun. But yeah, it's kind of, the game is tracking so far as we expected, that like Lethal's just got the potential to just go off and get picks. And especially with Hanzo, I mean, the team can just peel for him. You can't ever really dive him. You can just sit back, and eventually, one of those logs is gonna find brain mass.
Yeah, and I mean, also when you deal a more closed-in area as well, it's one of those things where, I mean, look, Hanzo in any situation we can kind of feast or famine, but you know, on Lijiang things are closed in, and you know, there's only so much space heroes can be in. And it's just like, you just have to find an area where a current head is and shoot down the hallway, hope for the best. And Lethal was definitely landed those at the beginning.
It's one of the reasons you used to see Junkrat on this map so often too, is just fire and forget it down hallways. Pharah has been played on this map before, so I wonder if, you know, maybe Poland has that in their pocket to maybe deal with the Hanzo, although Pharah used to be much better against Hanzo. It's just that Hanzo hit scan-ish kind of feel. He like does deal with Pharah a little bit. So right now, it's way too early to tell, you know, if there's going to be adjustments or something like that. So I think the Sojourn pick is not terrible. Like I said, it's a little more consistent than the Hanzo damage. You're going to be able to just kind of fire, get the area of effect damage in as well, and the slows, and then just on occasion you're just going to hit the rails. Like Hanzo's effectively firing rails every time, so those railgun shots have to come up from the Sojourn.
Yeah, makes sense. And you know, right now, if you're just tuning in wondering, it's like, wait, why are we over here? The map isn't over yet. It's like, well, Romani had a disconnect right now. We're waiting to see how that gets settled. So, but you know, coming back in, it does give Poland a free team fight going in, where you know there's no way of reversing that, even though it was a quick disconnect. So, you know, Poland kind of gets a gimme there, and we'll see if they're able to take advantage momentum-wise. But you know, the number one thing they're going to have to do here, X, going forward, is find a way to neutralize Lethal, or at the very least, not get hit in the head by his arrows, because that was the number one factor in the little bit that we've seen here so far.
It's just so difficult to isolate a Hanzo in these mirror compositions too, because you're kind of running rush, right? You want to Lucio speed in your Ramatra, you want to get a Mei wall up, but I mean, if you get a Mei wall up behind a Hanzo, he just climbs over it, because you know, all the characters from that country have the buff of wall climbing, so going to be able to go over top. It just can be very difficult, and I think obviously if you're Turkey, you know that the other team's game plan is, we got to deal with Lethal. Like, because why wouldn't it be? That has to be the plan. Make somebody else beat you, right? We always talk about that. You and I are old sports heads. Make somebody else who's not their best player beat you, and that just got to be the game plan.
All right, well, we are back on in. Poland continuing to clean up after that team fight, where, you know, again, you know, it's pretty difficult to back up as a tank X when you're not in the game, as it turns out. Who knew?
Yeah. And you know, the tough part is, I don't know if they I don't think they used it before, but now Annihilation is completely reset from Romani too. That's tough. So Poland can actually push this advantage here with Forever 774.
Well, step one, the pushing the advantage, don't get caught by Hanzo. Lethal here, on the side. Again, drop the dragon early, looking over, really nice flank positioning here. Immortality filled up, going to stop any instant pickoffs. Poland right now just staying on the point, but here we go. Yeah. Poland is going to try and push the advantage, as he said. Annihilation coming on out. Lethal goes down, and look, Poland's working with what they got as ICAF picks off some on the side.
Hey, you can't apologize for somebody else DCing. You just got to, you know, play the cards as they lie, or, you know, as it were. So, yeah, really nice there, understanding that they were going to have an enormous advantage. On the other side, Turkey will, you know, be flipping that back, but this is a nice cleanup, not playing passively, going all the way through to the end, and a nice first fight for Poland to take that over. And yeah, I think next is you're going to see the ballet of the Lucio Mei, both with the ultimates up, so the Blizzard, the sound barrier to try to counter it, and the vice versa on both sides. The timings are just too perfect.
Yeah, the ice ballet, Overwatch on ice, as it were. You go to some old promotions. Here we go. Lethal again, coming in on the flank. And here come the Blizzards out. Romani, though, gets caught early, and the Blizzard pulling far more successful. Texel just cleaning up right after. And I gotta tell you, disconnect or no, Poland on the verge of taking this first round.
Yeah, it's really nice for them. Both Lucio's able to hold on to their ultimates going forward too, but Texel with a really nice cleanup. And now, yeah, we're gonna see if this Sojourn can hit some rails here, because Overcharge is gonna be ready. Just want to make sure that you're in the right area to not get picked off. It wouldn't be terrible to be squatted up with your Ramatra and get a shield up there. A lot of pressure coming from up top.
Lethal! That's huge. Lethal able to shut down ICAV, get rid of the overclock. Turkey not wanting to give up this round here just yet. Ronnie here on the point. Both teams fighting back and forth. Ronnie looking for his counterpart on the other side. Lethal still poking on the flank. Matrak able to take down his counterpart. And Turkey slowly but surely back into the fight. Should be able to get control here, Hex.
They're going to get control, and importantly, Romani's going to have his ultimate up quickly again, too. So now the Ramatras have equalized here in their annihilation ultimates. They're going to be able to hold forward here. Romani does have to be a little bit careful to not get caught out early. Yes, he DC'd early, but getting caught out up front was one of the problems.
Yeah, that was objectively one of the issues, even if there was a controller malfunction, so to speak. But Turkey now in a situation they cannot lose another fight. Romani going to be looking to annihilate here sooner rather than later. You had to think here, under a little bit of pressure, wall right behind him, Annihilation guy come out. Meanwhile, Lethal's Dragon gets Texel super early into the fight, and the rest of the cleanup gonna be there for Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, getting Texel super early into the fight is pretty much all of the healing in this composition. Lucio is there for utility for the most part. Yes, obviously you can do some area. What did we get?
We got
Lethal, a Sombra.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense because what's Poland's win condition right now is probably getting an ultimate going on from Fake Jake if they're tracking it right. So maybe just trying to shut down one person, but nice come in.
Yeah, losing the May that early is huge. Poland now can be a lot more aggressive. They don't have to worry about the wall. Meanwhile, Fake Jake dropping the Blizzard, looking for the isolation here on the Romani, but Texel gets caught early, and as you mentioned, that's all the healing gone. If you get rid of his Lethal is just ripping things up in the backline as Sombra. And we mentioned going into this, hey, Turkey would be playing around Lethal would be huge, and so far, that narrative is stuck to script. But here we go, ICAV, overclock out, gets one, caught by Romani, and Turkey just overwhelming presence on the point, about ready to flip this to their favor, and they do.
Yeah, I mean, also Lethal just taking kind of control of that as well by taking over the Sombra. I mean, I think Turkey has to just be relying on Lethal to make calls. I can't imagine that anyone else is the in-game caller for this squad. I mean, obviously you're going to have input from your tank players, etc. But with you being the in-game caller for a Sombra, you're just picking out targets. And I think they also realized too, one, that their only loss condition was Poland coming out with big ults and hitting it, so they probably go to Sombra to try to negate some of that. But also, when they took out Texel the previous fight, they realized just how quickly everything else melted around them. So that was obviously a target for Lethal coming in to take out the Baptiste. Texel was playing, was able to pull that off, and Turkey, despite an early disconnect, will take a 1-0 stage lead.
Yeah, now taking a look here. Turkey on the way out. Lethal going to be sticking on the Sombra. And we got Farah Mercy coming out here from Turkey. Cassidy on the other side. So for me, I'm interested in this ICAV versus Matrak battle that's going to be going on here.
Yeah, this has always been such a good stage for Far just because of this tower. It almost seems unfair, especially in the hands of a pro who they can get so much good height. So we'll see how it works. Early on, though, Muso falls, and with the Farah Mercy, that's like all your ground healing down too. So that's a rough spot for Turkey, but they're able to weather the storm so far.
Yeah, I mean, they don't get team wiped, but they do give up first control of the point. Something to note here too is that we expect to see a lot more Junker Queen on this patch. We're seeing it here and now. Both teams running it. But now,
yeah, she got slightly nerfed in the most recent patch, but got super buffed in the previous patch. So
overall, that's a net up.
Yeah.
Net up versus what the Overwatch League has been playing on. But the track back in action here, looking for rockets. Texel though finds Romani, and you lose your Junker Queen that early. Texel's out for a little bit of revenge here, Hex, after the end of the last round. Feels like. Yeah,
Texel's had some really nice moments as kind of the DPS flex with both the Baptiste and the Kiriko getting a lot of work done. And, the thing about the Farah Mercy, and I love this composition, it's super fun to watch, but you lose so much ground control here. You have pretty much team wipe to be able to pull a point off.
Press Q to die. Some things never change from 2015 to 2023. And that is still a thing. Turkey, though, still making most of it. Romani goes in after they get the res onto the track, and, still a decent fight from Turkey here so far, able to wipe out the rest. But first control for them, the question is, can they maintain it where, overall far-wise, it's been a little bit rough.
Yeah. I mean, Turkey should be in a good spot here, mostly because Lethal's going to have the EMP, so they're going to be able to pull that off. And EMP Barrage would have been nice. Maybe we would have been able to hear what the voice line actually is. I don't think I've heard it in 7 years of Overwatch.
EMP going to come off here from Lethal. Muso immediately in the fall through, and yep, EMP into the White Room, into depth. That also has not changed regardless of what iteration of Sombra you might be watching. So, yeah, that was the free fight from Turkey here, Hex. But now the hard part begins, especially when you look at what Poland has on deck.
Yeah, the only thing less than ideal from Turkey there is that they ended up using the Junker Queen ultimate too, and I don't think they necessarily had to. Usually you want the Sombra to gain you economy because an EMP is usually just a single fight winning ultimate, so not a problem using that, but they did throw in more ultimate. Poland, I mean, on paper, this should be their fight.
Oh, Romani got picked super early. Poland might not even have to invest as much as they want to. They do use both support ults early, but could be able to hold on to the rest as immediately get the point flip. And you see people jump into the moat. That's also just like, it's over. Time to reset, go again.
I wonder if this is going to be a hard reset. It's going to be hard to convince MacTrek to get off of the FAR with 98% on Barrage, even though we know Barrage is what it is. But they do full-on reset. Poland is only one fight away. I want to see, I mean, ICAV has been pretty quiet here so far. Let's see who DC'd this time.
Yeah, we'll see if we get the swap to our camera before we see in-game. But, I mean, look, if I was betting, I would say Romani, just because that's the person that DC'd before, which, oh, man, that has to be tough. If it was Romani again, just because, I can think of nothing more frustrating when you're hyped up, for an important match. You've been looking forward to this, and you're a key part of your team on top of it. And you just keep disconnecting. You just get smited by the internet gods. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speculate, but we're in a pause, so we're kind of going to have to speculate. I wonder where Romani's playing from, because as we mentioned, it is a dual citizen ship player, so perhaps maybe not with the rest of his team regionally, maybe playing on some long ping and playing something like that. Again, that's just baseless speculation, but we're in a pause. You're going to get baseless speculation.
Yeah, that's right. That's pretty much all we got right now. We got, one round of gameplay to go here. I mean, the one thing we can bring up is that it's not that it can't work. It's not that it hasn't been effective. But, Hex, I feel like every game we've casted this year where we've seen a Pharah on Lijiang, it just hasn't worked out. Like, it has been cursed on the whole, just in the sense that, you play the Pharah, you hope that you get really good suppression and pickups with the Pharah, but the dark side to it always is that the other team just, uses terrain against it, and the Pharah doesn't land, the back-to-back rockets. It can feel ineffectual at times.
Well, Pharah hasn't really changed much since the game debuted. Like, not that much, right? They're not a whole lot more damage, whereas it feels like there's been so much more put into sustain in Overwatch, especially with some of the healing that comes out and some of the tanks, that Pharah's just not as effective. You're going to have to almost 3-tap people with a damage boost to get anything done.
Well, Forever immediately going to rampage on through. Turkey, though, they lose Muzo really early on. MacTrek goes for the barrage, trying to equalize, doesn't get anyone from it. ICAV looking to pick up the pieces, and Lethal's down, so it really is just up to MacTrek to somehow bring this back, but that is not happening. The Deadeye gonna seal the deal. And this is going to a round 3 already, Hex, a little bit closer than anticipated.
Yeah, I didn't see why that ended up pausing, but regardless, Poland able to bring it back. So, I mean, already more of a victory for Poland than I expected. And I mean, we're doing our best to just build early narratives here and some players that have kind of impressed us so far. Right now for Poland, I like what Texel's doing, mostly just as like being this extra source of damage. You saw it on stage 1 with the Baptiste being able to clean something up. And also, I mean, the counterpoint to that is when Texel is dead, Poland doesn't win fights, and obviously that's part of being a flex support, right? You just it kind of just tracks that way. But so far, been very interested in their play. And okay, so when we were first loading into this map, I thought we were going to see Sim, but it doesn't seem like either team's running Sim now.
We might have another pause coming, and yeah, we do.
And
and that isn't me being psychic here. Production actually called that a little bit before it happened. You know, as much as I'd love to take credit for it, Steel Jack's Glory, our producer, you know, no, that was called out. So once again, we are back to speculation. And one thing I'll say here, I do like the change of Lethal over to the Ashe. Not that Lethal isn't good at Sombra, but when you feel like you're going to a match and you might have a skill differential, like, over the lobby, playing a hero like Ashe that can just straight up hard carry under the right circumstances, I think is a good move here, especially on control.
Yeah, and I mean, this stage in particular, there's some really nice sight lines, and you can actually take over the little alcove, especially for these opening team fights. And there's really almost nowhere to dodge it. And if the other team's not going to run a shield tank, and obviously the options for shield tank are much more limited nowadays, then you can just sit back, and even when they're on point, you can shoot into them. So yeah, I definitely would agree with you that the Ashe is the right call here. Sombra can be really good, but I think Poland's been playing pretty well around it to be able to kind of stick together, especially when you're playing these queen compositions. You're not really going to be super spread out anyway, so Sombra's going to have less of a chance to pick off stray targets.
Yeah, but we are back in, third pause in the bucket, and as we say that, Lethal immediately takes down ICAV, gets rid of the opposing hit scan threat, or one of the two, looking for Fake Jake, forces out the recall, and right now is sitting pretty comfortably on the point. Now changes his target to the Junker Queen, gets rid of that, and Lethal again, the raid boss that Poland must defeat.
Yeah, it was a nice little collapse there. Good job by Tracer. That's not always like... Tracer seems like she's a really good duelist, but then you realize 150 HP, and you know, every duel that you can win as Tracer is one that's important and just kind of outskilled. So really big there, and they're going to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey right now, they don't have Lethal back here just yet. It's a moment where Poland can get one more pick off. It should be all they need to get the fight. Fake Jake, though, under pressure from Lucio. Gets a health pack coming around the side. ICAT was able to get Romani down in the interim, so unless Lethal comes back and just hard carries, you know, I think this fight should be Poland's, and it does look like Turkey is backing up a bit. They're willing to stay in the area, but I don't think they're going to hard commit until Romani gets back into the fight.
Yeah, Jake's got to be a little careful here, but also it's a nice spot to be able to just kind of lace in a pulse bomb as the team enters. Not a whole lot of negation for Turkey.
Here we go.
A little late,
Jake.
so he's going to come behind.
On the prowl, has the pulse bomb. Needs to be big. The equalize looks for Lethal, and that one was a little bit off, to say the least. Lethal takes down Texel, and Turkey a much better engage. The pulse bomb doesn't connect, and right away, Turkey going to be retaking the point.
Retaking the points, a nice little stall there, but Turkey will end up taking the lead here. Also, they're going to have a Bob and a Blade, and that Bob can be so good on the point. Just kind of launch him into a corner. ICAV is going to try to match the Ashe. That is a monumental task.
You know what, though? I like the energy from there, saying, oh, you think you're good at Ashe? I think I'm good at Ashe. Let's do this. Beat going to be on the table for both teams here. Texel opens early with the Kitsune. Turkey able to just hold back for now, and wow, out from Lethal. But tracked down early, so Romani gets hit and down. ICAV immediately on the finisher. And just like that, I mean, Turkey, they don't have anything really left in reserve here. This is going to be a quick retake by Poland.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get a little bit of stall here, but Turkey is about one fight away, but that's probably the biggest moment from ICAV we've seen so far in the match today. Kind of quiet, especially on the very first stage. Hands full on the second stage, but a nice big play there. Kind of puts Lethal on notice. Now, they really just have to dodge getting bladed to oblivion, but it's going to be a naked blade. See what the targets end up being here. There's not a great target for it. I guess
Kev already has Bob. That is enormously quick Bob build into the fray. Matrak drops the blade, and I don't know where Matrak is right now, but no, he's back in spawn. Doesn't quite get as much as he wants. Fake Jake lands the bomb from the back, and Poland not letting this go quietly at all. One more team fight away from taking this first map away from Turkey.
Well, Matrak's going to change here, too, to the Mei, so maybe to let them get a little bit better entrance, or maybe they want to try to rush somebody down with the Kitsune Rush. If they can do some sustained, Romani should be able to get there on their own ultimate. Poland did burn the bank in their last fight, so it is all down to this one last fight.
Don't die before the Kitsune. That's number one here from Turkey. Kitsune Rush going out. Poland just gets run over. Right after Kitsune goes down, Matrak and Lethal start hitting their shots, and the Mei swap looking pretty good. Turkey gonna get the recap, but Poland has enough room here, Hex. for a recontest, and they're very, very close to some key ultimates.
Yeah, just barely. I mean, they have 20 seconds left when it's going to hit 80, but they should be able to rush in. And again, this is just about staying alive. Yeah, if you can get both these support ultimates going down here, but they do have to be very careful of getting Junker Queen ulted and getting anti-healed here.
Yeah, Romani getting poked down pretty low to start with, healed back up. Romani's still under heavy pressure. Not all on screen, but both Junker Queens getting, oh, I can't be able to find the track early. That's huge. Turkey drops a beat in response. They get rid of Forever. And now Turkey trying to stabilize here. Rampage coming out from Romani. Lethal Bob built in the middle of the fight. Fake Jake trying to make anything happen here. Gets Muzo down, but it's not going to be enough. Lethal, Bob just starts cleaning up. Gets 2. And Lethal's not done yet. Meanwhile, the point.
Touch.
Oh, no. Turkey finishes it out. Poland Cove contested for a little bit longer. And, you know, point awareness gets you all sometimes.
Yeah, a little bit longer maybe. So we were watching fake Jake's POV there, and eventually was able to take down Muzzo, but if you watched it, it was like kind of this weird target acquisition because Kiriko was beated, and then Kiriko can always jump away from you, then Kiriko's sitting in her own ult, and it's just like, yeah, that's a brutal target to try to take down as a tracer, and it just ended up taking a ton of time. Then chasing down Lethal, almost gets Lethal, but has to blink off the point because of the Bob pressure, unable to blink back. But this was a lot closer than I thought it would be, having really not heard of like any of these players on Poland at all. Like I'm very impressed with how they were able to pull this off, or almost pull it off.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what makes this tournament in particular so fun to watch, is that you might think you have favorites going in, and some teams may be stronger than the others on paper, but really anything can happen at any level of play. I mean, heck, I think back to, you know, years where, you know, Team USA thought that they had in the bag, and then they run into just a completely energized, you know, at the time, Team UK, now Team Great Britain, you know, runs into them and runs them over, sort of deal, right? So, you know, there's always these storylines that go on, and it's just cool to see.
Yeah, it's always fun to like watch new players and start developing new storylines. Like, I mean, part of it is coming into it like, yeah, you know a little bit about these teams, but you're kind of coming into it blind, which is always my favorite thing about like sports and competition is I get to be surprised and I get to learn things and I get to see exactly what's going to shake down here. And it's really impressive competition. I think Lethal did well, but if we hadn't just hyped him up as this raid god, I mean, you could have looked at some of the other players and some of the plays that, you know, that fake Jake made and that IC made. So there were some definite plays there. And I think, yeah, some interesting compositions. I have no idea what this meta is going to look like because Li Xiang can be weird on its own. So we're just learning and glad everyone's here learning with us.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm glad you brought that up, too, because, you know, you think about it. Control, again, you know, you could kind of see the mechanical end, but it is a wild card. It has always been a wild card in Overwatch, and, you know, sometimes that's where teams go, it's like, oh, man, you know, we were better. We just lost 2 out of 3 control maps in the series. Right. You have that sentiment sometimes, but, you know, we will see a little bit more depth to what the teams have as we go into our next map, where it is going to be Poland's pick here going in. So, you know, if they have something up their sleeve, you know, it could be something where they even up the series and, you know, bring it to a 1-1 where, you know, again, if you haven't looked at the format for this tournament, every match, every map really matters. These are first to 2 series, and, you know, it doesn't take a whole lot to get eliminated from the tournament. You really have to go through and be nearly perfect, you know, to make it to BlizzCon later in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just watching some of the replays now, and so some nice plays from both sides. I don't necessarily know if I have like a player of the map or anything. I don't think anyone really stood out, which was kind of surprising. The Romani had some good plays, but is going to be a little bit marred by the disconnect. Can't have that be happening. ICAV, I think, was really good after the first stage. The first stage, I just didn't see much of them. But as the second and third stage went on, just the guts to go Ashe and just match Lethal on the Ashe and then have like a really nice Ashe life where you get the Bob going. But also I want to give some credit to Turkey's play calling here with just the switch to Mei at the end. I mean, because you know you're going to rush in, and so Mei gives you that map editor ability to kind of create a wall. And then, you know, obviously Mei is has the new slow ability, and when you take all of the crowd control and stuns out of the game, and only a couple characters have it, it becomes even that much more valuable. So I really like that. It was a nice call at the end of, we're going to rush in. What helps us get the most value out of Kitsune Rush the most? And then they make the Mei pick, and that's the one fight that they needed to actually win the map.
Yeah, I think the Mei swap was pretty good too, because you look at the overall tempo of the match as we saw it, and yeah, the Genji, it was a little bit of a rough time. But that being said, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if Poland can keep up the pressure and make the series 1-1. It was Poland taking Turkey to the limit in our first map of the day here in the Overwatch World Cup. Turkey barely coming out on top, but Hex, if that is a harbinger of what the rest of the day is about to bring, it's going to be a great day of Overwatch.
Yeah, I hope so too, because like, you know, some of the matches in our wild card tournaments, I think we only saw one map 3 the entire tournament, and you know, good for those teams that won, but I'm not a big fan of 3 Overwatch, or in this case, 2 Overwatch. And I think the format of it will help negate some of that because these teams do get to map pick. And obviously, like, it's so important to like take notes now. Like, oh, Poland is going to pick this map. Is this their favorite map? So how it works is our second map is going to be chosen by the team that did not win. Call them losers if you want. I won't do it. I refuse to do it. The not winners will pick the second map, and it's going to be either escorts or, excuse me. Why am I blanking? It's either escort or hybrid. Yeah. So that's going to be a choice of 6 different maps, 3 escorts or 3 hybrids. We can go through them if you want, but all you really need to know is that Poland is taking Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and, you know, we can speculate a whole lot as to the whys and hows, but for now, we're in the fact-finding part of the tournament where, you know, it is a new patch. We got to see what the teams have in store. All you got to know is it's Poland's map pick, so we'll see if they have something special prepped for Turkey. The first map was very close, so, hey, there's a possibility that this could be opening the day with a third map, which would be something because, of course, it is first to 2. You're not guaranteed the third map, but this one could be it.
Well, you know what's interesting about Circuit Royale, too, is oftentimes it's been viewed as a Widowmaker map, or at the very least a sniper map. But I wonder if some of those sightlines have changed a little bit because of the changes that have gone to Widowmaker, that you're maybe not going to be able to utilize as much as you'd like to get done. So, again, this is Poland's pick. We'll see if what kind of meta they have here. Also, used to just kind of always be a dead-on Sigma map. Like, Sigma Widowmaker was the meta on this map for a very long time. So I'm really interested to see. And as you mentioned, this is more of a fact-finding expedition as we go throughout these days. We have 8 days of online qualifiers. So first match, first day, we'll figure out what's going on.
My gut feel on Widow is that Widow always goes through these things where, like, Widow will get nerfed or something bad will happen to Widow, and everyone will stop playing Widow for a long while. And then people realize, like, but wait, a hit-scan character that hits this hard is still really good. Hold on a second, and then Widow starts getting played again. Although
it's kind of the thing that happens in, like, every patch. Like, people don't really try it out. They're just like, oh, numbers changed. Bad. I'm not playing it anymore, right? So, we'll see how it shakes down. Interesting setup here.
You know, sometimes the enemy team just gets on top of the roof of your building is what we're seeing here. Poland looking to be pretty quick to head on in. Turkey, meanwhile, heading on out. They're running with the Echo Sojourn, and Fake Jake takes down Nephrin early.
Yeah, Turkey
and,
with
the teams
really
are a little bit messed
defense.
up here actually. Just like, wait a second.
Just the headers are a little bit wrong. Turkey's on the orange squad or red squad right now.
Yeah, and it is Poland coming out really, really strong to kick things off on their attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an interesting gambit to be able to run that defense that close. So we've seen teams try to get it done, and often you see it, like, done on Havana because it doesn't lose you anything, right? So, like, if you lose that first fight, it's like, fine, we can just sit up at the corner. It doesn't seem to be the case in Circuit Royale that if you set up that close, you don't lose anything because you're losing first corner. Obviously, you can play second corner now, and we'll see how Turkey wants to set up.
All right, so 3 minutes. Turkey, one good fight under their belts. And speaking of under the bridge right now, where a lot of fights take place. Forever right now, just blocking away on the ram. Neither team hard committing here just yet. Lethal though, on the May, able to find ICAV early, and now you've lost a lot of range power for Poland and Turkey. They're just going to be way more aggro. You see Turkey just rolling on in with the Rhine and really pushing Poland back.
Yeah, Forever's going to try to get out, and generally, like, Ram against Rhine is a pretty good duel that you can take, but when the other team is going to rush you down with the Sim and the May, it doesn't really matter what tank you're on. You eventually are going to get rocked there. Poland with an Echo here, Fake Jake. Echo and Sojourn, so really different styles here as Turkey is going pure rush. So I think Turkey is just going to sit back and wait because they're outranged. And then as soon as they find a target that rounds the corner, they will just rush in. I mean, hence the name of the comp.
It does make sense, though. Sometimes your Ryan just kicks things off, finds Lucio with the fire strike, and the rush begins. You walk on in after that first pickoff because what are they going to do? Stop you? Not like that.
Well, also, it was a really good job by Turkey to negate their range by just teleporting in. I mean, Nephrin and Lethal just went to the back line, just straight up teleporter right down Main Street. Like, it wasn't in a hidden spot or anything. It was right in the dead center of the street. They just go in and get worked on. That means the other team turns around and tries to peel, and the moment that they peel, then they just get their Reinhardt in and start swinging away. So, very well played. And, you know, for Poland's pick, they're in trouble.
Yeah, Nephrin nearly got head tapped there. I think it was ICAV.
Again,
And the teleport into the Shadow attempt just brings Forever on him for a ride. Immortality Field comes out early. Forever going to counter with the Annihilation. Both Immortality Fields out of the fight. Poland able to stabilize after what could have been a really, really rough beginning. Fake Jake finds Lethal, and 5v4 now for Poland as Turkey's ambitious play does not quite pay off. Nephrin gets caught, and the odds of first point hold decreasing rapidly here, Hex.
Yeah, I really like the switch to the Zenyatta, too. It really puts Ryan in a terrible, terrible spot if you're able to get that Orb of Discord on him. And ICAV with some of the moments here. Really nice. I mean, maybe you didn't want to use the ult there, but style points.
Yeah, I also think that's one of those cases that, look, let's be sure. We don't want to get first point held. Like, we're going to overcommit a little bit here, so we're not the team that, you know, lost the game with ult still on the board.
Absolutely, and especially, you know, with 5v5, you never know if, like, a Ryan's just going to charge in and take one of you out, then all of a sudden you're in trouble. So I agree. Maybe not an overcommitment.
Here we
Blizzard's
go,
in.
Yeah, Blizzard really early here from Turkey as they come in from the back, and again, just catching Poland off guard. And this is a hyper aggro rush comp that, right now, living up to its name.
Yeah, Revenant's just kind of getting to swing away up front. And this looks like going to be a really difficult position to breach now, too. I mean, there's always been a defender's advantage on this map, like especially right here with this high ground that just allows you to poke and poke away. So even though Turkey's like not running these super long-range heroes, like a Mei and a Hanzo can do enough to dissuade you. And I think Poland is going to have to rely on, I mean, just how is Forever going to get in position here is the question.
Revenant right now does not care, walks forward, swings the hammer, Ash in his sights, and oh man, Turkey is just doing whatever they want to do right now. And you know, one thing we really touch on a whole lot is that, you know, Turkey did have substitutions coming on in here, where, you know, Romani was out, Revenant was in, Batrak out, Nephrin in. So you know, Turkey had a game plan for this, and so far being executed to perfection.
Yeah, the rush looks really strong, and I just, you know, Poland is just going to have a really hard time getting in position here. I think Poland is going to give it a shot with whatever ults they have, Q's them if you got them, I guess, and then maybe they'll switch up at the end. So it's just been very difficult for Poland to get in position without just getting Ryan dropped on, essentially.
Well, speaking of Ryan drops, he's on the top rope right now, coming on down. Shatter not used instead, just dropped instead. You know, that's where you go for the elbow drop and you just hit nothing but mat as Poland punishes and goes forward.
I mean, so it was an interesting drop because Revenant didn't get far enough out in front of his team to be able to get healed by the Baptiste. And then it was kind of just like all alone, literally all alone. Lethal questioning the validity of Hanzo arrows.
Yeah,
we've all been there.
I think anyone that's played any game against Hanzo has been there, but
Bet on green, bro. Is that just a really clever way of calling him lucky?
Yeah, you know, take it as you will, but Revenant using the Shatter, hits too early, Flipper immediately down. Big Jake able to get away, but losing your Zen that early in the fight, rough. Window coming down from Texel, Poland still gonna try and flip it. Blizzard down from Lethal in the back. ICAV though, able to punish Revenant, and Poland getting pushed back. ICAV gets another, and they can stay in this.
Yeah, they have to stay in this. There's only 10 seconds left.
Texel gets Lethal, and this is really nice for Poland. It should be enough to extend the map. We'll see if this dragon is able to do anything. We do have Revenant back on in. Poland, though, just needs to get a last little bit of cleanup. But can they do it? The longer this goes, the more Turkey's getting respawns back onto the point, the more chance to turn this around and stop it here. Window gonna go down, Lethal's back in on the legs, finds Forever, and Turkey starting to flip this back around. They lose Revenant, they lose Muzo, they still have the DPS as Lethal picks up another two! It's not gonna be enough, it's coming down to the wire. Fake Jake, though, puts an end to the legs, and that is gonna be the second point for Poland.
Yeah, Fake Jake with a nice cleanup at the end. We'll get 2 kills and look at the kill feed, but there was a moment where Flipper was just about dead for his team at about 1 HP, was able to dodge an arrow at the end, and him staying alive and on the cart, providing the healing, providing some nuisance and some cart presence was probably the clutch play right there that Poland needed. So now as the map gets a little bit smaller and there's these corners, then Poland's composition starts to look a little bit better. They could still get rushed down, but now just taking it corner by corner, and then you're going to have this really long hallway, and maybe ICAP can start getting some value out of it.
Dragon come down early here from Poland, trying to push Revenant back. Mortality field gone. Nephrin, though, finds ICAV early. Fake Jake back in return. Both teams down to DPS 4v4. Revenant getting real close to the shadow right now. 85%, hiding around the corner, looking for it, being like, please, let me smack you with the hammer once. I just need a smidgen of ult charge. Fake Jake goes down, and Turkey starts walking forward.
They don't need it. Turkey can set up for this final fight, and I mean, what a great position to be in if you're on the defense. They're going to have a Blizzard and a Shatter and a Beat. Poland is going to have to find a way to engage with their support ultimates. Perhaps you want to take this high ground and set up a window from Texel and be able to push Turkey back a little bit. There's the window, not on high ground, though.
Yeah, the window comes out early, has to be respected. What? I say respected. Revenant, no respect! Dives to the back! Goes for the Shatter! Is he going to be able to fish it up right now? Stuck in the back. The Beat protecting for a while, but Nephrin getting some cleanup on the other end. Revenant is down, but his sacrifice sets the tone. Turkey should be able to finish this out. Annihilation, though, still on the point. Poland not gone just yet, but the numbers game in Turkey's favor. Just a few more to clean up, and the cart stops here.
Pretty clutch, though, from Poland throughout that match, because they were about 30 seconds away from getting full held on first. Second point was a little bit dodgy as well, so able to like win those final fights kind of bodes really well for Poland, and this was their map pick. And Turkey just had a really good idea of how to play the rush in certain positions, but this map changes at a lot of different places. So like rush isn't always going to be the best thing. And I think also Poland did a really good job of starting to catch the aggression from Revenant. Because Revenant was going nuts, right, and had some kind of crazy big plays, and yeah, that's going to happen on Orion. But they started doing a really good job of catching that aggression, falling back, peeling, using the ults when they had to, and punishing that Ryan for being so far forward. Yeah,
I mean, Revenant at points there was the absolute ultimate example of there is a point where we should have stopped, but let's keep going anyways and see what happens. And hey, at the end, worked out pretty well. Who expects Orion to just go that deep and go, I'm going to say hello to your DPS in the back?
Well, he's not a coward. We'll give him that.
No. You know.
So Poland's kind of running this I don't want to call it old school, but this traditional composition on Circuit Royale anyway. Double sniper, Sigma, and the tanks can be really good. So I think that this was their plan, very likely. But I think with their map pick, it was Turkey's side pick, very likely. So Poland didn't get to play the defense that they wanted to first. But this is what we expect from Circuit. We'll see if Poland can make it work.
It took all of one match for Widow to be played again. Can't. Are you sure they nerfed her? What's going on here? No, so that we'll see if I
really
can deliver.
Yeah.
You know.
But I mean, I think I've seen some tests on this map where the sightlines don't really, the damage fall off and the range nerf doesn't really affect this map that badly. It affects things like Ilios where you're just in spawn. Oh, jeez.
Well, speaking of snipers, sometimes the icicles can function in that capacity. Fake Jake catching one to the dome as Turkey just casually keeping things moving forward. And, at some point, Poland's going to have to commit onto the cart, but they really want to get pick off first here, Hex.
Yeah, I mean, but what they want is kind of irrelevant because they just keep walling off forever and trying to rush down. Fake Jake will take down that. That's the kill they need. That is why you're running the Widow, but both tanks traded out. Is it going to be enough?
Well, when both tanks are down, that's something that favors snipers as Fake Jake immediately takes advantage. Cav with the cherry on top. But, yeah, I mean, once you lose your Ryan in that situation, it's like, uh-oh. What's standing between us and the Widow and the Hanzo? It's not a lot.
Yeah, so a reset here, and I wonder if I can see Turkey just teleporting onto the snipers. Like, that is kind of how they've been playing it, but they'll just put the wall up. You know, we talk about, like, how there's no double shield anymore. May kind of fills that gap in a lot of places.
Yeah, I mean, the wall is shield-esque, as it turns out. Cav right now looking for the shots, has the opportunity, doesn't quite find the heads here thus far. A little bit of damage onto the Rhine. Looking for the Mei, finds the Mei. Not the cleanest pickoff, but it'll do.
It's okay to be a body shot bandit. It's all right.
Hey, for some people,
they don't,
that's
they don't
all they
all
ever
have to
do
be
on Widow,
headshots.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But we
So
do have...
Turkey not making any changes here. They're going to run the same thing. Again, I just wonder if they're going to find some teleporter value. There it is. Teleporter value goes down through the bottom, and it closes the distance really well.
All right, Turkey now again up close and personal. Dragon Strike by Poland in response and Transcend. So Poland's burning the bank as Revenant takes the opposing tank on a ride forever. Down in the corner now goes, all right, everything's all clear. I'm going to walk forward with my shield. Let's do this. And if you're Poland, you can't really do much but back away. You have to wait for reinforcements here, and you have to give up the space.
Yeah, and even the teleporter out there comes as just a minor threat. But that was just a really great play by Revenant. He gets even shoulder-wise, and once you get past the other tank, to be able to pull them away from their team. Like, charging into the team doesn't help you at all, but nice shot.
Yeah, you get rid of the BAP early. Flux coming into play. Revenant going to get slammed down. Revenant, though, I think still looking for the shadow here. Have the Symmetra ult in play. Turkey, I think still going to try and contest this 4v5. Not having the BAP is a little bit rough healing-wise, but now Revenant sitting here. Low HP, does not care, still has Shatter ready to go. Losing lethal, though. Now you start to question, do you want to do this? You're 3 meters away, but you're under a lot of pressure right now. Turkey right now just waiting, and they go for the Shatter! Knocks down Flipper in the back, but is that going to be enough? Teleporter comes in, Nephrin finds ICAV, and Turkey being scrappy, staying in this fight here, Hex. We'll see if it pans out. As Muzo finds Fake Jake.
Come back in. Yeah, Lethal's going to be able to come back in. Jake went a little bit too far out, and the moment they step past this threshold, there are sim turrets everywhere, and it's brutal. So Turkey just plays the sustain game, even though like they got the Shatter in. They didn't commit to the Shatter necessarily. There wasn't a big charge into it. They just played the sustain game up front. Poland's going to pick up a couple kills late, but that is the second point for Turkey. And remember, first to 2 in these online qualifiers, Turkey already up 1-0. If they can close out the map, they will close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always the easiest to get to the end of this map, but, you know, nearly 4 minutes is a lot of time. A good position to be in, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a tough map to close out, especially when the other team is running long-range damage dealers because all this high ground, but they've done such a good job of just teleporting onto things.
Support duel in the back. Meanwhile, Poland in the front just runs over Turkey. But, you know, Turkey didn't necessarily have a whole lot going into that fight anyways, so... You know, 3 minutes left to go, and, you know, this is one of those things where if you're ult tracking well, you can just kind of go for that one good fight, which is really all Turkey needs.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see by the time that they get to the payload if they just need one more fight, because you are going to have respawns here at the end, so we'll see what that distance is. But I think Turkey, if they're going to teleport onto a target, they need to full commit, because what happened there is they teleport up with a couple people, and then it's Poland just respawns by taking whoever's left on the ground.
Here we go, they're getting into it once more. Symmetra ult going to open things up here from Nephrin as Turkey rolls on forward. No Shatter in reserve. Revenant, though, does not care in the front line. Fake Jake laying in the damage from the back. Gets pretty low right now. Trying to get healed back up before poking once more. Lethal, though. Blizzard ready to go. Drops the wall. Holding on to Blizzard for now. Annihilation in from Poland. Was able to find Revenant, so down a tank. And, you know, again, if you're Turkey, they did spend the beat there. I think they're going to hold on to Blizzard, but this is really good time delay from Poland.
Yeah, it's nice there that they're able to hold on, as you said, but Poland did burn a lot of the bank. Poland's doing a pretty good job of rotating their ultimates between damage up front, and then the tank will take a turn, and now next rotation, Poland should have both of their support ultimates. So this battle is just going to be, can the Blizzard get value? Can Flipper stay alive during it to Transcendence his team and keep them alive during it as well?
Number one
so
thing,
that Poland can get another rotation.
Flipper cannot get shattered before using Transcendence here. That would be the worst case scenario if that somehow went into play. Revenant under a little bit of pressure. Muzo nearly got picked off. Had the Immortality field early there. I think Fake Jake had a good angle on him. Turkey right now going to slow it down a bit, heal back up. Blizzard and Shatter still in reserve. And again, I just look at this next fight. Can Flipper safely get the Transcendence off? Fake Jake looking for Pokins on the side. Shatter going to come down. Hits forever. Transcendence is there, but Fake Jake got picked off. Fake Jake was with the rest of his team. 5v4 opportunity for Turkey now. Blizzard down from lethal.
Nice wall.
Trevor's down, and now Poland, they gotta get back onto the point. They're down so many members. This is escalating fast, and it's gonna be Turkey taking the map and match.
A lot closer than I had expected, though, too, and you can see why that was Poland's map choice, especially towards the end on that defense. I mean, Fake Jake going down really hurt them, because what was happening is every time that Turkey tried to set up or go in, they get hit by like 3 arrows, and then the Ash putting in so much damage too. It was just this murderer's row of high grounds, and even, like, they had tried it a couple times. Remember, there was a teleport up top earlier. They're trying to take away that high ground, and Poland did a really good job of defending that high ground, which is kind of their strategy there, but eventually overwhelmed. Jake went to the well one too many times. He was hitting all these great shots on the Reinhardts, then went back there and just got storm arrowed, got really low, and then it was a really nice cleanup from the support line of Turkey to come up, and the Lucio eventually got the killed, and then that was the go button there. Then they commit the Blizzard, they commit the wall, they commit the Shatter, everything goes down there because they're not getting rained down by the arrows of death from above. So really nice play. I see what Poland was trying to get done. They're just kind of relying on their damage dealers to play their best heroes, it looks like, and it was really close.
Yeah, as we go to the replays here, definitely going to see a bit more from Revenant, I'd say. Definitely one of the fun players to watch over the course of the match. I mean, look, Lethal and Icav, DPS-wise for both teams, very effective in the back. But, you know, anytime you got Ryan doing stuff like this, it's a story. It's very entertaining.
Well, I mean, that last Shatter, though, is like, that was when you saw Poland starting to adjust, right? They end up using a support ultimate there, and they collapse on that Shatter, so it's like, okay, you want to do that. This was, like, one of my favorite plays. It just gets really aggressive, and when you get even with the other tank like that, then you're ahead, so pulling forever away from the team. And then this fight ended up just being a sustained battle up front, and they were able to pull it off. So a clash of styles. I still don't know what the meta is. I don't think we're going to see a defined meta just based on like how map picks work and how kind of crazy the format is. But yeah, I mean, obviously you could see what Poland was trying to pull off there on their defense. I think Icav is most comfortable on the long-range hit scans. We saw it early on Lijiang Tower. The switch over to the Ash turned to like a turning point for them. And then, you know, you saw that the Hanzo play come out really well too. So, yeah, Turkey wins. They win 2-0. But if you didn't watch the match, like, that was way closer than I expected on paper. And I think Poland put some people on notice.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely the classic. It's like, well, it was a 2-0, but, you know, it wasn't, the score doesn't tell you everything. You know, Poland put up a very good fight. Couldn't ask for a better start to the day. And, you know, Hex, it's probably just going to be getting on better when you look at what's on the horizon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to say,
that said, we will get to that in just a few minutes after our break. I wasn't sure if you were ready for breaking up, but we are ready. Coming up next is going to be Finland taking on Saudi Arabia.
Welcome back to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for EMEC. I'm your host, Jim Basco. ZP and Hex just brought you the action between Poland versus Turkey, which was way closer than we could have expected, but the score ended up being 2-0 in favor of Turkey. With that said, we've got stacked matches all day long just around the corner. The next one up is Finland versus the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And with that, let's take a look at the schedule. Hex, CP, talk to us about that last game. Talk to us about this upcoming game. Obviously, expectations definitely blown out of the water, right? That Polish team put up a fight here.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw from Poland was beyond expectations. Where, you know, again, when you don't have a lot of, knowledge on the players or, how good they may be, you look into it and go, well, we're going to go with the team that has, Overwatch League talent on, go from there. But, Poland was surprising. But this next matchup here is truly, I feel like, going to be the most interesting match of the day because, Hex, as you said, it's old versus new in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to that in a second, but like Poland and Turkey was kind of crazy. Like each one of those maps went down to the last fight, like the May pick, the single kill, like absolutely bonkers, way closer than 2-0 would indicate. But Finland, Saudi Arabia, I mean, we really have to talk about this because both these teams are in Group B. And Group B only gets 2 teams that qualify out of it. So, like, a loss early on here is absolutely brutal because in this bracket, in Group B as well, you've got some other teams that could be wild cards, like a Sweden. Sweden could get carried just by the fact that they have 2 of the best DPS in the entire game of Overwatch. Like, Iceland could be really good. Like, you've got Norway. Like, you've got some other teams out here that could sneak in. So I think early on, you look at Group B, and you'd expect Saudi Arabia, you expect Finland, but Sweden could sneak in. Like, there's some teams that could sneak in, and like I said, only 2 teams out of this group. So somebody who we think deserves to get in will be left out. And I think like early on, it's going to be really, really interesting to see. And like you said, ZP, it's old school, new school. Like this Saudi Arabia team, if you're not familiar, the core of them are Twisted Minds, who beat NYXL on the Pro-Am. Maybe not the biggest beat ever, but it was a contender team beat an Overwatch League team, right? And then like this Finland team, it's Masa, LH Cloudy, Vestola, they got experience in Owl. Sauna plays on Florida Mayhem, doesn't really play a ton because Florida Mayhem's kind of stacked, but he's an Owl player. And then, you add in a couple people on Saudi Arabia, like you can't even talk about it. This team is stacked. You got Sir Majed, who I think is one of the best players from Florida last year now on this squad. And also like streamer extraordinaire, the only person to ever be rank 1 on all the Overwatch servers ever in Yazan. Granted, Farah's in a weird spot, but we'll see. Like, it's just that they're stacked across the board on both sides.
And you bring up a good point, right? Metas are still yet to be decided. We saw very different team comps coming into this last match, and of course, saw lots of picks, right? The May was popular, the Ashe was super popular, the Cassidy as well. So coming into this next set, obviously, there's a lot of expectations. I hope to see some Pharaoh myself. I've been a Yazan fan since however long ago, like you mentioned, just accolades for this guy and for the team overall, really, for both these squads. But obviously, the action doesn't stop there. We know it's bright and early for y'all on the Pacific Coast, but the action will continue on throughout the day today and for the next couple of days. We're going to be doing 2 weeks of World Cup qualifying action for the the EMEC conference, rather. So with that said, let's head on into Finland versus the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Heading on into map 1, Lijiang Tower. Casters, go on ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Jim. And yeah, you take a look at going into, so we're going to be going to the roster soon, and there's just a lot to talk about here. You can kind of, again, talk about Finland, the storied history of a lot of the players where, one of the interesting things about Finland, going back and refreshing my memory here, I thought for a second that this would be the first year that you didn't have Linkser in play. And Linkser actually didn't play in 2019. I forgot about that. The one rock of Finland that was there in every single year for them, and every year of the Overwatch World Cup that no longer is Zappis. So I didn't realize that Zappis was just, the rock for that long a period of time. First Finnish team, though, not to have him around because I believe he retired some years ago.
Yeah, so some of the really early strong parts of Overwatch, maybe a little bit before the Overwatch League, were some of these Finnish players. I mean, I think we used to call Linkser Finland's gift to esports, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, a strong pedigree of esports overall from Finland, and they play a lot of different esports, but have always had pretty strong showings in Overwatch League, etc. So, yeah, I think it's kind of like vets versus don't want to say like a bunch of new people, because there's a lot of talent and experience on Saudi Arabia, but like maybe names that you're not like super familiar with. But also, like, if you just started watching Overwatch League like this year or last year, you might not be familiar with some of the Finnish players either, because some of them have been kind of out of the league for a couple of years. So kind of retired and coming back, but that's a lot of experience. So this one could go either way. I know a lot of people, just kind of reading the tea leaves of, the Reddit and some more co-casters as well, really banking on this Saudi Arabia team. Like they just look super, super strong in all aspects. And we talked about like, Sir Majed and Yazan, but like the core of this team, the Twisted Minds, like I think those are probably their best players, and we'll talk about that when we get to that roster.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to them, there's a lot to talk about, and you look at Finland though here too. Is that I just think about the peaks of some of these players. Although I guess one interesting thing, I thought LH Cloudy would be in here at the start. Instead, it's going to be Vistola, but I guess it makes sense. He'll be going back and forth. I wanted to talk about the good old days of LH Cloudy and some of the his come up through EU contenders, but that'll be another time. But I always love seeing Masa playing. Masa's always been a very aggressive support that often makes big plays.
Yeah, Masa, formerly, I want to say Atlanta. I don't know why that's coming to mind. Atlanta and then Vancouver. So obviously has experience at the Overwatch League level, as does Sauna. I'm kind of glad that Cloudy is not in the lineup right now, because Cloud will be playing their TPS. So that's just a selfish thing from me to not want to cast it. But I mean, obviously the tank disparity is going to be Vestola. I think his best heroes are kind of the flex tanks. And obviously I think of Vestola, I usually think of Diva immediately. And when I think of Cloudy, I think of the Reinhardt immediately. So it might just be map dependent and depending on what they want to play on either side of that. So it's a very strong team. I think Cloud is very good. Sauna can be a carry. Like I said, it plays on the Florida Mayhem, but it's just that Florida's roster is so strong right now that hasn't had a use for him. I think he's only played a couple of maps. So interesting to see for this Finland team. And like I said, it's so important for Group B to be winning all your matches. Only 2 teams out of this, and like I said, you've got Sweden and Norway. Like you've got a lot of other teams still in this group with some talent that could upset people. So somebody is going to be upset out of Group B. Somebody who one team that we think should get through will not qualify.
Yeah, and when you're up against one of the other teams that's strong in the group, it essentially puts in the must-win territory already, because if you don't, then you basically have to go perfect the rest of the way through. It's a whole lot of extra pressure, whereas if you win here and now, then you can just be a little bit more relaxed about things. But we do have the Saudi Arabia roster ready. Let's take a look at Deep Dive just a little bit more, and obviously you're going to see the Pharah in play front and center, Hex, and there's good reason why.
Yeah, so I mean, KSA obviously is a name that you should know as well. Yubi in there. A little surprised we're not going to see Quartz, who I thought was actually very, very good player. So we're going to see the Fire Mercy. Sir Majed, I mean, some of the things I hear about him is that he's one of the most mechanically gifted, crazy shooters ever. Sometimes not the best at knowing where to be. So that might be something to look at. But like Sir Majed has been able to make a living on just being that mechanically better than most people. So if he's out of position, it doesn't matter, because just shoots people. It's just that's how his Zen has always worked. So it's going to be interesting. Obviously, Yazan that we saw in there too. So I don't know if this is like our starting lineup, but yeah, Farrah Mercy hasn't worked out the best. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of talent just waiting to play on the bench here for Saudi Arabia, and I cannot overstate enough how important this first match is. And I'm just excited to get into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to mention that, because there is a disparity where some teams really don't have a lot of bench depth in the Overwatch World Cup, and then other teams just have an abundance of talent that they can pull from for it. So seeing those differences between the teams is interesting. But Saudi Arabia definitely coming in with a deep bench. But once again, we will be kicking things off with Lijiang Tower, getting a feel for where these teams are at mechanically. And to me, I feel like going into this, Saudi Arabia is likely going to have a high degree of performance. Finland, to me, is more the wild card, where if Finland comes in and they do poorly, I'm not going to be surprised. If Finland comes in and they beat Saudi Arabia, I'm also not going to be surprised. I feel like there's a very wide range of performance here that my brain would just be okay with and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I can logically support anything that goes on.
I think my feel is that, like, Saudi Arabia is flashier, kind of like the next thing, right? You know, we got some of these players that have like played really well in the Pro-Am. And Finland is kind of like, you know, it's the old guard, and you know, it's dark there like 18 hours a day. So it like I want to say it was Masa or maybe Linkser. I'm like, why are there so many players from Nordic countries that end up in the Overwatch League? He's like, it's dark 18 hours a day. There's nothing else to do.
That sounds like Linkser. That really sounds like
that might have been Linkser.
Even when Linkser was in LA, I gotta tell you, like, I know Linkser reasonably well. He was not going outside a whole lot. Like, that was just like, what is this burning ball of fire in the sky? Like, no. I'm staying in.
Yeah, so how many is that pauses so far for us today? Four?
It's four. Yeah, it's actually the kind of thing where, for whatever reason, people following are very interested in the amount of pauses. So it's like, you know, there's a running counter where it's like, hey, this is going to happen. You have a big international competition, especially with players that aren't always competing normally. You know, the internet gods are going to strike. And right now, you know, 4 at the start of the day, it's on the higher end, but we've seen worse.
It's fine as long as that number is higher than the amount of times I misnamed Cassidy. So right now we have more pauses than that's happened. So that's all right. As long as your internet gods don't strike us, knock on wood right there. Please, we should be good. So yeah, I think this is all part of the plan to just create even more tension and hype for what I think is going to be the strongest match of the day. I think whoever wins this, I'm going to go out on a limb and say whoever wins this is out of Group B. Like already, I will have them qualified as Group B because I don't see them losing 2 more matches throughout the rest of it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden is probably the one where like I wouldn't be surprised if Sweden goes through and is undefeated just because. I mean, look, you have players like Kevster and Sparker. That's
not fair.
To say Sweden has upgraded their DPS from previous years is an understatement. Where it's like, you know, 2016 they were pretty good because that was kind of like the great year to Vic, but then, you know, they fell off in the preceding years in terms of DPS power relative to the other stuff, and now Sweden's like, hey, we're back. We got great DPS again. So, you know, you look at Sweden, you're like, team's a little bit scary.
Yeah, Sweden used to be the kind of like their tanks were their strong point with Elivote and Lulsish. But do you remember who was their last DPS? I just love this trivia.
I don't remember the last name. I know they had Snillo on a lot of those teams.
Snillo!
Yeah, okay.
I love Snillo.
Excellent. Yeah, I forget where we left off in talking about Snillo. I think like the popular memes is off in the countryside, you know, hunting mushrooms. It's like, I don't even remember where that came from.
Yeah, well, because it was true. He was just picking mushrooms with his grandmother. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I honestly, at some point, it becomes hard to tell facts from the meme and like where it begins. So.
Yeah, and then back in 2018, Reinforce was on the squad.
Yeah. Well, Reinforce like. He was also on the squad in like 2017 as well, but it was like Wikipedia actually has like a specific notation for Reinforce. I barely remember at this point because it's been so long. That like he played in the qualifiers and then like the team revolted and replaced him for the qualifiers.
Replaced him with Snillo, yeah.
Yeah, and then like Johnny therefore was like talent, but I seem to remember like Johnny being upset at being talent. But that was also like the legendary, you know, desk that had like Golden Boy, Sideshow, Bren, and like Reinforce. So like. It would have been a different desk if that didn't happen because Reinforcement had been playing. I don't know. It was an entire thing. You're going like deep in the Overwatch lore.
Yeah, well, this is what pauses do to you. You know, we just wait till we get to like the 6th pause. We'll be talking about like our favorite foods and favorite Ninja Turtles, stuff like that.
Well, and then the 10th level of hell when it comes to that is when we start going deep in the Midwest lore. We start going into you know
we talk
facts
about
you didn't know about Minnesota and Wisconsin.
The subtle differences between Minnesota and Wisconsin accents. Yeah, that'll be coming out. So hopefully we get into gameplay momentarily. There it is. We are back in the game, and we will start the long-awaited Finland versus Saudi Arabia in Group B. Banger of a match.
I'm excited. This is, again, I don't know what to expect. I'm coming in with a slight bias towards Saudi Arabia, and that, you know, if you had to tell me who wins, I think it's that. But I want to see what Finland has in store, and oh, please, do it. Just do it, Finland. Make it happen. You know what I'm talking about, Hex.
As Junkrat?
That's right.
Lifeweaver?
No, the Junkrat. It was the Junkrat. I don't care about Lifeweaver. But it's not the Junkrat. It's Reaper, and my spirit's already broken.
All right, we're on Mecha base here, so we're going to see some rushdowns for both teams. Difference being there is going to be the Moira on one side and a Reaper. So way more aggressive, way more consistent damage from the side of Finland.
Yeah, and already Sermajed picked on off the old DPS Moira, but it was
Skill
really
orb.
But overall, the pressure of running May Reaper, I mean, look, it's not flashy, but you run into people, and if they don't immediately get pick off or run away, they're gonna die.
Yeah, and it's just tough for Yazan right there on the Hanzo, because it's just got super rushed down, and it was only a matter of time.
It was a matter of one team fight of going, I've run out of options. It's time to play the Pharah. But hey, you can play Pharah on this map, but
it's not terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, on the same note, though, it is going to be a little bit hard. There's a lot of ways to avoid the Pharah with what Finland is running, but if anyone can make it work, it would be him, so we'll see right now. Just poke coming in from the top. A lot of pressure on Vistola. Vistola nearly down. Vistola needs a lifeline. Is Vistola going to get the help he needs right now? Vistola on life's edge here, gets taken down. And so far, the Pharah change-up working out well for Saudi Arabia.
Well, here's the thing, is no one really can shoot far right now. If you just stay, like, even a little bit safe, like, May Icicles maybe do something. Actually, like, the Moira is one of the biggest threats, getting the Sock and then, obviously, the Cole. So they're just going to stall it out, is Finland. And Saudi Arabia going to the bread and butter right here.
And we got swaps. We got a lot of swaps, in fact.
Well, you have to. You can't run May Reaper and expect to do anything against the Pharah. I mean, I'm not even sure I love the Sombra Tracer, but this might be one of those, the good old strat of, let's kill everything except the Pharah Mercy.
Yeah, well, step one, the killing everything other than Pharah Mercy, is don't get hit by the pulse bomb from UB here that currently is getting planned for. UB right now going off to the side. Going for a little bit of regroup because there's a lot of pressure going, yeah, we don't want to get hit by that. Meanwhile, Yazan over the top. Barrage finds one, and that's all you need. That's a high-value barrage. You get that off and don't die at the same time, you take those.
Yeah, and almost the biggest threat to the Pharah Mercy is usually the D.Va. We're going to kind of swallow up and deal with it, but so far, Finland has had no answer for this. Just absolutely none. It looks like we might be getting a pause. Maybe that'll give us some...
Yep.
Give us some time to get our overlay fixed up here. Be all set there. So yeah, I mean, the idea is for this, you rush down with the Sombra and Tracer, and you pick off somebody who's not Pharah Mercy, right? And hopefully you have the D.Va in there too to maybe like kind of negate some of that damage up top and try to do something with it. But obviously you can't run like the May Reaper. I mean, I guess you could if you want to do the same strategy of ignore them both, but it also becomes difficult on this map to even run like a Cassidy into it, because Cassidy is just trying to find an angle. If you go on that platform, you're going to get knocked off. If you try to come around the corner, you're going to get knocked off. Like, it's very difficult to answer this composition. Also, because teams don't play this. Teams don't practice against Pharah in mecha base, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get the old, like, Chengdu Hunters paradox where, you know, sometimes teams would, like, play worse against them in Overwatch League history, because this is like, how do you prep for them? No one runs if they're running. Like, what's going on here? So they did have an edge, but we are back in game. Our fifth pause of the day is over.
In the same breath, though, like, you have to expect Saudi Arabia to at least try this, like, once or twice, right? Like, you would expect that Yazan is going to play some Pharah, like probably the most prolific ladder Pharah player ever in Overwatch.
Masa getting hit support v support to kick things off. Saudi Arabia looking healthy. Vistola, though, takes down Sermajed. So, but as it goes on, Yubi just got to the back there, just ending things before it could become a more even fight. And you know, it's easy to forget that Finland started off with the advantage here, Hex, because Saudi Arabia about to take the round away, and I don't even know if Finland has enough time for a good push here, but they do have EMP. We'll see if they can make anything happen. 98%.
There will be a push. The D.Va's going to be able to get onto the point and touch, but I mean, also that EMP is, you kind of want to hit the
Pulse
sky.
bomb eaten.
Nice eat.
Meanwhile, Yazan hanging on to Barrage, saying, do I need to use this right now?
Oh,
loses his Mercy, though. Vistola just comes on in, vacuums up the Mercy, and Finland, you know, it wasn't the cleanest opening, but they make it work. Still in it, 52% to 99, but no more margin for error, and, you know, Yazan still hang on to that barrage, was able to preserve it at the very least.
It feels so in character for Vistola. Like, I remember in the Overwatch League, it always seemed like Vistola was like quiet, then 4K. It was just these huge peaks and valleys. So really nice play there. And I think, you know, it's the right play. Like, they were able to segment off the Mercy, and without the Mercy, the Pharah is just, I mean, the power level goes down so immensely.
And look at Sermon again, drop the nano boost.
Oh, they got the
Yazan
diva.
just goes on in as two, coming in for the back of the barrage again, well timed, and that should be the round for Saudi Arabia here, barring some just untold miracle for them.
Masa's gonna try to make him work for it. Has to.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta drop the beat there. There's no, you don't have agency there. The queue is almost pressed for you. Vistola alive, stalling on the point. Saudi Arabia right now, just play clean, flex your number advantage. Masa goes down. Saudi Arabia, though, getting a little bit low from poke from Finland. Finland making this way closer than expected. Surmajet goes down. Finland back onto the point. Zen, though, able to get Mikji. The stolen bomb gets KSA. But no, not enough to stay on the point. That was, you know, with the camera going back and forth, that was close to the end. But good effort from Finland. Saudi Arabia, though, key moment there, Hex, the Pharah swap.
Well, absolutely, and I mean, I think you kind of had to bank on it, but then also, I mean, Finland coming out with the ultra rush and just getting the better of it, like it's, you know, Saudi Arabia's just like, oh, okay, then let's just do with the thing that we really want to do. So it makes a ton of sense. Also, Yubi had a really nice play there.
Let's go.
Also, it seems like there's some server issues. Going to be another pause.
I love it. You know, this is how you smooth
Yubi
over.
has a gun. I do like Yubi though because it sounds like a low-budget streaming service. I mean,
yeah, it kind of does. There was like a period of time where there was like a lot of just random streaming services. But
check out the new show on Yubi.
Yeah, there was like one really overfunded Hollywood production that like died in like 3 months.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but let's not
yeah.
promote things that actually exist. I was just making a fun pause joke.
No, it doesn't.
Anyway,
So, went bankrupt. But here we go.
So we do have the Pharah Mercy again. Interesting, Yubi's going to run the Torb here. Finland is going to try to have an answer for this. I mean, putting Sauna on the cast seems like the best option. Maybe if this doesn't work out, you maybe go for an Ashe as well. But also, the cast can be really good too if Yazan overplays it. The new nade can be really good at just knocking Pharah Mercy out of the sky.
Yeah, I mean, also going into is like you have to look at the stolen, right? Anytime you're running a Pharah, like Diva is a huge part of the equation and trying to neutralize it. Both teams right now just trading out poke. Vistola getting very, very low. Immortality Field has to come out, and still know if Vistola's going to get away, but as I say that, Sana able to find Yubi. However, Finland down the BAP. Yubi gets rezzed back on up, and Yazan takes down Sana on the other end. Saudi Arabia well on their way to getting this first time. Oh, you love it. Even though Yazan goes down, still love the directs.
Yeah, Yubi with the tactical getting headshot there too. Like, just kind of took that bullet so that Yazan could live behind him. I mean, the Torb just using his head as a shield. I've just always said it with Torb against like a cast. You're just a head on legs. Like, it's just such a giant hitbox. Finland's going to come back in here. They're going to be able to have an amplification matrix, so if they get in good position, they can kind of set it up, and that should push back the Pharah. So yeah, actually really no fight on the point even, and Finland's just going to walk on. Now finally a contest.
Yeah, now they drop the window, and this is where Sana just kind of looks around and is like, Pharah, I dare you to, you know, change sightlines here. Yubi goes down. Yubi might be resable here, though, depending on how this goes out. Rez is back up. KSA under a lot of pressure. Finland's able to get the flip no matter how this goes, but yeah, Yubi's able to get Rez back on up. They weren't going for the Rez tonight. Beat comes in from Finland here. Sana back on over. Bossa able to poop Yubi off the ledge, even if Rez was on cooldown. Not coming back after that one. And Finland, nothing flashy here, actually just good play, but as I say that, they take one step out of line, they walk into the barrage, and the Pharah has turned up the pressure once more. Saudi Arabia now going for the kill, moving on in as Yazan, and, you know, you give the Pharah just one moment and it will rip you apart.
Yeah, just such great movement. That's what separates Yazan from pretty much every other Pharah. The movement is so exceptional. Just on his way out is going to go grab the EMEC Diva. And just some of this little stuff is insanity to me. Just really well played. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is never really going to have a presence on the point because you don't want to cage the bird that is Fair Mercy inside there, so you want to be sitting outside of it. So, yeah, Finland's going to be able to get some, and they're going to be able to get percentage, and then it's really up to Saudi Arabia to pick their spots and find the fights.
Tips from Hex 2023, do not cage the bird. But here we go, the Sombra doesn't like the read of things. Again, back on out to EMP, not quite coming out yet. KSA still continually under pressure, has the Rampage in reserve, but KSA's got to live. KSA got so low. EMP comes out, hits Haku. This end, though, finishes off Sana. KSA falls, 4v4 here. Still winnable here from Finland. Vastola very, very healthy, on point. Definitely a presence advantage, one tank versus none, as Finland able to recap and, at least for now, force Saudi Arabia out. But, you know, Hex, be careful when you walk outside the point while the Pharah is still around.
Yeah, it can be really tricky. Saudi Arabia, they're going to go back to this Torb. I don't think the Torb has gotten much done. It's been kind of a distraction, I guess, more than anything else. But a little bit interesting. No ultimates on either side here. Surmajed gets hacked out early.
Yeah, but Majed nearly went down. That had to be Cloud just coming in from a good angle. But, you know, even stuff like that not only builds for Cloud, delays Saudi Arabia a little bit. Here we go, Zan onto the point, looking for Vastola, rocket after rocket here so far, going around the side, Moira in his sights, oh! Gets the Moira on top of it, gets Sana! This is ridiculous fire play, makes it a three-piece at the very end, and that's exactly what Saudi Arabia needed to get back onto the point.
Yeah, gonna be some stall here from Masa. So it's going to be one fight away from Finland, but it's going to be final fight. And before we move on too much and give Yazan too much credit, let's give Haku some credit too here. And it really, like, the thing that stood out to me is Surmajed should have been dead there. They get hacked, and a lot of Mercies will have this tunnel vision just on their far and on their own movement. But to be able to peel and heal up Surmajed is so incredibly critical. So some glory to the Mercy. Doesn't get a lot of it in these compositions.
Sana coming in from the flank, deals with the turret first, pulse bomb ready to go. Could be the difference maker. Meanwhile, Zan holding on to the barrage, under pressure here on the back, looking for Cloud, forces out the recall. Barrage still in reserve, pulse bomb comes out, nothing but turret. Not quite what he's looking for, wanting to get the Torb instead. Meanwhile, rocket after rocket, Vastola gonna get demeched here. Has to use bomb, but still gone. Zan makes sure it is permanent. EMP hits 4, is Vulture gonna be there? Masa gets 2! Finland making the most out of that EMP. Masa going bloodthirsty, but here's the barrage at the end. Kazan trying to finish things out. Gets rid of the Moira. It's getting real scrappy here on the point here. Hex 91-99. Saudi Arabia desperately trying to finish things off. KSA gonna fall. Reinforcements from Finland coming in strong.
Masa killing the Mercy there is absolutely enormous. It is critical, and now Saudi Arabia has their backs up against it. They did switch briefly to the Moira. Now they go back to the Mercy, but you have to wonder if the Moira would have been better there just in this desperation mode. Looks like Finland's going to pick this up.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia needs a miracle to bring this back. Already down 2 as reinforcements come back in. Vastola coming in here from KSA. Vastola having none of it. D.Va versus D.Va. Going to be forcing KSA out. Haku goes down, and this is all Finland's to lose in the round. They take it, and they force a round 3. Our second round 3 in a row on control, and, you know, we knew today could have the potential for some close games here, Hex, and we're getting it.
Yeah, and this Finland team, I mentioned it about Vastola too, but also I remember looking back in Owl where Masa was just this quiet storm where, where's Masa? What's Masa doing? Because he's Lucio, right? If you're not saying Masa's name, you're fine. You're like, okay, good, that's good. But then all of a sudden, just like 3 kills out of nowhere. It's crazy because he's one of the most unassuming people I've ever met in my life, one of the nicest guys. And then just the bloodthirsty Lucio is absolute insanity. Good play there. He was able to get the Mercy, and I think, you know, obviously it's a valid strat that Finland, you know, everyone knows, but the focus on getting the Mercy out of position and then following up on it has been the difference in the last couple of fights.
Well, here we go. Final point here on Lijiang. Arguably the strongest for Pharah. A lot of options for Yazan here in the sky. Turret gonna go down immediately. Sana just feels like on turret duty half the time. And again, Masa just catches a rocket. The hardest type of rain possible. Definitely not hail. And just like that, Hex, it's going to be a very quick capture by Saudi Arabia. You can't come back from the pickoff that early.
No, and this should be a cleanup onto the cast over here. Actually, some nice peel to keep Sana alive. But only for the moment. Only for the moment.
This is tough. This is, right now, this is Yazan's playground. So much room to work with. The best advantage Afar could hope for in terms of, like, sight lines to area mobility. And Finland, I mean, they need an answer, Hex.
I mean, the answer is to keep, like, both Sauna and Vistola alive at the same time so that you can live in the Matrix and maybe hit some shots. But even just where Yazan's able to play is just unfair, because the damage fall-off is going to be brutal almost against the back.
Watch your feet. Oh, boy. That was closer than Finland would have liked. We do have the window coming down here from Finland. Immortality Field used. Is on right now. Looking for Masa. Takes him down the window. Incredibly unsafe. Just not missing, though. Sana, though, gets the equalizer. However, he's not going to be able to res that. That's the number one thing. Is like, you kill the Far. Number two, deny the resurrection. Deal with the Torb. Torb gave his life so Far could live again, but the Deadeye comes in from the back, finds the Kiriko, and Finland, in all the Chaos Hex, does get control of the point.
Yeah, I've been telling you that Torb is just using the head as the shield. It's happened twice now.
I mean, KSA, they got a kill from that, but that ult, I think, was a little bit questionable, given where the rest of
you
Saudi
wonder
Arabia
if there's
was.
going to be a switch. No, not going to happen. It is one of the ults that you can clutch back a fight enormously. That's brutal, though. Double EMP.
Oh, again, Yazan comes over, gets two before the barrage. The barrage adds on pressure that leads him to stall. Whoa, a gift from the death. It's only Haku, though. It's Haku in a turret. Not quite as big as... nothing's really left to deal with the Far now.
Yeah, and that will mean Saudi Arabia is going to take the lead percentage-wise. Finland can come back into this with a beat whenever they want. Molten Core is being used.
That time, the Boop gonna get the BAP. No, last-minute footwork saving it. Sana, though,
He's
able to get Yubi.
booping the BAP. Sorry. It's early.
No. It's, you know what? It's worth Yubi the finds Vistola. 70% for Saudi Arabia right now. Finland, they need to reset, or this is going to get away from them fast. They have really just one good fight left here, Hex. And, again, operation number one. Don't tie the Yazan and trying to get to the point.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with this pressure, too, is it just puts so much onus on, like... Right now, Finland has to worry about, like, how do we even get in? How do we get in without losing people right now? So everyone's got to stay in the defense matrix, and now you're in, but now, Saudi Arabia knows exactly where you are, actually spy checking right there. And now you got to walk into a white room just taking damage-boosted rockets.
Well, it's all or nothing. Window comes down. Finland cannot lose this fight, or the map is over. Yazan working on the outskirts, and look, Finland, they did put more bodies on the point. They got control, but Saudi Arabia has percentage to burn here. Like, this is okay. They just need to win the fight. They can give up a little bit on the point. Vistola right now, focusing on the point. He's taking shelter from the Far as Sana was able to get Yubi. Yubi again, getting picked off early in a lot of these fights. Now, it's once more up to the Far to try and bring things back, but you don't have the other DPS threat there, so a lot more pressure on Yazan in these situations where the Torb is out of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're running the Torb just to throw more angles at it, right? So the carry is obviously this Pharah Mercy combo, and so Torb can throw two different angles, be a distraction, just put down a little extra damage here and there so a team can't just full focus on this. This barrage could be enormous.
Kitsune used by Saudi Arabia. This is their time to make something happen. Yazan looking for shots, not quite hitting here just yet. Going high risk, high reward flank here into the building. Ground Farah trying to get the BAP. No! Haku ends up dying. Sana able to grab him with the grenade. Here comes Yazan to the back, uses the barrage, pays for it with his life, and Finland has just about brought this back. Yazan wasn't able to find anything for such a long time. Vistola cleaning house on the point. Bomb in reserve if needed, 99 to 99. And Saudi Arabia may be falling here on map one. It's been close, but they lost control and the Finns are nearly there.
They lost control, and it seemed like Yazan just got a little bit impatient going for that flank on the right-hand side. Was never able to get value, and what it ended up doing was leaving Haku in a really, really bad spot, and they picked off Haku over there. So, yeah, the high risk, high reward of coming down over the top of the shelter into that room. I think if he saw, I don't know, a barrage there, maybe get something done, but they had just beat it. There was an immortality field. There's a cast there, and the new nade was able to get the Farah. The nade with limitless range, which tracks an enemy for 1 second and within 1.5 meters. totally fine. Everyone loves it. But yeah, able to get Haku there, and every time Haku goes down, I mean, it's just, Yazan is going to follow. Really entertaining though. I was entertained.
Yeah, I mean, also Haku's just a tough position there because like Yazan stayed on that side for so long that like the only angle Haku had to like fly over the Yazan was like in an area that like made it very likely that Haku would just like get hit. And it's hard to say like, oh man, I can't believe that happened at the very end because like Yazan was on point for every fight except that one. But Saudi Arabia was relying on good fire play so much in their strategy. As you say, the Torb was like just kind of a distraction that anything less than far perfection over the entirety of the map meant that Saudi Arabia was going to lose with how they were playing.
Yeah, and honestly, more than once, Torb did, maybe not willingly, but like gave their life so that they could res or they could get in a better position, right? So like they were going all in on the Pharah Mercy strategy, which it looked really good. It was a really strong strategy. Some nice adjustments from Finland though too, but I honestly want to call it towards the end. It seemed like almost an unforced error to go fight in a room against a BAP and a Cass as Pharah Mercy, where I think if you kind of just stay a little bit further away and just rain damage, eventually they have to come out. So but still really close. I mean, these matches have been so absolutely close. Like even our first match of the day has been crazy. So yeah, I mean, it's Control. We only saw a non-Pharah Mercy composition from Saudi Arabia for the very first fight on Mecha Base.
It's about 2 seconds all in all. I'm not sure that was the official timer, but close enough, I say, from overall we saw. But yeah, I mean, look, we went into this saying, we could expect pretty much anything from Finland. Well, it looks like Hex, they brought their A game, but Saudi Arabia, there was a lot of hype for them coming on in. Will they be able to bounce back? We're going to find out in just a short break. From 2016 to 2023, Finland continuing to be a force to be reckoned with in the Overwatch World Cup. Saudi Arabia coming in as the favorites by many people, finding their match and more. It was a very, very close contest, Hex, between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it actually could not have been closer. Every map that we have cast so far today has come down to the final fight. So it's been a real good one. Now, reminder of the format, this is Group B. Only 2 teams will come out of Group B. We expect one of these 2 teams to be on the top, perhaps both, but a loss early on in your first match does not bode well. Only best of 3 or first to 2. So next map is going to be critical, and because of the format, Saudi Arabia will be picking the next map. It will be either Escort or Hybrid. Escort, there's Circuit Royale, Watchpoint Gibraltar, and Havana. Hybrid, there's Kings Road, Numbani, and Blizzard World to choose from. Numbani, going to the lab. Makes sense to me.
The one and only. And you might wonder, it's like, what do you mean the lab? It's like, well, if you didn't watch early Overwatch, Numbani, you know, especially for a time in the formative times, was probably the map where you saw just the most variance in strategy. I mean, teams would try anything on multiple different points. Compositions would swap heavily on multiple different points. To some extent, the map still has those qualities, but you know, there was a point in time where that was all Numbani could be known for. You know, some teams actually made it their specialty. The old Reunited teams back in the day didn't really lose on Numbani a whole lot, but good times.
Yeah, it's funny. I've got some notes about Reunited that I was going to bring up for our next match, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, a lot of Overwatch history coming into this too. So, I mean, it's an interesting selection from Saudi Arabia. I was thinking maybe you could see Kings because you can run off our Mercy on Kings for some of it. Not all of it necessarily, but Numbani makes a little bit of sense. Now, we also don't even know if Saudi Arabia is going to make some substitutions. Like we mentioned, they have a very deep bench, so we'll look going forward once we get into game who's actually on these rosters.
Yeah, and you know, it's a little bit of a surprise going here and there, where we get to find out at the same time as the viewers. Well, as far as you know, anyways, broadcast-wise, we're a few minutes ahead, but you know, that's just the benefit of living in the future, as it turns out.
I never noticed all the Sigma insignia on this map before.
No. Also, look at, there's a lot of gold on Numbani. Like, this is a rich city, is all you have to know. But take a look, we do have a sub in from Saudi Arabia. The Torb player we saw before subbed out now for Quartz. So
yeah,
and that's the only change.
UB's out, Quartz is in. Yeah. Quartz, I think, is a fantastic player. So that makes a ton of sense. So Finland's going to be on the defense. They're going to get an early scout here from Cloud. And it looks like we're going to have a pause.
I love it. You know, at some point we didn't do like stretch goals here, like, you know, something along the lines of like Hex will shave his head after the 15th pause. But
you know, yeah, you know, fine, I'm for it. Well, I mean, I think, you know, we could do something that could add to the prize pool, right? So, you know,
yeah.
It is kind of crowd-funded. You know, I'm getting up there in years, but luckily my hair's still sticking around. So if I shave my head, it could come back. Although it's not necessarily a gamble I want to be taking. Maybe I'll shave my sideburns or something, or shave nothing but the sideburns and pull off like the Wolverine look. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Wolverine look could go, especially if you ever complete your dream of just living out in the forest alone one of these days.
Dude, that is my dream, actually. All right, we're back in the game here, and instead of a Pharah, we are going to see an Echo. It makes a ton of sense. Echo on the side of Finland, too, for the defense. And yeah, like I said, Quartz coming in, no surprise, Quartz a very, very talented damage player. There it is.
And as you say that, very talented at taking Echoes out of the sky. Resurrection's got to be there, but still, big tempo edge here to Saudi Arabia early on. And Sada just goes down again. Quartz gives his life for it, but rough time to be an Echo for Finland right now. 4v4, Rezga come up here on Quartz, Saudi Arabia, working down the 5v4, going to secure the high ground. And you just see this Echo pressure coming in, going to be forcing Pistola back. And this right now is unrelenting pressure. Masa goes down, and the DPS of Saudi Arabia have no chill, Hex.
No, Quartz is such a talented damage player that I really was a little bit surprised we didn't see him in the very first map. Yubi did okay in the role that was expected to play, but that is a very quick take from Saudi Arabia. Finland's going to switch things up. Sauna is now on Tracer, so Finland's going to go this Tracer Sombra kind of dive composition. Usually we saw like Tracer Sombra with a Winston, but I guess, you know, Vistola is just a much better diva than is a Winston, so not a surprise here.
I do love it's like one round on Echo going, yeah, I'm not dealing with that. I'm going back to Tracer. Like, no thanks. That's enough for me. We'll see if the swap up, though, pay some dividends. Clearly going to be looking for Quartz a little bit more. Quartz, meanwhile, 3 shots onto the Ana. 1 head would have ended it there. Now, though, coming in from the side, taking away control of the building here. Just forcing Finland back into the street as Masa goes down. I was going to say Masa maybe gets out, but no. KSA just finishes that where it stands. And, you know, Hex, one thing Nabani is also known for, unrelenting momentum if point A goes well.
Yeah, some people do not like that fact about Nabani. If you get A rather well and there's a decent setup there, you're probably going to go right through onto point B. There is going to be a contest from Finland. Finland needs to stay alive long enough to get this EMP out.
Sana has a hit on him from basically everyone saw here. Sana just going down first every fight right now. Got hit by a Kiriko shot, and Cloud takes down Quartz, but Majed is just going wild. DPS Kiriko making its presence known as Saudi Arabia just pushes forward, gets point B in record time, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. This is a slaughter so far.
Yeah. As I mentioned in the opening, no one doubts Sir Majed's mechanics. One of the most mechanically gifted flex DPS that, I think I've ever seen, just as far as aim goes. Just some of the best aim on both the Zenyatta and obviously the Kiriko now too. So really well played there. And there's been no answer from Finland. I thought like maybe they were going to come back in and try to use this EMP to get something done. Quartz, I think, kind of sniffs out the Sombra here a little bit.
Cloud
KSA's in trouble.
It's EMP. See if the fall through is going to be there. And Saudi Arabia.
They lived through it.
Yeah, they're able to back out. Like, it's a really good disengage. Fall through from Finland wasn't there. I don't think Sana really had sight lines at all. And now, Saudi Arabia ready to move forward again. Rampage going to be coming out here from KSA. And it's a big one. Hits 3. Is fall through going to be there? They're still able to get Quartz, but Sana falling in turn. However,
hits 3 forces the beat. But that should be a stabilization from Finland.
Yeah, Finland played around it pretty well. I mean, they did need the beat, but all in all, able to stop it. And, you know, we go deep into Nabani lore. Hex, the other Nabani lore is no matter how well your point A and point B go, sometimes teams just get stuck at C.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough one to actually close out a little bit. You know, like Finland, I don't know. They just kind of need to clean up this composition a little bit because Sauna can be a really good player, but that last EMP was like in a room and not just like it was like in a smaller part of a room within a room. Like there was almost going to be no way they could follow up on that. So got to clean up some of these EMPs for Finland.
Right, Saudi Arabia ready to go once more. Izan holding on to the duplicate. Finland looking really low from the poke between both teams. Cloud goes down, Immortality Field. Not enough to save, but I think it walked out of it. Vistola gang super, super low. Masa, though, able to take down Izan on the side, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Saudi Arabia looking pretty healthy here on the point. The resurrection comes on in, back up to a full 5, and Finland, they just got poked down so hard at the start of the fight that it really wasn't much of a fight. 3 minutes left to go, and this one could be over already on the attack.
Yeah, Cloud is going to try to stay alive and get a miracle EMP, but that is not going to happen. This should be a closeout. Haku living on a razor's edge there right before the resurrection on Yasan, and really just almost no pressure on Yasan. And every time they did kill Yasan, it just got resurrected up. It was never really a problem for them. And yeah, I mean, again, Finland just not the most coordinated on their defense. Maybe making some of these, I don't know. It's been kind of rough to watch, but defense on Numbani can be like that. It feels like you first hold or this happens.
Yeah, and this is always a tough situation to be in after a rough defense, because you look at, and you know, it's very easy to get demoralized on point A, where, you know, Finland comes in here, Hex, and they have anything other than a quick point A take, and it starts getting to the point it's like, okay, they have like a minute 30 left. It just gets so hard to get through the rest of Numbani and get through point C, and to do so with a time bank that's like reasonable.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this could be coming into map picks as well. Like, we really need to start taking notes of where teams are going on their map pick, because it's almost impossible to practice 6 different maps constantly as a team, for Finland. So obviously Saudi Arabia is going to have the advantage here that they chose this map. It's a map that offers really good advantages for vertical heroes like an Echo or a Pharah. So that's going to be in Saudi Arabia's wheelhouse. So not super surprising here, but remember, Finland one map up. If they're able to do something here on Numbani, then they just close out the set and take a commanding lead in Group B.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Finland. Right now, we'll see if things go a little bit better for Sauna here on the Echo. Right now, still alive, so definitely a little bit better from the beginning where Quartz just immediately found him. Start things off.
They kind of got him in a weird spot, but that was big.
Yeah, that was huge. And all that went on, Quartz was able to find Cloud on the other end as well. So, early on, Finland struggling to get significant momentum here.
Well, I mean, it was such a critical hit there to back off the opposing Echo because Finland had them set up in a really nice, kind of pincer. They had them back in the corner, and it looked like the Sombra was about to set up a dive. The Sombra was in that back corner, and they were about to go in, but the sticky bombs kind of create that pressure release valve that pushes Finland back.
All right, so Finland on the attempt here once more. 3 minutes to go, and again, they need to get point A quickly here if things are going to turn out well. But Saudi Arabia just been better in the poke game here thus far.
Hitting ticks.
Saudi Arabia is willing to give up a little bit of progress right now. They're focusing more on winning the overall fight. We have the Nano go on the Sana. Sana's able to get Haku, that's huge! However, both teams down to Mercy. Vastola able to get rid of Yazan, and for Finland, you like how this fight is developing right now. You have presence on the point, you force Saudi Arabia back, KSA goes down, and this is going to be point A, and while not quite as quick, Hex, this is something you can still work with here. Finland just needs to have a better point C, and they're still very much in this.
They might get this chase too. Quartz is out in the open, gets chased down, although Sana gets punished for it. See if they get the resurrection here. Yeah, Haku goes down again. It's kind of just split up here, and this is what happens on Numbani with it. Was somehow these spawns work sometimes. Yeah, it's also, once you're committed on point A, as you saw with the cast there's almost no retreating. Trying to get back to your team, they don't want to really go through that spawn because then they'll get picked up anyway, so you want to kind of rotate around and just be playing back here. So there's no retreating. Once you lose point A, you lose everybody on that team, and you see how these staggers kind of work a little bit.
Finland now trying to make the most of it, get back on their feet after taking a little bit longer on point A. Now here we go. Ross under pressure, able to shake it and get out, but not for long. Yazan still able to chase it
meleeed?
on. Yeah, I mean, he was pretty low to be here. Then Yazan picks up another, just murdering supports in the back. And not more than anything else, is definitely going to be delaying Finland. And also,
well, we'll see where they want to set up. We'll see what Saudi, because maybe not with this composition, but you can hold spawn on Numbani second point. Yes. But composition's a little too fragile for Saudi Arabia to consider that.
I mean, also it's given how mobile this is, you don't necessarily have the area where a defense just gets run over on second that you often see. And KSA has to be careful. KSA eats a lot of poke early in these engagements, and Vastola oftentimes will use it to push for an advantage. But Saudi Arabia now taking the initiative. KSA getting low, gonna have to self-destruct to try and stay alive here. Sana, though, finishes him off. Finland, still very, very healthy. Hack goes on the Vastola and asleep. Saudi Arabia trying to return the favor of the Vastola, but not quite going to happen. Finland just taking advantage on the corners, and this should be point B for Finland. Don't really expect more delay to be coming out here.
Yeah, Cart is inching along there.
Quite literally on our screen.
Yeah, that was weird. Nope, this come pressure back in.
Really?
Big EMP.
This is very high risk, would be high reward, but right now it's looking like they're just incurring the risk. The point B is still captured by Finland, and the fall through is there. Saudi Arabia just down an EMP, and maybe that was the reason why they want Quartz to go over to the Ash, so use it, see if something happens, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think going over to the Ashe is better so far. I mean, I kind of have a whole dissertation on Sombras in Overwatch and the Overwatch League and Overwatch World Cup itself, but so far the Sombra play has not been exceptional today, so I think it makes sense, and Yazan gets two rather easily.
Yeah, that was a quick fight's over moment as Yazan just, it's off screen, but just, quickly eliminates two, and that's it. And You know, from what we're seeing right now, I think, maybe the observer's having a little bit of lag, but so far as we know, the players are good, because they would pause at the briefest moments here. Just so we're clear, I don't think the players are seeing a little bit of this jitter.
Yeah, it should be getting fixed up just now. But yeah, I don't think the players would put up with that.
Quartz just getting dove on here in the back line. Quartz goes, no way, Quartz lives. Quartz lives! What in the world? Kazan, meanwhile, mid-duplicate. Pistola goes down. I don't believe Quartz lived there.
No, I mean, there's been some exceptional saves from Saudi Arabia. The support line has just been really, really good at peeling and living on like a knife's edge here. So right now, Saudi Arabia will have the advantage going forward, even if Finland does finish the map. All right, let's see if Cloud can get something done with this EMP. As I mentioned so far, the Somber play has not been exceptional, but that's kind of been a league-wide thing and an Overwatch-wide thing.
Oh, Sana finds Majed early. Bomb comes out, but Quartz goes down. Cloud just picking him off here in the back. I mean, I think a lot of setup by Sana and Pistola, but good cleanup. Sana finding his hits. 2 minutes left to go, and that was a clean wipe here, Hex. I don't really know how long Saudi Arabia's going to be a delay here, if at all. Quartz goes in, Quartz goes out, just instantly eradicated, and that, we got ourselves a match here in Numbani. Extra rounds.
Yeah, it's only a minute finish, and, Cloud, I was right. Didn't get a great EMP. Got individual hacks and completely wrecked the team, but I was right. Yeah, it was a really nice play from Cloud and Sana to clean up that towards the end, and Finland now, they're only a minute down. That means almost nothing on Numbani. That's like half a fight. So
well, no map in the game I feel like is more notorious, aside from maybe sometimes Gibraltar, for the it's overtime. Who cares? We're just gonna stay on the cart forever and ever. And at times it can actually sabotage teams because of how overtime spawns work on point C, where you don't get a great point C defense because you die trying to stop on point B, and then it can all go downhill very quickly by the nature of how overtime pushes work. So really, for both of these teams, your key win condition here is don't give up point A. Holding point A for 2 minutes, very, very doable. And you do that, your job of winning on the Numbani becomes considerably easier.
All right, we'll see if there's any changes here. Okay, Quartz on the cast instead of an Ash. Makes sense for this first point.
A little bit of a change-up. Well, actually, I think that he did cast at the beginning of the last defense for Saudi Arabia. It was a different hero for the attack. So
yeah.
Here we go.
I mean, so this is where you want to set up on defense, but Vestola's done a good job of just pushing them off.
Quartz nearly died there. Instead of getting the early pickoff, Cloud did a way better job of pressuring. And Finland just bullies Saudi Arabia off the point. Really, really good frontline play. Methodical poke. Sana, though, goes down. Yazan right there. The res is going to be there. But Saudi Arabia immediately pressuring and not wanting to give Finland any time to reset up. And Yazan just continues to go wild. Still, though, good progress on the point for a potential point A v point A.
Yeah, you can kind of piecemeal these together. You used to see it a lot on King's Row, too, where, let's just take one segment at a time. So now with 2 ticks, Finland, and, I mean, the Nano Sauna is going to have to be big. I think that is your win condition. You Nano Sauna gets to their own duplicate. You try to get something from there. But last fight opportunity for Finland.
Also a very quick Nano build from Mikji. Just... You take a look at that. That was one fight. They only had 2 minutes to begin with here, so you have the bomb, you have the nano. They also could drop a nano onto the Stola here, be the other option, but no. They're going to drop on the Sana, as predicted, and now Finland looking to pressure through. Able to deal with Zan immediately, gets rid of the threat who was the hero in the last team fight. Finland, other than that, they're really prioritizing the point here, Hex. No greedy dives, just saying, you want to get us off the point, you come to us in the situation when it's 5 versus 4. KSA, under pressure, gets hacked. Is the fall through going to be there? Yes, going to get DMAC'd. Finland, still looking very, very healthy. Clones the Diva, the clone Diva bomb over the top! Gets 2! And Sana coming alive as Finland. Here we go, Hex. Overtime push on Numbani. You gotta love it.
Well, I mean, maybe it wasn't like super necessary to get that bomb, but yet Sauna just gets Yazan. Like I said, there's no retreating once you lose point A. There's almost none, unless you're like Tracer or Sombra and you can get out cloaked. But really, a lot of different value there for the duplicate from Echo. Early on in that fight, Yazan ended up duplicating a Mercy and died immediately. It's one of those desperation dupes, like just to try to save your life and extend it a little bit longer. But then Sauna with a much bigger value duplication. I mean, generally, like even in Overwatch 1, you wanted to duplicate tanks because tank value and ultimate value is enormous. So you really want to be duplicating D.Va in these situations when you can, not necessarily Mercy like Yazan had to.
But here we go. Overtime progress. Every fight super crucial. KSA just gets focused down immediately. EMP coming out right after, but it doesn't matter. The bomb from KSA after getting focused. Good. Finds Masa. Yazan was able to help with getting 2, and I don't think Finland will be able to keep this going. It's overtime spawns and a pretty good hold from Saudi Arabia. Not quite the iconic overtime push of old. They stopped it in its tracks.
No, totally fine for Saudi Arabia still. Yeah, it's. I just want to keep setting up the stakes because sometimes we glance over it. This is map 2 and a first to 2. If Saudi Arabia does not get further than this, they go down on their own map pick after a really well fought out control. Like I cannot overstate the value of the stakes in each one of these fights and each one of these because, again, Group B only sends 2 people through qualifiers, 2 teams. So these are 2 of the favorites in the group. But there's some teams lurking out there that losing your first qualifier match online is going to be brutal. So really a lot on the line here for Saudi Arabia to not drop their very first map pick.
Well, yeah, I mean, you take a look at this and, whoever loses this match, they have to now look at Sweden and go, we must beat Sweden or you're gone. No BlizzCon, no nothing. Like, it ends here. So, you want to have that flexibility to potentially lose to Sweden and still get into BlizzCon proper. But
yeah. Well, that said, I mean, given how close our very first match of the day was between like Turkey and Poland, who knows? I mean, really, we don't know. This is speculation. But
I mean, it's Overwatch World Cup. Anything can happen. And also here, even though Saudi Arabia had an incredible first attack. First time around here in Numbani, they're not guaranteed to get point A. You can get held on Numbani point A pretty easily. The first time around, Sana got picked off super early. I think Sana's made some adjustments here, so I don't know if we'll see that again.
Well, they're going to try to take the same angle too, because Quartz is going to play on this long sight line here as the Ashe, and they're going to kind of rotate damage boosting the Ashe and the Echo as they try to take this high ground here. Sana's in a little bit of trouble, but does get away.
Sana's playing a lot more defensive. However, while
Quartz gets the shot.
However, Quartz goes down, so Finland's down to support. Saudi Arabia down at DPS, but they're able to get the res. Both teams getting res up, so back up to 5v5. Finland, though, got poked down a little bit more, had to concede a bit of space. However, still looking for their option, and Mikji just wasn't able to get away. Yazan chases him down. Saudi Arabia's still very, very healthy here, too. So you take a look at this. This is looking like, again, a very good first attack from Saudi Arabia. And again, Hex, you think back to the last round, they didn't stop until point C, so if they do that again, we're going to a map 3.
They just prioritize the Ana early on. I mean, the Ana corner is like kind of notorious on Numbani. Ana's almost always set up in the same spot, so hitting that shot early is critical. And then when you're able to take out the Ana for the second time and there's no res, not only does that hurt your team that there's no res, but now Masa's got to run double duty trying to keep everyone alive, whereas Saudi Arabia does have a significantly higher healing output. So 90 seconds left. There's the box of victory on the ground. See what Sana ends up getting duplicate value here.
You look at the time remaining, it is only a minute 20. Finland only needs 2 fights, but those 2 fights could be really, really hard to get here. Of course, to do anything, they need to get this one here and now. Early hack on the KSA. Bob comes out from court. Saudi Arabia probably gonna burn everything to try and do this here and now. Sana, though, into the back. Uses the duplicate, ends up using Mercy, ends up getting immediately ripped out of the dupe. So very low value. Yazan sends him to the grave right after. Meanwhile, the payload moving and moving. Finland not going to stop him this time. We're going to map 3.
it seems to be the harbinger of a fight loss is when you have to duplicate a mercy. It happened to Saudi Arabia in the last stage, and now it happens. I mean, obviously, like Echoes are just like, I gotta get out. I gotta try to get out alive. What really happened there is the Bob came in at a really nice angle, and it forced the Echo around the corner to try to make a play. Echo doesn't want to be fighting that close, right? It helps with the beam to be that close, but. And he just ended up getting in a really weird spot because he could not retreat the other way. You can't go up because Bob can shoot up. Bob's really smart that way. Forced into the team and really well executed by Saudi Arabia. So they're able to take their own map. Now Finland gets a chance at their map. And maybe you want to pick something that you can't let the team get into the sky on. Because you sound it. But you know what? On the other side, like Finland matched it a lot of the time. Like they played really well in their own Echo. So, I don't know.
Well, look, I mean, if they could get them to play a Farah Torb comp again, I think you do want them to go to the sky, because I don't think the Torb part was a great aspect. But Saudi Arabia, they didn't make the change. I don't think we're going to see the Torb come on back in. And, look, Saudi Arabia, they made good adjustments here. Both teams had their moments in this map, but... the biggest thing for me in this is that Finland wasn't able to find a firm answer for point A Nambani defense. It burned them in the first round, and it definitely burned them in the overtime round where, if they were just able to get one fight on point A, it probably changes the outcome of the match entirely.
Yeah, I mean, there was some really nice stuff from Finland, even in this loss, though, and I just can't believe how close everything has been today. It has been so fun to watch, and we're going to a map 3. Going to be spectacular. It is going to be a rush map, but it is Finland's choice. Maybe you'd prefer to have the second map pick because it gives you a lot more variety, but, the game mode is rush. I think Finland might play rush.
We've been saying rush all day long.
Yeah.
Or you've been looking at my last name. I don't know. Either way.
Yeah, or a certain, Overwatch League head coach,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to get Rush on the brand, as it turns out.
Fantastic Canadian pop band. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day. And I'm just really, obviously we're going to have to take a break before we figure it out, but I'm going to try to theory craft what I think they're going to pick next. But I wouldn't be surprised maybe see Cloudy come in, play a little Reinhardt.
Well, Hex sits here and daydreams of Cloudy coming in the X Factor. We will be taking a break. When we come back, the thrilling finale to what has been a great match so far. know, it's not every day you can say something has lived up to the hype, but here today, Hex, this has lived up to the hype. Map 3, the deciding map here in our matchups here today. It is 1-2, so 3 is the max you can go. Finland and Saudi Arabia taking each other to the limit.
Hey, buddy, I don't want to interrupt you. You're muted, though. Might want to fix that real quick.
Oh, you know what? I was muted on
I can read
Discord,
your
but-
lips. I knew exactly what you said, actually. I understood every bit of it. Now, if you want to reiterate what that was.
No, the stream could hear me,
okay.
so really, it's just on you. Just imagine you heard what I said.
Oh, okay. Well, I did not hear what you said. I'm sure it was insightful and wonderful and absolutely perfect. You were just muted on my end, so my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you as it was. So yeah, that was an excellent point, and I completely agree. The interesting thing is like, what's this map selection gonna be? Push. So our options on the map pool. And I don't know if I'm repeating after what you said. Coliseo, Esperanza, and New Queen Street. So it is going to be New Queen Street. We are going to go into that map. And yeah, that's Finland's pick. And we'll see what they want.
Of course, Finland picks the map with a hockey arena on it.
I was kind of going to say that too. Yeah.
It's just like, this feels close to home. It might be Canada, but let's go with it. We love the ice.
Yeah, so I mean, the question is there going to be any roster changes for either side? And we will find that out just now. It's a good-looking statue.
Yeah, I mean, look, hockey is the theme here. Great sport, by the way. Underrated, especially in North America, but it is a little bit pricey to play.
Well, only in parts of North America. I don't think it's underrated in Canada.
No, definitely not. Any place where there's snow and cold, yeah. But yeah, it'll be exciting to see what the teams have in store here on Push. And also, remember, it is Push, so, with as close as these teams have been, whoever wins the first 1 to 2 fights, that could be it. They could be putting the other team in a hole they will not be getting out of. Also, in tracking substitutions or lack thereof, Quartz is staying in, so no UB Torb to be talked about here. Instead, it's going to be Quartz likely on the hit scan once more.
Yeah, interesting play, and also no substitutions for Finland either. So both teams just rolling with the same rosters as they did in Map 2. Yazan was momentarily on a May. Of course, that's not going to stick, as Yazan does not like to be on the ground at all, and will be switching over to the Echo.
It's one of those things where if Yazan had a dating profile, top things I hate. The ground.
Terra firma.
Not a fan. See picture of me skydiving. But as we say that, Yazan is in the sky once more, so accurate to say the least. Vistola just getting pummeled early on. Has to block and go, please heal me. But Finland in general just getting beaten up poke-wise. KSA, a little bit of counter poke. Immortality Field already using Vistola. Oh man, there's a hit out for him right now. Still, Vistola able to back up, get healed on. Saudi Arabia not able to capitalize on what could have been an early advantage. So, good poke or no, we're back to neutral. Yazan now finds Sana, and that is the beginning of what could be some momentum here on Push.
Yeah, I mean, the sustain was there for a while for Finland, but eventually just breaking through. A nice knife from KSA, able to finish off the remainder of the big healing for Finland. And, it's going to be an issue for Finland when you're on this rush that if you end up losing your Baptiste early, you're just in trouble. You just don't have the healing anymore. So while Finland was able to sustain through a lot of that, it is Saudi Arabia that will take the first fight. Finland with 20 meters, though, is interesting because you wonder if they're going to come back and try to push this maybe a person down just to not give up the lead, which is just so critical in Push.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to contest it in time. Like, you look at where they're at right now.
Close.
Well, maybe they don't care. They don't care. They realized, we want a better fight. If we can only get 20 meters, we're probably going to lose anyways. So they just let it be. Sana close to Deadeye. Gives up the high ground, goes down, says, I smell tank blood. Takes down KSA at the aid of Vistola. Deadeye here in the back. Looking at Yazan, who goes, wait a second, maybe I don't want to be here. Looking for the Mercy. Mercy's able to get the res, but it comes at a cost.
That was ambitious.
Meanwhile, Sana going to the back a little bit, clean up near the push point. Yanza, though, Yazan able to get Sana, and still a threat. Cloud gets Sermajet, a little bit of a dink from the icicle straight to the head. Blizzard ready to go, looking for KSA once more. Won't be a res this time as Masa finishes his plate. And Finland, they're going to be able to push right back up. I don't know if they'll get to 30, but it's going to be close.
Well, I think they should be able to with a couple of
Yeah.
late kills. I mean, it's going to be 5v3 right now, and they're right around the corner. It was an interesting Blizzard to take down KSA there, just to make sure the Queen goes down. I kind of don't mind it just because Queen can be one of those heroes that you think is dead and the sustain just kicks in so hard. So some change is going to come in, though. KSA going to get off of the Queen and onto the Orisa. First time we've seen Orisa today, who can be a real bully in some of these situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think for KSA, I think to stay alive. Meanwhile, for Yazan, it's like, things are going bad. What do we need to do to win? Pharah. Go Pharah. The most comfort of comfort picks for Yazan. KSA, though, getting super low again. Finland just hates tanks. The tank focus is unreal. Vistola finishes him off. The Annihilation, just a little bit too much pressure to deal with. Yazan was able to get Masa as this is going on. Still potentially a terrible fight, but not anymore. Sana clips Yazan's wings. And Finland getting really valuable progress now on the robot.
Should be able to get forward spawn here too, which is critical, but they did just lose too as Quartz comes in pretty big. Vistola is going to have to hightail it out of town.
Yep, time to leave. But, you know, for Finland, you're really happy with that. I mean, yeah, you would have liked to keep that going a little bit longer, but, you know, a push leads like this can just be the end of the game at times. We'll see if Saudi Arabia, though, can have a good fight here. Yazan over the top. Barrage immediately gets rid of Vistola. And,
Take
you know,
that.
you're not going to lose the tank fight if you have a tank and the other team doesn't. That just,
Well, I mean, you used a barrage, you got one, and you stayed alive. Like, that's the checklist right there. Like, that is a super successful barrage. And also, I mean, the target of value, taking out the opposing tank is critical. And that might lead to Saudi Arabia getting forward spawns. This has been very back and forth, but it does seem like Finland wants to contest this before they give up forward spawn.
They absolutely should, and, you know, part of that is going to be if Cloud can just get the Blizzard up in time. Mixi, though, goes down, and, yeah,
That's
they
all the
immediately
sustain.
invest the Blizzard. They get KSA down. Sana gets Haku. No more lifeline here for Yazan. If Sana can just stay alive a little bit longer. Yazan, though, finishes him off. I think, though, Finland did enough damage overall that doesn't really matter. They're able to keep control, able to push things back.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the Mercy goes down, you're just in trouble, and I'm actually surprised that Yazan was able to live through that. Surprised Vistola didn't kind of take him down. So, really, Yazan's going to initiate, you know, I kind of want to see... Yeah, KSA has gone back to the Junker Queen, really struggling on the tank play so far. Like, it just has been kind of bullied out no matter what he's played.
I mean, KSA just needs to find something that he won't die first on right now because Finland has been pressuring tanks specifically. Masada went down first in this fight. They lose the ability to speed up, and KSA, a little bit of quick revenge aided by Yazan, and you know, you lose one person that early in the fight, and things can just snowball as Finland, they're going to be bringing this right back the other way.
It's just a mastery
sorry,
of the Farah kit, excuse me, for Freezon. To jump on the back line and then watch Immortality Field come down, hit a perfect concussive blast to knock out people out of Immortality Field, get the panic going in them, try to finish it off. It's just an absolute mastery of the hero to a level I've almost never seen.
Another key fight coming up here. Kitsune Rush from Majed early on, and again, you see the early barrage just uses it to confirm a kill. It's exactly what you should be doing on Farah. Saudi Arabia giving themselves a big edge here, getting very close to equalizing, 51 to 57. Yazan just isn't stopping, finds Masa, rocket after rocket. Gonna be putting Vistola back in spawn as well, and 57 to 52. I think Saudi Arabia is gonna take the lead here. Hex is 3 minutes and 40 seconds remain.
Oh, they absolutely are. And now Quartz is going to play front and get this pressure, and there is going to be a bob here. Like this, well, I mean, they're tied right now, but this should be able to lock them in the lead. And Saudi Arabia has a legitimate chance to finish here if they don't get picked off early.
Bob coming up from Fort Saudi Arabia really wants to just keep up the momentum here if they can. Beat down from Masa, well timed, save Sana from dying. Cloud meanwhile finds Quartz. Finland 5v4 now. Vistola holding on to the bomb. You know, if you're Finland, you want to be economical here. You have a long push to go the other way. KSA now, enemy number one gets hacked. The focus can be there. No. Meanwhile, Yazan finds Vichy. Masa gets Majed on the other end, and KSA says, I'm still invested, uses the Rampage. The Saudi Arabia, they don't want to give this up. Sponzo from Finland are coming right back in here, Hex, in what is becoming a very scrappy fight.
Yeah, now that Saudi Arabia has the lead, they're going to switch over to a Sombra too, which is kind of an interesting pick. It allows you to kind of just take these fights wherever to maybe get some back cap pressure, to just put pressure on to the payload. And, you know, with being up 20 meters, you kind of just want to stall. You're fighting clock now.
Yeah, at this point for Saudi Arabia, you're okay losing a fight so long as it takes a long time. You know, it's going to take Finland at least 2 fights in all likelihood to bring this back. So you can lose this fight, just make it take a long time. But of course, winning a fight would be better. Sana, though, gets Majed early, Hex. It's huge.
Yeah, that's really rough. Now there's almost no healing on the ground. They're going to get the resurrection in, though. But it does mean that
Stick.
Haku goes down.
Yeah, KSA
Sana's
goes down
having
after.
himself a life.
Finland's been doing a really good job of punishing these reses here. I feel like half the time Haku goes for a res, you know, it's a blood sacrifice. It's life for a life in a lot of situations. But Finland, they get the fight they need. They're moving forward. Saudi Arabia, not really a huge edge at all into the next fight. I mean, the big thing is going to be EMP. You know, if the EMP can set up the barrage is the #1 thing, but Finland can also set the tempo with the Nano.
Now you have to
go.
be really worried.
Oh
The movement
boy,
is
he
just
doesn't miss these
so
too often.
excellent.
Looking for McG. No way! He's living! How is McG alive? No, not anymore. Hakudo goes down at the same time. Both teams have support. Yazan running for his like 9 HP! Yazan's alive. How in the world? But Yazan's also very far out of the fight. That is still going on. Meanwhile, Vistola, I think, was off hunting for Yazan in what turned out to be a split fight. Both teams a little bit scattered. 1 minute left to go, and there's the pause.
Well, why not?
I mean, how can you end a map 3 with 1 minute left to go if you didn't have the pause? Is the real questions you gotta ask yourself.
Yeah, we'll see if it's if the players are experiencing some stutter or lag. I know our engineering department's been working on a couple of things here to try to bring you guys the best product possible. But, you know, whatever. It's just a pause in one of the most critical moments of the map so far. It has been kind of weird. Like, these fights are happening all over the place, and I think, like, what really exemplifies that is, you know, where Yazan ended up being, and then, you know, it's trying to bop himself around and all over the place, but been playing really well. And the peel from Finland has been really, really good up to an extent. I think it's just Yazan has relentless pressure, whereas like most Pharos would shoot like 2 rockets at that Ana, and then be like, oh, well, the Diva's there and they're getting peeled. Yazan just pumps in like 2 more and ends up getting the kill. So it's been kind of crazy. Up 20 meters and in control of the cart is Saudi Arabia, or the robot. And yeah, see how this one goes down. We're only 40 seconds left. A single one fight from Saudi Arabia could close out this series.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia just needs 1. Finland needs 1 and some change here, depending on how this pans out. Probably closer to 2 at this point. Yazan getting support. Meanwhile, Vistola says, I hate Mercy. Kill the Mercy. Kills the Mercy with the aid of Vikshi. Meanwhile, Yazan says, I don't need a lifeline. Life for a life once more. Takes down both supports on his own. A solo mission successful. And Finland now desperately without heals. Vistola, though, moving on forward. Finland can't really back out a whole lot here. 10 seconds left to go. Yazan, the threat yet to be dealt with, gets Vistola, doesn't let him remech. This could be the end for Finland, as Yazan cannot be stopped.
I mean, generally Diva's a really solid counter to the Pharah, but Yazan is really good at cleaning up these DMEC pilot Divas. Like, it's been happening all series. Masa is trying to desperately keep his team alive and up into this.
How long can they delay is the question here. Finland is scattered. Masa just gets crunched, and that is it. Saudi Arabia pulls it on out. But you gotta say here, Hex, Finland gave them one heck of a fight, and it was just great Overwatch across the board.
Yeah, it always comes down to like just 1 or 2 fights, and I think it was, you know, one of the last times, and Masa sometimes will end up winning these, but so Yazan went to dive the Ana again, as always, you know, after the Ana killed his Mercy, and then he went to get revenge, Montoya style, goes in there, takes down the Mercy, and then for whatever reason, as Yazan is on Mega Pack, Masa just comes rolling through the door as Lucio, and like that's the second, like it just made no sense, and there were so many times Masa died where he was like 2 feet away from Yasan, which I guess is like how you have to play it as Lucio if you want to try to get some damage, but he comes in late. That means that Lucio's not allowed to taxi the rest of his team back or give any sort of heals, and then that ends up being a one-sided fight, and so the D.Va can't go in, and Yasan still has free reign. But we talked about a little bit of the meta coming into today, and I was like, man, I think we're going to see some Pharah and Mercy, just because some teams, have some specialists and things like that, but I didn't expect to see 99% of the match to be Pharah Mercy. I guess there was Echo. I'm counting Echo into the Pharah family. But yeah, it's not surprising what Saudi Arabia did. A little surprising Finland was able to deal with it as well as they did, actually.
Yeah, and we look at some of the highlights here. Sana having moments, but at the end of it, just dealing with an enormous threat in Yazan's Pharah, where you talk about people as they pay attention to the meta. The average player going to a game, keeps informed, goes, okay, here's what I should play. Yazan just has a page permanently locked where it's like, what's meta? And it's a wall with nothing but pictures of Pharah. That is how Yazan probably operates on this game. Just given the fact is like, what to play? Pharah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, or speaking of we talked about Wolverine, but like the Wolverine meme, just a picture of Pharah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, fantastic game so far today, and I mean, it's only going to get better. But yeah, I mean, you have to give a lot of credit to, like I said, Haku, which I thought maybe his worst map was the last one, going for really aggressive resurrections, but that's kind of the nature of push, where if you get that res off, then your team is still in it, and if not, you're at least delaying, so it wasn't that bad. But early on, especially at that Lijiang Tower, Haku played amazingly well on the Pharah, so we're going to talk about Yazan because that's in the kill feed and you're the one hitting rockets, but you're only half of the duo there, so I'd like to give credit to some of the Mercies there. The rest of the team picked it up really well, and I mean, Finland's still a very, very dangerous team, because as much as I think Masa made a few mistakes there towards the end, you're Lucio versus Pharah, it's not going to be awesome. Masa also had game and match winning plays, especially on Lijiang Tower early on. So this Finland team has a ton of talent, and this is the upper echelon of Group B, Saudi Arabia and Finland. So we'll see Sweden in a little bit, and also some other teams, but yeah, Group B is looking really strong.
Speaking of other teams, coming up next is going to be Norway taking on Sweden. The action is going on all day long here at the Overwatch World Cup. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We just watched the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia take 2 straight games after losing one to Finland to take it 2-1 and proceed in our round robin. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for EMEC. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and of course joined by ZP and Hex. Man, aerial superiority. ZP, I think you said it best. I wasn't expecting Pharah for 99% of the match, or maybe it was Hex. I really couldn't tell you which one of you said that, but that's exactly what I was thinking, you know? This is a pick that generally has a lot of problems, especially in organized play, ZP. How did he make it work?
Oh, he made it work just hit all your shots forehead, pretty much. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, it's the very thin line between feast and famine on Pharah, right? You're either landing enough rockets to immediately take people out and not dying, or you're not quite hitting as much and you just simply fall over and you look like you're completely ineffective. Like, you have to just hit a certain threshold of lethality that most people don't nowadays because, you know, Pharah hasn't been meta as often. People don't spend really as much time dedicated to the character, but, you know, for someone of his caliber, it's one of those things where, hey, I can make it work. It's a hero I'm very, very comfortable with, and, you know, Yazan just made it work. Simple as that.
I think hitting shots is a big part of it too, but to me, the thing that really separates great Pharah gameplay is always the movement and the concussive blasts. Just being able to control where other players are and where you are, because especially with the way Overwatch is developed, and I spoke about this very early on, I think in our first match, the game has gotten a lot more sustainable. There's a lot more healing that goes on. The tanks are a little bit stronger. There's mitigation. There's immortality fields. There's so much that a Pharah can't just sit back there and poke away and hope that one of your rockets hits and eventually you get a kill. So what Yazan does, and by extension the rest of his team and the Mercy with them, is noticing those windows where now it's concussive blast in and I'm on you. And you saw it time and again with like remeching D.Va. Like that was the big thing for me. You would see like the D.Va get played and like going down and D.Va thinks she's safe. All of a sudden, bam, in there with concussive and down. How we got closed the distance on Masa, was closing the distance on people, and also knocking people out of immortality field, knocking people into walls so that those splash damage is better. Like, yeah, hitting shots is important and staying alive is important, but you can't play passively as Pharah anymore. You have to take the fight to him, and I think that's what the game that he played was so excellent at.
Yeah, high in the sky, Yazan has managed to stay a mainstay of the Pharah gameplay from really day one of Overwatch. So, you know, adapting to the times is no problem for him. But with that match out of the way, definitely one of our best matches of the day. We have a lot more action just around the corner. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. I believe for our third match of the day today, we've got Norway versus Sweden. Of course, following that, Iceland versus Germany, Belgium versus Great Britain, Italy versus France, and at 12 p.m. Pacific, the Netherlands versus Spain. So going on into Norway versus Sweden here, ZP, Hex, thoughts on players, thoughts on what we've seen so far throughout the day. Obviously, the meta is still yet to settle, and we've seen some very interesting picks so far, but, you know, Norway versus Sweden coming up. What are your high-level thoughts here?
I mean, my high-level thoughts are pretty low-level. Kevster heads, Kevster win game, like, and also Sparker. But I do think that there's a potential that we just go into this and we see Kevster just put up, you know, 3-4 eliminations, you know, every other team fight. I do think it could be that sort of match, but as we've seen today, teams can be surprising.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you would favor Sweden just looking at the DPS line. When you're second DPS, like by a pretty significant margin as Sparker, you're doing pretty good. I mean, Kevster is just that good. Kevin Pearson or Person, which is what a robot would call themselves if they name themselves. Just saying, Kevster might be an AI. It's very possible. I guess on the other side of things, we can talk a little bit more about it. Like, Norway does have some players with experience. Psycho and Isaac have competitive experience, but the guy I'm looking at is a guy that, man, he's been around since 2016. His Oni God has been around forever. Yep. I mean, you want to talk about experience that you've had. Like, he was on a team called Nordic Alpha. I don't know if you remember that team, CP. That was way back. But obviously, like, he was on Reunited, did a brief stint with the Dallas Fuel, Paris Eternal, before, like, officially retiring earlier this year. And, like, that's kind of what's great about World Cup is that players will, like, come out of retirement because it's like, well, I get to play for my country. Like, it's a completely different thing. So Norway has some players, and, like, I think the strategy is obvious. It's like we have to check Kevster first, and we have to hope that Sparker doesn't pick up the slack when you do that. So I think that's what we're seeing. But Sweden could just run through it just because they have two, not only Overwatch League level DPS, but like top of Overwatch League.
Right, absolutely. Well, ZP and Hex, I believe the players are getting ready to rock, so I'm going to leave you guys with the match. Norway versus Sweden just around the corner.
All right, we are getting into it, and we're going to be looking at Norway first. So I'm willing to go down Onigod memory lane with you, because I think it was Onigod that I think filled in for one of the old Apex tournaments. Apex, the Korean Overwatch tournament, specifically, where I think it was. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Kib, maybe, who like at the time like didn't feel comfortable with travel, and then like Onigod I think filled in short notice for United. It was something along those lines. My memory might be fading at this point, but.
Sure.
Man,
I mean, it's very
things.
possible. I just like, yeah, it's. I was looking at it. I'm like, God, is that the same Onigod from way back in the day? And I was just end up looking at the resume, and it starts in like September of 2016. Of course, was like a mainstay on Toronto esports when Toronto esports was like a big thing. Has been all up and down. Had time on Envy, time on Fuel, time on Paris. Just a player who seems to love to play. Because like just we'll take anything really. Like we'll like play for any team, just waiting for the chance. So definitely a player. When I think of Onigod, I think of like. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else, perhaps, but I always thought of the Genji being one of his best players.
You're correct. No, it was Genji. 100%.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to not see a ton of Genji. Might have to play Tracer just to try to check Kevster on Tracer, which is a monumental.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Kevster, we got our Sweden roster here where, Sweden has retooled a bit. Again, Sweden's progression over Overwatch World Cup history is very, very interesting to me because, you go back in time enough. There was a period of time, believe it or not, that they were the favorite to win the Overwatch World Cup in 2016 before the reality of Korea being extremely good at Overwatch crashed upon the community, rather coldly. But, then in future years, they kind of fell off a bit as they sort of had an aging roster where they didn't reinvent. But now you look at it, the DPS line alone should be scaring you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what everyone's looking at. Also, I mean, experienced tank play in Lulsish. Lulsish has been around for quite a long time. I think he's had issues with maybe a visa of some sort that ended up with his unceremonious exit from the league. I think this story is Kevster and Sparker. Everyone knows that, and I mean, I think I'd be surprised if they didn't end up like kind of carrying this match, and that's what makes Group B so scary, is that like we just saw two of the best teams in Group B go toe to toe in Saudi Arabia and Finland, and you expect both of them to maybe get out of group, but that means Sweden doesn't get out of group. Do we really expect Sparker and Kevster to not get out of group like this? It's kind of crazy. And then you've got a lot of wild cards like, Norway and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, but I think this one on paper, maybe just because I didn't know enough about like Poland and Turkey, but this one on paper seems like it should be Sweden, right?
Yeah, on paper, for whatever it's worth in this tournament, where again, historically, you never know in the Overwatch World Cup, but on paper, it does seem like Sweden's probably going to come on through, and production kind of talks their ear and like, we're actually a little bit behind schedule today. Didn't expect it. This may be the game that gets us back on schedule to the listed times here, Hex, because on paper at least, there's a pretty overwhelming advantage for Sweden, but there's a reason why the teams play the game, and it's because you don't know until they actually play, and that's where upsets and the unexpected can truly happen. So I'm just curious to see what happens.
Yeah, so obviously we're going to kick it off on Lijiang Tower. I'm actually just mostly curious to see what we're going to end up playing here as far as like comps. I would expect Kevster to just play Tracer, and then maybe Sparker playing the Sombra, right? Would that seem correct to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's multiple things. I also wouldn't be surprised to see, like, Kevster just go on the Cassidy with some of the hype around, like, hey, just play Cass. He's really good.
Yeah.
Just play Cass. Like, if you're feeling good about your single-shot hit scan, even though I would probably expect the Tracer, play whatever in this regard. I think that with Kevster, there's a lot of things Kevster can play, and it's going to go well regardless of what Kevster plays. So, but right now it is looking like the Tracer as we head into the control center.
Yeah, Norway is looking like they're playing something kind of interesting here. Like, this is a little bit of a hybrid. This looks like kind of the Saudi Arabia comp, actually.
Only God, land the icicle. One shot Kevster, that's all I want to say.
So, Kevster's so good, you're actively rooting against him. That's
Yeah,
not
well,
cool,
no,
man.
it's more so I just want to see the Oni God come back here. That's the... Oh, there it is! I've willed it into existence, Hex. That's it, that's the peak. But yeah, it's pretty much the only way Norway was going to win the fight.
As someone who plays like 95% Tracer, Icicles are the worst thing that's ever been added in this game. I hate it so much.
I don't normally predict to be like, man, I hope this player does this. But in this case, I did. It worked out, and I'm good.
Well, I mean, that's a really nice start for Norway to be in control of this, especially when you're going to opt for the kind of the Echo Mercy style, where you're kind of going to be squatted up, where your Echo Mercy is going to be alone-ish. To have control of the point is really important.
Kevster now also going to be on their event, control the point or not. Right now, just general poke. I think building more towards pulse than anything else right now, rather than going for anything specific. Just pressure on the tank. Sparker, though, goes down. Wolschusa finds his counterpart. 93% to Kevster the pulse bomb. Here we go. Psycho over and in off the duplicate. And Sweden, just good poke here. Nothing too flashy to open this up.
No, and the duplicate comes in late, doesn't get anything done, so Sweden will be able to take that one back. And yeah, I mean, this is just the Sombra Tracer makes a ton of sense, just because that's what the league's meta was for quite a while. So it just seems like if Sparker and Kevster are going to come in after playing mostly in the league, like they just would be like what they're most comfortable with. So yeah, it's, as long as they have the comms going, like it can be a devastating combination.
Kevster now in the back. The threat here, not so much the poke, but the pulse bomb in reserve. For now, going around the other end. Blizzard
Pulse bomb that made.
coming out from Oni God. Nope, pulse bomb not going to do too much. JP able to find Lolcius, and Norway playing very well around their Nay, around their tanks right now. Very close to getting the reflip, unless Sweden can get a pick off here. Psycho in over the top, finishes off Sile. Sparker, though, in the other end. It doesn't matter, as Psycho kind of coming alive here, Hex.
Yeah, it looks really nice, and I mean, kind of one of the byproducts of playing against a Sombra Tracer is that your team is going to stay a little bit closer together, so when they come in for this dive, when they come in for the hacks, it gets very difficult to isolate a target because the peel is already there. You see it even with, like, the Echo Mercy, is they're never too far away. Now, part of that is that the map is a little bit condensed, but it's been working really well against this kind of hack dive composition that Sweden's trying to run.
EMP comes out real early. Psycho able to get the duplicate off. Oni God, though, finds the BAP! A quick pick off from Oni God. Backed up the other way. Isaac able to move forward, and the support line of Sweden is just getting demolished right now, Hex. I don't think the DPS can bring this back.
Now, in a free MP from Psycho there, too, duplicating the Sombra, able to finish that one off. And at 85%, it's going to be rough, because even if they get in here, they're going to have to end up playing against a Blizzard momentarily, so that can just really lock down the point entirely. They're going to have to try to sneak a Sombra in here just to get a touch, because that wall's coming up.
Wall just got sent up by Oni God, who's been playing very consistent here. You know, again, love to see a veteran player come in, play consistently, gets the BAP! 2 icicles from Oni God, showing he still has it. And Sweden now, without a whole lot of healing. Kevster not able to find a pickoff. Norway coming in hot, 99-54. Salo was able to get Psycho. That's massive pick for the BAP. Lolcius able to slow it down a little bit. Transcendence in from Sweden. All in on the point. They need to reflip it here and now. Rez came back up the Psycho. Isaac was able to get Kevster. The Orisa catches Kevster's Tracer. And Norway, as Isaac just goes to town! This is unreal.
One of the downsides of Sweden's composition is your Tracer and your Sombra are almost never going to be with your team. Like, they're always gone, so it kind of leaves your backline extremely vulnerable. Lucio, Zen, not a ton of healing anyway, so you see Lolcish getting punished on it too. I mean, if you just look at the pure healing numbers, JP and Mimio are going to have so much more sustain on it. So if you're not getting extreme value in controlling the tempo of the game with the Tracer and the Sombra, you're leaving the rest of your squad pretty exposed. And you saw it happen to Lolcish time and time again. Just kind of got bullied out a little bit. So yeah, going to the Winston makes a little bit of sense here. Like, if you're gonna do this Tracer Sombra, like, do the Tracer Sombra. Don't do half of it.
Also, you know, we talked a lot about the DPS of Sweden and also, you know, Welsish and his pedigree. But, you know, one thing there, and, you know, they're players that, you know, I'm not as familiar with, but you look at the support line, Norway was doing a really good job of punishing the back line of Sweden there. And, you know, I wonder if that might be a little bit of an Achilles heel where, you know, don't worry as much about Kevster, just deal with the supports.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's no one to protect the supports. And, I mean, look, a Zen Lucio, you're not going to be able to protect each other anyway unless the Zen is just kind of stomping, right? You get the boop, but it's just not enough. Not with the sustain line of, like, a Mei and an Echo Mercy coming after you.
The thing I like about Norway here is that the comp they're running is just, it's consistent. You know, if Sweden doesn't get an early pickoff, Onigod, speaking of pickoffs, gets hit by the Bionade under pressure, able to stay alive. Onigod got real low. Still got away from it. Doesn't die. Psycho. Up the outskirts on the Echo. A ground Echo here. Yazan really wouldn't approve of that. Too much time onto the ground. But hey, still alive, getting supported all the while. And Norway adding on progress at that point. Sparker trying the pressure here in the back. Sparker nearly goes down, just barely translocates in time. Still really low if anyone can catch him. Isaac eats the bio name, gets healed back up. Nano Boost ready to go here for Sweden in just a moment. What's turned into a very long fight, but something Norway is okay with, Hex.
I mean, they're in control of the point. Sparker's been trying to get something done on this right side, but every time he goes in, just completely shut down by the Echo. Now finds a good target, but Ice Block is a thing.
And Onigod, he's just living. Doesn't care about Kevster poking. Kevster has had to really respect the Icicle poke and turn. Psycho finds the Ana! And Sweden just gets pushed out after the healing is gone. So's the tank and Kevster. Norway at 56% to 0. Hex, what is going on?
Well, I mean, the support line for Norway has held their own, right? So it's not been Kevster bullying down either of these supports. One, because Mimio gets to stay in the air. Two, because Kiriko is just a great duelist and was able to win that last duel. And Norway, like you said, this is a composition that doesn't rely on like super overplay or super coordination. Everyone hang out together, try to peel for each other, and just hit some shots.
Mimio got caught early, and Onigod doesn't care. Still gonna drop the Blizzard saying, do we need the Mercy? I'm gonna take down your Zen. Still, though, I think a little ambitious, and yet still enough to make Kevster burn the Pulse Bomb in seemingly one fight. But Sweden now Hex finally on the board.
Yeah. Norway needs one single fight here. They're probably going to try to use the Kitsune Rush, maybe get a duplicate in onto the Winston would be helpful as well. Sweden in a good spot, though. If I'm Sweden, I really want to try to initiate this early on with Sparker if I can. Try to get a fight with just an EMP.
I mean, I think that's the play here. Be as efficient as possible. And
Yeah,
as I
there's
said,
the dive.
Welsish, the follow through on the... You know, Kevster pushed that 8% of the way. Welsish just smacked the rest. Sweden looking very, very healthy right now. And this is good. This is a solid, economical fight for Sweden and something they needed to get back into this. They need, like, 2 more of those.
Well, which is good because they still have an EMP. I think Sweden just can't be playing passive here now that you're in control. Like, you can't be playing passive on this composition anyway. It just doesn't work that way. You don't want to let Norway go get set up on the point because the map editor in May is going to be able to cut off half of the dive paths for you. So I would like to see Sweden stay aggressive here. Yeah, that's it. God, Kevster's so good.
I mean, you lose the Mercy immediately, essentially for free in that situation. The rest of your push, I mean, you know, there's part of you that almost wonder, is it time to jump off the ledge here and go for the reset? Psycho, though, is able to get Sparker, so...
Good trade.
You know, Norway, they don't really like giving away fights for free here, and that might pay off. Kevster in the back here, has the Pulse Bomb, probably willing to invest it now if need be. Waits out the Orisa ultimate, goes forward, goes for the stick, not playing around. Easy stick, one and done. 82% now for Sweden, and... You know, Norway took a gamble here. Psycho gets 2, and it's sort of paying off here, Hex. They've gone on to a point. They're close to a reflip. Kevster goes down, and this scrappiness from Norway really unexpected so far.
Yeah, they're going to stick in it too, and if they can stay alive long enough to get both the Mercy and the Mei in here, they should be able to lock it out, like, rather easily, and they will do just that. The sustain on the point is really good as Isaac stays alive, and now it's going to be very difficult for Sweden to come in. They're going to have a Primal, though.
They touch the point, and yeah, Welsish should be able to get Primal here. 99%. Where they go. Onigod, though, drops the Blizzard offensively. Gets rid of the Lucio. Again, Onigod targeted the supports of the Blizzard. Kevster's down. Kevster caught a Kiriko hit, and that could be it. Psycho mopping up the rest. And oh my goodness, Hex, I did not expect this coming on in. Norway defying expectations. They take map 1 away from Sweden.
Yeah, JP got Kevster as many times as Kevster got JP, which is totally fine for support. If you're going to hold your own in the back end there, that's completely fine. I thought Sweden improved on the dive in the second part of the map. Obviously, it's a little easier on that stage than it is on Mecha Base, but going over to the Winston was super helpful. It just seems like they're about a second off either way. The Sombra's not there in time, or the Winston's not there in time, where Kevster's getting someone down to maybe 10 HP, but then they live because it's not the super coordinated dive that you need. But yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about like JP. Like, just really good Kiriko play. Like the Lucio played well. Lulsish did their job as well, and yeah, Onigod kind of setting tone with some icicles, and that composition works really well against a Sombra Tracer, because maybe Sombra comes in, then you wall up one side. Now the Tracer has to go around. Like, it was really well thought out. And now Sweden is going to have map pick here. Also, Psycho played really well. Yeah, Psycho was solid, and Onigod just didn't die. It was ridiculous. But, I did just hear something really interesting from production in my ear. Apparently his wedding is today, or it's tomorrow. It's sometime this week, but Reinforce has left his wedding, ripped off his tuxedo, and he's actually going on to Sweden team comms to try and give them support. He heard about the map loss. He can't stand it, Hex. And Johnny is unleashed, so, we'll see. But that's dedication, to leave your own wedding for Overwatch? Wow. I mean, priorities, right?
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense to me. So yeah, a little bit of an upset. Like, as I mentioned coming into this, I thought on paper Sweden looked like the stronger team, but paper has been useless today in a digital world. So what do I know? Sweden's map pick is coming up next. Yeah. People think we do platitudes, be like, hey, anything can happen. No, we've been around the block a few times. We've seen stuff happen, and if you're watching right now, you're seeing it happen too. Norway up 1-0 over Sweden. What's going to happen next? You got to come back to find out.
Norway is up 1-0 over Sweden. If you had a prediction bracket, it might be about to be blown to smithereens if Norway can keep up the pressure and if Sweden doesn't find a way to play up to the potential that most think they have.
Yeah, I mean, they have potential. Again, baseless speculation. Usually I say this for pauses. I wonder if that's like a little bit of hubris, though, of just like, oh, we have Caster, we have Sparker, just go kill people, right? Just win your one-on-ones. And they just didn't win their one-on-ones a lot of the time. Like, I can't really remember, like, Sparker having a moment where he found someone out alone and hacked and got the kill. Kevster, I saw, like, you know, he got Kiriko a couple times, but I saw Kiriko get their own in there a couple times as well. So maybe part of it is like, okay, we need to relax. This team's a little better than we thought. Let's coordinate. Let's get our composition down. Get something like that. Also, I mean, you can't take anything away from Norway. Just hitting shots, playing well, good peel. But yeah, I mean, the composition that Sweden ran in the very first stage with like a Lucio Zen and just kind of getting jumped on by the Echo, not ideal. So yeah, I kind of got counter composition because Norway just stayed together the whole time, and that Somber Tracer doesn't like playing against a team that stays together.
Yeah, and look, I do expect Sweden to bounce back here, but the player I got to highlight again, just, you know, and we talked about him in the preamble because it's always fun to talk about players that have been around for a long time, but look, you don't play this game for this long without getting consistent, and especially on heroes like Mei that are so based on how's your positioning, how's your reactions. Onigod still has it. Onigod is a good player, and if Onigod keeps this up, like, should Norway win and Norway continue to do well, I do feel like this is one of those, like, Overwatch World Cup stories where you could see Onigod just suddenly back into the league. Like, Overwatch World Cup does have that way of just revitalizing careers, so seeing the story of Onigod right now, yeah, it's been one map, but if that narrative continues, that's awesome. I really like that narrative.
Yeah, I mean, Psycho and Isaac have some competition, like, experience as well, like Ex-Oblivione for Psycho. Psycho, I thought, played really well. Also, like, the support line was rock solid. So, like, yes, it's Onigod, and perhaps it's that leadership and that experience, and the comfort of being within competitive Overwatch for 7 years now, just about. Like, that's kind of crazy. So, yeah, that leadership, I think, is valuable, and the composition looked really, really strong. I don't think we'll see it. You gotta let them leave spawn first, right?
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't think we're gonna see Lifeweaver Genji. I'm for it, you know, but I don't think so. Sparker onto the dedicated hit scan rather than the Sombra, I think, is good too. Especially on this map with long sight lines. You either want to run like a Hanzo or an Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, that makes all the sense in the world to me. And, you know, you take a look at Norway's setup, and, you know, honestly, if you can get away with it, you keep running the Mei. I mean, Onigod's good at it, and I do think, you know, it's memed on, but there is something to be said for the fact that Mei can give a good Tracer fits at times. You can't play exactly how you'd want to play in some cases because you have to respect the one-shot. You know, anything to get in Kevster's head is good.
Yeah, so Norway is going to run pretty much what they ran on Lijiang Tower here. Almost exactly. Different tanks set up here from Isaac, trying to get more brawly.
Oh, Sparker caught early. Isaac, also a standout right now at the tank play. Really good contribution so far. Psycho on the fall through gets the Zen, and Sweden is folding. This point already might be over, Hex, as Sweden has to back out and pray to get a recontest, which right now doesn't even look that likely.
Yeah, falling apart like cheap furniture, which is apropos, I think, right now. Sweden just absolutely crumbling. They lost one, they lost two, and then that was it. Lalsa tries to get out, is unable to do so, but I kind of want to see where that kill from Isaac came from early on to be able to get Sparker like that. Maybe hit a knife. I didn't exactly see it, but
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It was a blink and you miss it type moment, but Norway right now, that's one thing they're not doing. Missing everything. Going well for them right now, just flipping the script of what people thought this match would be. And now, Norway just looking for the setup here. Meanwhile, Walsish on the Winston in the back.
I mean, it's kind of gutsy for Psycho to be running Echo into Sparker's Ashe.
Yeah.
Kind of respect it.
It's kind of a shoot me, you won't moment that's going on right now. It's just like, do it. I dare you. But Walsish right now back over onto the payload, going to play a little bit more grounded rather than drop down. Oh, he got Sparker in the middle of that.
That opens things up for Psycho too now, and now he just doesn't have to worry at all about it.
Yeah, there's no anti-air anymore. Oh, man. Also, Onigod can just entirely focus on Kevster now and just keep Kevster back. Psycho, duplicate ready to go. Walsish can't get away. Onigod controlling space so well right now. A well-timed ice block when getting low. And the one thing that keeps on going right now is the payload. It has not stopped. 4 minutes and 20 seconds for Norway. The pressure unrelenting. And Sweden, the crumble as Sile goes down. Ultimate's going to be invested here by Norway. They use the duplicate. The Valkyries in progress. Lulshish trying to do anything here with the Primal. As you get the Clone Bob coming out. Isaac able to finish off the Ana. Lulshish is down. Hex, it's still happening.
I mean, it is like Kevster's there, but for not long. It's kind of funny that Norway's running this like budget rush with like the Junker Queen and the Mei. Like the commanding shout will come in and they've just been chasing people down. It's been kind of crazy. And then when their target goes away or goes on the high ground or something like that, then it's Psycho up top trying to just get nuts with it. A really quick preemptive switch though, as Lulsish goes onto the Orisa, which is obviously a nice counter to the Junker Queen, and so Isaac just plays rock paper scissors and goes to the Zarya, which is a nice counter to the Orisa.
Always on point. Kevster getting hunted right now by the Mei of all things, even on the Echo. Blizzard coming down here from Onigod, forcing things back a bit. Sparker got caught again. Sparker's been having a tough day here, Hex, and Psycho goes, I'll kill your robot too, I don't care. Gets rid of the bomb as Norway, the payload just doesn't stop. It does not stop.
Yeah, Sparker has just been living in spawn. It has been really, really tough for him to get anything done. Sweden's been bullied back here. This is a spot where you can hold on defense.
I mean,
they need to like get a nano or something, like nano Kevster, and just hope to win a team fight. They haven't won a team fight yet.
Yeah, Sweden also, Sparker's gone to the desperation Hanzo here of, please, guide my arrows, let they hit something. We need anything right now, and actually not too bad damage there at the aid of Kevster. Like, that is what they needed for Sweden. They get Isaac out of the fight. The problem is they don't deny the res. Mimio's able to get away cleanly, and Norway, the pressure's still on coming. Duplicate comes on out. Walshish getting pushed back, has the nano, so is able to withstand to an extent. Sparker, though, lands the arrow, finds Isaac, and the Hanzo coming online, helping out Sweden a bit here, but the pressure from Norway, they don't back out, Hex. They just keep the fight going.
Well, Sparker does have a really, really good Hanzo. We've seen it time and again, so it's a really nice pick, especially with the sight lines here. And also the anti-nades have been pretty clutch coming in from Sweden. So they were able to anti-Isaac, get Isaac down low, and then the combination of Sparker and Kevster able to finish that off. So gonna have a dragon, gonna have a dupe here. Onigod.
A little projectile versus projectile. Gets a arrow versus icicle, a taste of his own medicine. Just not as cold. Sparker, under a little bit of pressure, goes back, drops the dragon. Norway eats a lot of damage from that, able to get away. Meanwhile, Onigod uses the Blizzard, zones Sweden out from really capitalizing on that. Kevster, meanwhile, duplicate in progress. Zarya v Zarya builds the grab and just full commits. The follow-through is there. He's his own follow-through on Echo after the duplicate fades. Kevster had enough.
Well, Echo's combined for 5 kills in a row, and now it's getting really, really scrappy towards the end here, but it seems that Sweden will hold on. The rough thing for Norway during that last engage, well, maybe this equals it up a little bit.
I mean, he might have died, but
so what? Yeah,
that caused a little bit of pain.
Well, I was going to say, it was really rough for Norway because they committed so many ultimates and got absolutely nothing out of it. But now Sweden is kind of helping them out a little bit by throwing ultimates of their own in towards the end. Norway has made another switch as Isaac's going to go to Sigma. I mean, this has just been a tank rock, paper, scissors back and forth. Lulsish on the Winston. Now we've seen Sigma. We've seen 6 different tanks here so far.
All right, Kitsune Rush out here from Norway, looking to put it away. Heavy pressure on the Lulshish and Sile. Look at Sile. Sile's so low right now. I think was just barely able to squeak away from the pressure, but Kevster falls as a result. The supports and the back out. Kevster falls. Norway cleaning up Sweden, and they're going to finish out Blizzard World here with a very respectable time.
Yeah, 90 seconds left to finish up Blizzard World is very, very clutch. That is enormous. I mean, we talked about it going into our second game of Saudi Arabia versus Finland, but Sweden going down here would be have enormous implications for Group B, and Norway putting some people on watch. I mean, I can't say enough about pretty much every single one of these players. The best player in the server has almost been Psycho. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah. A little bit unexpected to say the least, but it's a good type of unexpected. I mean, look, I feel bad for all the fans of Sweden that looked into this like, this is our year, this is great, and it's not that Sweden can't bounce back, right? Like, losing this match doesn't knock you out, but if they play like this versus Saudi Arabia or Finland, they will get knocked out if they're not able to turn this match around here today. So this has been a little bit of whiplash in terms of expectations meet reality. It's
yeah, Sweden and Saudi Arabia going 0-1 to start it off would be a little bit bonkers.
Yeah. But hey, that, again, as I said at the beginning of the setup here, where we talked about what team was favored on paper, there's a reason why you play the game. You got to play the game, and this is why, because all the hype in the world doesn't always match what the reality is when one team plays another, and this match right here, living proof.
Yeah, Sweden gonna come out, take a couple of pot shots here early. I don't know how long Kevster is gonna stay on this Widow. About 3 seconds. Makes sense.
Yep. That might be the expected time to stand Widow right now, till players get a little bit more comfortable with the changes. But Sweden, they need to get point A quickly here, Hex. This is, a minute 30 time bank is not easy to make up on Blizzard World. And step number one here, Kevster has to become Kevster, the Kevster of hype, and not just, struggle with the Oni God containment that's been going on.
Yeah, he's kind of struggling to find a target. You don't really want to go after the Echo that's got a pocket, right? With the Mercy pocket. Going after Junker Queen as Tracer is, what's the point? It's just been very difficult to find an isolated target for Kevster.
And Sweden, I mean, this offense here, Hex, it's slow right now. It's slow because they're hoping Sparker, please get an arrow, or Kevster, get an isolation. Maybe they wait for the pulse bomb, but Sweden is wholly dependent on that to kickstart their offense right now. Norway is just defending all the poke attempts super, super well. Now, heavy focus on the Lulz, but there it is. Sparker finds Oni God, the opening they needed. The res, though, is there. The bomb onto Isaac, though, very big from Kevster. This gives Sweden the advantage they're looking for as Sparker just lays the arrows into the freshly resurrected May.
Yeah, I mean, you see the moment that Junker Queen goes down that they can't hold that corner anymore, and that's when Sparker just jumps in, and then May kind of has to step up as the quasi-tank to try to, hold some angles, hold some corners because the Junker Queen's down, and just holds a whole quiver of arrows with her face instead. So, yeah, Sweden's going to be able to crack that one open, and I think it's some nice ultimates coming up here as well.
All right, Sparker right now going fishing. If there's ever a time to just have a fishing skin for Hanzo, it is. It's like, what are you doing out here? I'm out on the top of the building, just hoping I hit something. And right now, that is what Sparker's doing. Any one of these arrows could be lethal. Meanwhile, Norway just standard poke back and forth right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everyone's got ults happening right now. I would like Sweden to end up being a little more aggressive, but the way Norway's playing, just kind of as 5, doesn't really lend itself to Sweden being able to dive in on it. Force out some ultimates. Isaac's down again first, though.
Yeah, it was also a pretty well-timed Transcendence there from Sile. Right as Norway came in, the Transcendence came out. There wasn't much to be done. Sparker lands the arrow immediately, and I think the change in momentum we're seeing here, in part, is that Sparker Hanzo good, as it turns out. Sparker was playing a whole bunch of different heroes, settled on the Hanzo. But, as I said, Norway tries to make something out of nothing there at the late Blizzard, but, they were just too far behind in the fight here, Hex.
Yeah, I mean, the Blizzards have not gotten value, probably the last 2 or 3 of them from Oni God. That needs to be cleaned up a little bit, because it's such a high-value ultimate for the most part. Should be winning you fights. Oni God has had enough of the May, and going to switch over to the Ashe, which makes sense because, controlling this high ground and having sight lines here is good. Also, someone needs to be able to dual Sparker a little bit, and you don't necessarily want to fly your Echo right into the Hanzo, so...
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, it makes sense, the swap that they've done here, and Oni God right now was a pretty good Ashe. Right now, just looking for a little bit more damage. But here's the thing, of going to the Ashe, it is opening up Kevster now to do more. Kevster can be a lot more aggro. Sile finds Psycho. I think Psycho went for the dive this time. Doesn't quite go as well as Sweden right now. Starting to come online. Kevster finds JP. And, you know, Onigod's landing some shots here, but hasn't really been in a spot to do anything lethal as his team is just kind of dying underneath him.
No, and a lot of this is Sparker has found the hero that he's best on right now. Like, the Hanzo has gotten so much value for this team as far as cleaning people up, getting some early pressure onto the opposing tanks. Like, it's the difference in this map specifically has been Sparker's Hanzo. And I think it goes back to like the very early Ashe on defense where he just got rocked like 3 times in a row. Like,
yeah, you know, look, sometimes, you know, we talk about comfort heroes, especially in Overwatch World Cup. This is a comfort hero for Sparker, and, you know, it shows. Meanwhile, Kevster, you can see how much more aggressive Kevster is able to be right now with the swap. Like, you see Kevster applying a lot more pressure. Psycho goes down. Pulse bomb, ready to go here from Kevster. Psycho goes back up, waiting. Just no respect to Onigod there. Leaves a pulse bomb in the corner, gets rid of him. And now Sweden hitting their groove. They drop the Transcendence in response to the bomb. Moving on forward. Isaac still trying to delay on point, but Sweden way more pressure on the point right now. They're going to go, okay, we'll go for Isaac. We'll force the bomb out. Are they going to be able to punish before he gets back in the back? No, not quite. But Kevster, nowhere near the same amount of fear.
no, and Sile has actually held his own like the last 3 fights against Psycho, and because Psycho has had to dive the backline, can't stay at mid range and try to fight the Hanzo, whereas like the Ashe seemed like a little bit more reasonable for him to dive on because it's like just Storm Arrow is really good, and it kind of negates a dive on.
Isaac goes down early, and also Kevster has the Tracer Mirror now. Again, even if Kevster had a slow start, you've got to like this change in comps for Sweden. It plays way more to their strengths here so far. Norway's off their game. Sparker just rips Mercy out of the sky with the aid of Welshish, and Sweden finding their groove. 2 minutes in the time bank, roaring forward. They can set a quicker time now, Hex, with the setup of team comp swaps. What a change of momentum for Sweden.
Yeah, and I just want to give all the credit in the world to the support line of Sweden. It look completely different right now, and it's just like kind of the duelist nature, because Onigod doesn't really want to go one-on-one versus Kevster, who would, so he's trying to pick on the backline, but the backline is picking on him. Kevster cleans it up, Sparker finds his groove, and yeah, absolutely, Sweden just needed to warm up there, because you're starting to see the mechanical advantage that the damage line does have.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, you think about what changed here. Norway was able to get away with the May comp throughout all of map 1 and the beginning here of map 2. And it had this impact of keeping Kevster in check and putting Sparker in a, well, okay, Sparker has to beat you situation. Sparker ends up rolling through multiple different heroes, finally lands on Hanzo, and everything seems to open up for Sweden. I think it also, like, ended up relieving some pressure on Sile. Sile's not going down first every fight, and also maybe Sile just needed to warm up. So it's just been this huge tempo change where the support line of Sweden is living longer. Sparker is contributing. Kevster isn't under anywhere near the same amount of pressure. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really helped the support line too. Like I said, Psycho found very little there. Tried to go after the support line a couple times, but unable to do so. A lot of that's because Sparkers, they will play a little closer to them. And yeah, just a completely different game. And it seems like Sweden has found the composition that they want to go with. I was really worried about the Zenyatta for a while. It seemed like it wasn't getting a ton of value and kind of just getting picked off. But watching Sile just hold their own against Psycho diving in on an Echo with a pocket has been really impressive.
Norway's going with the same offense they did before, but again, key difference. This time, Sparker starting on the Hanzo. So we'll see if Psycho is able to do what he did before, where, you know, Psycho was heavily going after Sparker, heavily going after Sile, but he's been challenged a lot more now, Hex.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of times where they're getting discorded too, right? So like Psycho's getting marked in the sky immediately. That's brutal. Isaac is anti-ed too. Wow. Just stays alive.
That's tough. And, you know, for Norway, you haven't done anywhere near enough damage. Sweden is healthy. Just wait for Onigod to come back up. You do get the res, so you don't have to go for the full ring. Sparker gets low! Sparker, though, is able to take down Isaac. Doesn't fall to Psycho. If Psycho just landed a little bit more damage, Isaac would be alive, but it's that thin margin. Let Sweden hold it off. And Norway, only 30 seconds here, Hex. They don't have much time, period.
It's a gutsy peek at 33 HP right there, because he gets stickied, and he peeks around the corner and takes one of those try shots, then that's just death. But instead ends up taking away the tank, and that's it. There's no else way to say that. That's just bravery.
Pure bravery. It's like, I'm going to hit this. But Sweden now, Walshish getting kind of low in the poke game here. Not really close to the primal either, so Walshish has to be careful. The tank pressure, very methodical here from Norway. But the Nano boost is up. Also got to go to here. Sparker healed right on over. Nano comes on out. Well, Walshish and now Sparker here in the back. Waiting. Has the dragon, has a D.Va in his face. Sparker's going to fall, as well as half a Sweden at the same time. A very well-coordinated dive off the Kitsune. So Norway spending some money for it, but here we are, Hex. We thought we'd get it on the Bonnie, but a big overtime push could be in the cards.
Well, it just seems like Norway decided they'd figured out the problem and they'd had enough of it. Like the three-person dive onto Sparker. Sparker never even in position to get the dragon down early, because the rotation of Isaac onto the D.Va was really helpful. D.Va to take away some high ground and to put some pressure onto Sparker was really nice. It's a good swap off of the Junker Queen onto the D.Va, I think, to be able to kind of mitigate it. Also, it helps Norway peel. Norway's better when they're kind of sticking close together as a squad.
I'm looking at the pulse bombs right now between Kevster and Onigod. Easily could set the tone here. Onigod hanging on to the pulse. Isaac down early. A huge value dragon. And they get forced off the point. Once more deprived of the big overtime push. But Sweden is awake now, Hex. They might have been sleeping at the beginning, but they found their groove, and this is very winnable, and it could be yet another map 3 in our first of 2 series. So really good Overwatch today.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to watch. Yeah, like Sweden just kind of came alive. Norway, like a nice response too. Like this has been so back and forth, and especially like the tank battles. We've seen so many different tanks played already, and what's amazing to me is like that Isaac will switch just based on like not even having a battle with a tank, but being like, oh, they went to this counters this. Like it's just been this rock paper scissors. Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. So Sweden, not going to switch anything up here. Norway, not going to switch anything up either. They both kind of settled into this groove of what they want to run.
Yeah, and again, I just feel like the fact that Sparker and Hanzo has now, like, caused enough ripple effects that Onigod cannot play the Mei and is on Tracer. If this were a chess match, it almost feels like checkmate, because this is so much more favorable to Sweden and what they're good at. And, you know, the only way forward, I feel like, for Norway here is that, you know, you got to find that extra level from Onigod on Tracer, but that's hard when your mirror is literally one of the very best Tracer players in the game. So we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. So Sparker wants to take this right here, and then you just start firing logs in. This is exactly how their last push went.
Yeah, and for Sparker, you have your confidence back, and then some. Taking a look to the right, something a little bit more squishy. You could get Onigod, of course, it would be huge. Now turning to the side. Looking for JP in the back. Walshish, again, getting focused, but that's the other adjustment, too. Walshish was dying early. Now Walshish is shaking the pressures. Onigod, though, got Sile early. Big pickup for Onigod. If he could get away, under pressure by Sparker. Has to go for the rewind. Still under pressure in the back. Sparker looking, waiting. Gonna get forced back just a bit. Psycho, though, goes down. Kevster was able to find him. Both Tracers playing scrappy and in each other's backlines right now. So Onigod barely shakes death. Kevster is looking for him, but right now, both teams trying back and forth. 39 seconds left for Sweden's attack.
Well, they need to be able to get on this high ground here. Right now, Lolsish is kind of just baiting it, kind of doing like the quasi jump, the half jump. Nice little Tracer battle in the background here. Onigod, I think, out of abilities.
Yeah, Onigod needs cooldowns badly. Pulse Bomb, though, built up. Both Tracers ready to throw it out. Pulse Bomb for Onigod. No, does not connect. Meanwhile, Sparker finds Psycho. That is a huge shift in power. Sparker grabs another. Kevster, the bomb for good measure. This point is going to Sweden, and Norway, Hex, gets one fight left to try to prevent the map 3.
Yeah, and I think like just Psycho is just getting marked by this Discord pretty consistently, and it just has no good targets to go on. Kevster is just an illusion of blinks and recalls. Walsish is living the bubble, and he's been trying to get to the backline. Actually, it wasn't even Discorded there. I'm sorry, but like Sile and the support line has been doing a really good job. Psycho has gotten very little value in the last 10 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, Psycho, his tendencies have perhaps been figured out a little bit by Sweden. The download may be complete. Dragon, though, going through the middle. Nice Rampage ult. In from Isaac. Yeah, that's a nice Rampage, but it's also after everyone got hit by the beat. Psycho, though, still able to find the Ana in the middle of it. Sile in return. Both teams down a crucial support. JP, though, gets on the Sile. Norway getting a little bit more from this here so far. Sweden looking awfully low. I don't know where Kevster is, but he's not healthy in the least. Walsish, though, trying to make room at the point. Not going to have an overtime. Ticks down! And that's it! Norway holds like off Sweden. Sweden had figured it out towards the end, Hex, but the damage had been done.
I mean, that was just an enormous Rampage, right? Just Isaac gets a 5-man anti, and yes, the beat goes in there, but the overshield kind of goes away pretty quick. They're able to pick up the back line of the supports and make sure that they don't have beat coming into the next of it. Walls is just forced to use Primal just because how the timer was working. Mostly everyone who was alive just ignored the Primal. It didn't really matter. They didn't have to be necessarily on the cart eating those punches. They could just kind of rotate around and get a touch here and there. So yeah, I'm just kind of stunned how Norway did that. Sweden looked a lot better in the second map than they did the first, of course, so they seem to be figuring it out, but what an upset. I mean, this is the one I felt almost most confident in, because like, I think Norway they have some like solid players, but these aren't like, it's not Kevster and Sparker, right? And even like Walsish like has this league experience where there's not a ton of league experience on Norway. But I guess it just goes to show you like the teamwork and compositions kind of held sway there. But another one of our series comes down to the last play.
Yeah. And time in a way almost like gets away from you. Looking at it as like, oh, there's so much momentum for Sweden. They're doing that. It's like, yeah, by the way, they're also out of time. Like, this is one of those things where at the latter half of this map, I do think Sweden was playing better overall. They dug too much of a hole on their first defense. It took them too long to figure out how to give Norway fits, and Norway's lead was enough that they could just solidify, play good Overwatch, and find the advantage to bring it all in. And look, this makes Sweden's road to BlizzCon absolutely miserable. They're not out of it here, Hex, but, they got to go next level for everything else, or it's going to be tough.
Yeah, both Sweden and Finland go down today, so kind of rough. I mean, who would have thought that Norway would be like the one team to pull that out? So kind of... it's been an interesting Group B. That's all I can say. It's been an interesting Group B. We got 7 more days. We still have 4 more matches today to go through. Absolutely crazy, but I mean, I think if I look back at that matchup, it was pretty much like if Sparker got Isaac early, then they won those fights. Like, Isaac died a couple times in somewhat foolish ways for Norway, but when Isaac was alive, he was doing a lot of work on the tank. The Junker Queen specifically is a very good hero for them, so a lot of like little mini battles. Kevster obviously played a little bit better, but yeah, I'm just a little bit stunned, and now Sweden has got to dig themselves out of a hole.
Yeah, Sweden, well, that's going to be one of the best stories to follow from here on out. Can Sweden bring it all back? They're going to have to run the table, but hey, we still got so much good Overwatch left to go. Not just in other days, but also today as well. This is going to be it for me and Hex today. Coming up next, it's going to be more matches with you. CP and Epitomes casting. We'll see you then.
welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for EMEC. We just watched Norway absolutely dominate over Sweden in a match that could have gone either way. Of course, joining me right now, CB and Epitomes. How have you been enjoying the matches so far throughout the day? What were your thoughts on this last match? And we've got a lot of action right around the corner. Please break it all down for us, Epitomes. Let's start with you.
Well, I definitely feel like you could call these last two upsets, you know, Finland kind of being a staple for Overwatch World Cup when it was hosted back in the day. A lot of those players, like Finland has just been holding that spot for a long time. In Saudi Arabia, though, in the Pro-Am, like mentioned before, they have just been bringing so much heat and fostering so much talent in that region. So I'm not surprised to see them bringing so much firepower to this event. And obviously, Norway and Sweden, both of them are pretty good competitors, but I think you might even call that last map an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely consider that one an upset. I don't know if I would consider Saudi Arabia going over Finland to be an upset, because I kind of predicted that Saudi Arabia would be kind of sick. That Twisted Minds core with Surmajet in the backline and slotting in Yazan, like that's a team that's been, you know, trying to pull out Pharah comps even without having the most notorious Pharah player and potentially the whole world on their roster. So I wouldn't call that an upset. I would just call that a barn burner of a matchup. And I think we have a few more to go as we progress throughout the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing where we go from here.
Yeah, the action is going to be nonstop. Like you guys both mentioned, man, it has been so good to watch these teams' storylines develop. And of course, it's just day one. It's a 2-week endeavor here. But before we jump back into the action, let's refresh on the format, right? So the online qualifier showcases 2 groups competing in a round-robin fashion. So it's first to 2. They play out those maps. And if we need a third one, we'll make it happen. You know what I mean? So it's a single-stage tournament, like I said, going over 2 weeks. Today, we're focusing on these couple of maps. We've had 3 matches occur so far. 4 more still to go, 7 per day, and we're doing it for 4 days straight all the way to Sunday. So with a lot of action just around the corner, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule and see exactly what matches we're working with. Of course, like we mentioned, we just had Norway versus Sweden. Of course, you can see the 2-0 score there. Earlier in the day, we were graced with that barn burner of a match, as CB called it. Saudi Arabia versus Finland, definitely the closest match we've had so far, ending 2-1 in the favor of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And Turkey versus Poland, which, although it is a 2-0 in favor of Turkey, was a very close game as well, though. Coming up, we've got Iceland versus Germany. After that, Belgium versus Great Britain, Italy versus France, and shortly afterwards, Netherlands versus Spain. That wraps up day 1 of competition here today. But of course, like I said, 4 days straight, 2 weeks back-to-back, the World Cup is underway. CB and Epitomes, how are y'all feeling before we head into this next match?
Well, we're still over here in Group B, and there's already been a lot of competition thus far. Iceland versus Germany. I mean, for this next matchup, we do have some players that have also been on Overwatch World Cup teams before in the past, so there definitely is some experience going into this next one.
Yeah, experience is definitely the name of the game. And if we're talking about, you know, experienced players, my mind is drifting immediately to one of the biggest names that I saw from Team Iceland, and that's Hafikul, someone who's been a member of the Overwatch competitive scene since before the Overwatch League even existed, you know, playing in OG and Apex tournaments on Fnatic, being a part of the historic British Hurricane lineage. I mean, these are, you know, teams that, you know, longtime Overwatch fans will definitely recognize, and I think Hafikul is someone that can potentially lead this crop of newer, younger players to the promised land, but they do have to go up against a team that has a pretty sizable lineage as well in Germany, so we'll have to see what ends up happening here.
There are a lot of storylines, and of course, 8 years of this game being out, or, you know, from beta, 2015 to 2023, there's a lot, you know, a lot of history, and I'm so happy that we've got players like Hafikul, and like you mentioned, opportunities in the World Cup, right? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, putting together teams, trying things that you really wouldn't see in the Overwatch League, trying and making them work, really, you know, great matches so far. But with that said, CB, Epitomes, I'm going to leave the action to y'all. Take it away with the next match.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, now going into the next match, like we want to take a look at these rosters. Obviously, you were mentioning Half-a-Cool, and he's basically joined by a roster that's part of a team called Beaumont Cohort, and they play together regularly. Finzi is also another player that's actually a substitute on this roster, but all of them, from what I saw, do play together on that squad.
This is a very interesting roster here. I don't think Tracer has been converted to a tank yet. I don't know if that rework is coming through, but
yeah, Chrissy is Kiriko the DPS.
They increased her hitbox by like 6,000%, and now she finally is the tank we've been asking for years. But Half-a-Cool, I'm curious to see what he ends up playing if he is going to be here on the tank role. It should be a great role for a veteran player to lead, like I said, lead a lot of these younger, lesser known players through what might be some uncharted territory.
Yeah, that definitely does feel like, I mean, definitely since now the tank role has just been reduced down to 1 here in Overwatch 2, you need a lot more of that presence, and having that experienced player be the one who's basically leading the charge on the tank seems like a necessity. And over on the other side of Germany, you have players like that played for Sheer Cold together, that placed top 8 in the Spring Contender Series and immediately qualifying over to that Summer Contenders for Europe. So definitely a lot of competitive experience, especially in recent times over on Germany.
Yeah, like, you know, we have a lot of representation coming through from Sheer Cold and from Raspberry Racers to, you know, decently successful EU contenders teams. This kind of feels though like a putting together of the pieces rather than, you know, pulling together a whole core from an established team. So we'll have to see how these players gel together, how they all work as a collective here now that they've, you know, been kind of taken out of their comfort zones, picked up and dropped right into our first map here against Iceland. We're going to Nepal for our control map here.
And Nepal, we've seen like a lot of Lijiang Tower. Nepal is just a little bit different in terms of the, like, just the pathways that are offered into this, into the control point as well. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the compositions change, especially in Sanctum, where you just have that huge control point in the middle of like a hole.
You're trying to highlight Sanctum here. I want to see what happens on Village. If we end up going to Village, because we've seen a lot of players trying to bust out pharmacy comps, especially, hey, Saudi Arabia, because again, they had Yazan. And other players have also been trying to bust out Echo and other flyers, and Village is one of those maps where those kinds of heroes can really thrive, really, you know, find a way in to crack that, like, cube of a point that everyone's trying to jockey for. And there's plenty of sky space on Shrine as well, so we'll see how everything shakes out once we start to see what points we play and in what order, and also what kind of comfort picks these two teams decide to play. I do want to remind everyone, by the way, that these are 2 of our Group B teams, and Group B is a wildly competitive group. We've seen so much of the action from Group B so far, and there's only 2 spots up for grabs, 2 playoff spots for some of these teams to try and grab. And, you know, seeing how, like, all the other competition in Group B, the people who are trying to get it, it's really important that these 2 teams get out ahead of one another if they want to make a case for making it to playoffs here.
Yeah, just like one look at Group B, you see Norway, Saudi Arabia, Sweden, Finland. There's just like so much competition here already, and they have 1 less spot than Group A. So we're just going to get everything out early as they try to contest this point. Looking at the comps, it's that Tracer Sombra on both of these sides, but the Zenyatta is a little bit surprising along with the Winston. Really looking to dive into this back line, get a little bit that early damage. Orion trying to spam down, force the retreat, and Totori actually does fall. After that, the Brigitte forced to retreat with the rest of the team. Germany just falling into this underpass and trying to back off and away from the Tracer as Iceland get first capture.
And that's where I kind of want to take a look at Iceland's composition, because they have the Sombra, they have the Zenyatta for the Discord, so you can see Hattori just kind of blew up once all the focus fire and all the damage amp just went out onto the Winston there, and that might just be what ends up happening if they're not able to get a successful dive.
Ooh. but that Zenyatta just completely exploded at the hands of Fi, and they're trying to get back onto this point for a recontest, but Half a Cool is already so low and already has to back off. Now with the tank eliminated with the help of QRXU and Fi just finishing off that Tracer, it's only the supports that are left up, and they are already all the way back in spawn, just waiting for the team to come back.
Such is the life of a Zenyatta player. Sometimes you just entirely blow up the enemy tank. Sometimes you find yourself being blown up, and we're going to actually see a swap over onto the Brigitte here, so no more random support explosions in the backline for Iceland. Hopefully, as they try to find their way back in here, looking to try and take this coastal approach here, but Hitori does not want to let him have it for free, and Fi is looking for somewhere to put this pulse bomb.
Yeah, Fi able to find George, and that Brigitte is unable to protect, and that's really what you want there, the Brigitte, to stop that dive in the face of these Winstons. But in the case of Iceland, it's just not working as well. Fi is just completely harassing this backline, and Half a Cool is unable to just peel for that backline when they're in the middle of their own dive.
Yeah, the backline from Iceland is definitely under a lot of scrutiny right now, and even with the Brigitte to try and peel for it, they're not really able to effectively deal with the two-pronged attack coming out from Germany's DPS, plus the monkey zapping everything in their front line. That's a huge name from Suckrax, and that's pretty much just going to be the fight right there.
Yeah, that makes it so easy for Germany to just shred, and already up to 60% from Germany means that Iceland is running out of time to contest. After that first initial capture, they've been unable to win a fight. They've just been throwing themselves against the brick wall that is Fi and this Sombra as well, harassing the backline while Hitori is just trying to dive as well. And George and Futhrak, they are really struggling with all the pressure that is being put on them.
They have a nano. Let's see how they use it. They're going to go ahead and pop it onto Happy Cool here, but another huge nade from Suckrax, and yeah, the backline from Iceland just explodes yet again.
Yeah, and it just feels like Iceland can't find a pathway onto this backline at all. Their Primal Rage is still active from Iceland while Germany is able to use it and just scout all the way back into Iceland's spawn. They're not able to get any more than 50%, not even half on this first capture point. Germany finding that first round.
And it's just so efficient every time Germany is able to win a fight. It's usually just off of a bio-nade, which is one single cooldown, or, if they need to invest a single ultimate, like they managed to win a fight where they only invested the rally, that's just economy. That stunks right there. You take that 100 times out of 100, and Iceland just aren't able to find the same value thus far. I mean, you can see Half a Cool making a lot of space and trying to put on a lot of pressure, but the DPS from Iceland so far just hasn't quite been there. But control is very wonky. Sometimes it takes a while to get your feet underneath you, start to walk and start to run. As we move over here onto Village, we're going to see a slight DPS compositional swap from Iceland. We're going to see the Hanzo coming out from Orion here. Germany going to look to try and play close on the point here. They got the Mei, the Sim TP onto the point here with the Rush comp. They want to brawl.
Yeah, and it seems that they're keeping the Symmetra as well going into it behind that Reinhardt, which is they're trying to get so much sustain up close, get this first initial capture as well. The Mei barrier is just so strong for making sure that they stay outside of the point. And of course that Reinhardt, just huge health sink in terms of this next fight. The Winston is trying to do damage, but it's just all coming up short against the shield. And Orion as well. Hanzo not known for his shield breaking abilities, and getting caught between a rock and a hard place, so that DPS does fall. No more Hanzo for this next fight. Half a Cool is being an equalizer though, and able to find so much of value despite Orion falling early. Iceland able to turn.
It all goes back to that early pickoff there onto Suckrax. If you're going to play this rush composition, if you lose the Baptiste, you just have no legs to stand on. You have no heals, you have no sustain, you will inevitably fall, and that's where this comp is a little bit weak. If one stray arrow or one stray orb headshot takes down that Baptiste, they can't do anything about it, but a nice Sim TP is a great way to clap back, and they just flip the point right back over for free.
Oh, the EMP from Crizzy, but it's just immediate death after that ultimate comes out, and they have to work their way back up to it once again. George did find one pick off that, and Suckrax is working hard. Yeah, just really trying hard in the backline with the Discord Orb in hand as well. Now the Nano Boost onto Half a Cool alongside the Primal Rage, but oh my goodness, just completely frozen, forced to absorb a lot of damage here. But it's that Zenyatta once again that's finding so much value for Iceland, and this is what they were missing over there on Shrine with being consistently dove, and they can't do it with a Reinhardt as well, so they're allowing that backline to just ring out unpunished.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous 3K there from Fothrak to kick that all off. And again, it's the pick off onto Suckrax. You saw the Primal come out from HappyCool in Germany. They had to invest both the Blizzard and the Sound Barrier just to try and keep themselves alive in the fight. And sure, they build up to 60%, but they end up losing it. And it's gonna be a while before they're able to fully retake here. They're gonna go for another Sim TP, but HappyCool is gonna be right there on their tail to try and negate the cap from coming through.
And after that, they are trying to use the Sound Barrier earlier as well, but now with the Amplification Matrix, they should be able to get so much damage down. However, with the help of that anti from the Bio Nade, Hattori had to put the shield up and couldn't participate in the fight for a few seconds, trying to allow Futhark to get a lot of damage out on the backline once again. Those Sim turrets are able to get a bit of damage through on the Winston. Taking that tank down is big to allow Germany to hold on to that point just a little bit longer, and Futhark just can't turn to take down the Sim turrets either. Now with a lot of sustain here over on the field, even with after burrowing, unfortunately, just can't get through.
Revenge for our fallen comrade Futhark, who is doing so much work for Team Iceland right now and is, I don't want to say single-handedly keeping them alive in it because it is definitely a group effort, but Futhark is more than carrying his weight right now. Gonna be building up to that Transcendence, a little slow, used it pretty recently, but the EMP should be a fight win here for Team Iceland if the follow-up is there, and it looks like it might be in the form of that nade.
Yeah, that was just such a simple ultimate, but there's the Sound Barrier once again. Rapid building up that very quickly to try and counteract for the EMP, and it's just one of those ultimates that can so easily counteract. But on the other hand, without the Transcendence, they have to back off from the Blizzard that was just thrown by Fi, and now the Amplification Matrix as well. They have no choice but to just hide around these corners, and Germany, although there was just that glimmer of hope from Iceland in the middle there, they unfortunately were unable to secure this first map.
Yeah, Germany's just getting so much value out of the May pick. The walls are just effectively locking half the team out from even contesting the point from one side. And on the other side, you'll oftentimes have HappyCool, falling low, but no one can get to him to heal because there's just a big ice wall right in their face. They can't do anything about it. He ends up falling. And if it's not him, then it's, Futhark being just left out high and dry, unable to get in, do that damage that he's been doing consistently, enough to keep Iceland alive in the fight. But it's, just so much value, and that's kind of why I wanted to hone in on Village as the point here from Nepal, because you do see a lot of the Pharah like we've been seeing all day, but you also see a lot of that May Sim, and that was a lot of value coming out from that May Sim comp on the side of Germany. Their support line looked pretty solid there on Shrine, but it was Fi on the May on Village that brought it home for them.
Yeah, and it was also the fact that you see Iceland kind of running a half poke, half dive, cope comp. Oh my god, they were definitely coping very hard on that first capture point. But it was a half poke, half dive comp. You have them throwing the bio nades and the Discord orbs from the backline, and you hope that HappyCool does enough damage after going in for the dive, and the rest of the team just kind of answers from a distance as well. And it just didn't seem like there was enough connection with those two components to come together and scrap out a round win over on Nepal.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how Iceland tries to recover here because, we have a lot of unknown names on both sides of the equation right now, but it's time for both sides to make a name for themselves. Germany has a pretty strong start. We'll have to see if Iceland can catch up here. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers. We are back for map 2 of Iceland versus Germany over here in Group B to fight for those 2 qualifying spots to the playoffs. And already we have Germany up 1 point after taking Nepal.
Yeah, you said, I want to, hone in on one point that you said again. Once again, only 2 spots from Group B, and that's, with teams like Saudi Arabia, 3/4 of Scandinavia already trying to vie for that. All of the teams that we've seen today and how close and how tight all of these matches have been. This match, not looking so tight right to be, right out the gates. Germany does look to be at least a little bit stronger than Iceland. And Iceland, if it's your map pick, you do have to try and make your stand right now. You can't go down early. Like I said, this is very important for both of these teams to try and get out ahead of each other and not try and fall towards the bottom of the pack and be one of the teams that's able to make a case for one of those 2 spots. Right now, Germany looks to be the favorite. Blizzard World is where Iceland wants to try and take it. How do you like Iceland's chances on this map?
Well, Iceland, once again, they do really like that Zenyatta Ana backline, but also Hafakul tends to prefer that Winston from what we've seen so far. So it means that there might be a lot less protection for that backline, right? So they really have to take those long angles, and Blizzard World does have spaces where you can do that, especially on that first capture point, but it also is going to depend on whether or not they're going to be starting on that attack or defense.
I think it also is kind of a compositional thing. I did also, I'm usually a fan of a Zen on a backline, but I'm not so sure that it's worked out so well for Iceland thus far. At least on Nepal, it didn't work out. If that's something that they want to come out of the gates with here, we'll have to see. That might be something that you can try and run if we're playing maybe a Junker Queen mirror, but then you're also going to be looking for more Kiriko in the backline and maybe a little bit less of the Zen Ana, so we'll have to see. Again, this is another situation where comfort picks tend to be what people bring to the table because, this is how they got to the level that they got to come to the global stage to play, to represent their country, because they are some of the best players on their roles, on their heroes in their nation. And it's worth highlighting them, but I want to see something else from Iceland. I want to see, I'm seeing what I want to see right now with the Brig and the Ana, something a little bit more survivable, but I want to see them get more value out of that pick than they did on Nepal.
I'm going to assume that this Lifeweaver is just so you can get a little of that pedal, the pedal platform, and get that Widow up for the first shot. And
that's
they're
not sticking around for
gonna
very long, I don't think.
Yes. Okay. Germany going to start on the attack though, trying to get that first shot off Widow, which is pretty interesting. Doesn't go to plan, but they've also switched to the D.Va here. So I think they've really honed in on the fact they have a really immobile backline, but this time they have the Brig instead of the Zenyatta, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to dive, since Brig's entire job is to try and prevent those dives from happening. But now up and close and personal, it's already a hack onto the D.Va, so they can't really get past the choke point. The team is around the left side of the statue, and now Hafakul has gone in for a dive on 3 of Germany's players, but immediately slept in, and there's that anti-nade from George to try and save their tank, but Hafakul still with the bio-nade has been taken down. Now a hack over on Alex, but it's not going to deter the D.Va from continuing to try and dive that backline. They're just going to lay the pressure off, go ahead and capture the point instead.
Germany are putting a lot of pressure on Hafakul right now, and the healing is there, the sustain is there, but the pressure just feels kind of insurmountable. The hacks are constantly going out onto Hafi. You're constantly seeing Alex trying to use those booster jets to just melt that monkey down, and it's working out wonders because Iceland, they can't claim space. Germany can just kind of take whatever they want and run with it. They've already captured the point A, 5 minutes to try and get through point B, and Hafakul, hey, he's already dead again, so, the cart's gonna start moving pretty swiftly here.
Yeah, it feels like they just can't really follow up with the way that Hafakul is trying to engage with Germany's squad, because you do have that Brig on a more immobile. Brig can get up close and personal, but without the Brig close to the Ana to protect, it's going to be so much harder to keep them alive. Meanwhile, Alex is just being run up with both Vi and QRXU right by his side, so it's a lot easier for him to get those picks through. Plus the D.Va damage is so much, it's just just like so much damage in comparison to Winston's Tesla cannon here. And you can see how far they're aggressing, allowing the backline to try and heal from a distance. But the pulse nade from Orion actually going to take down Sucras. But Orion, I believe, fell off the map. So it is a 1-for-1 trade. And they still have the same amount of players over here on the payload.
That was a interesting pulse bomb there from Orion, dead to the old pulse bomb there. Did manage to find Sucrax, but again, HappyCool was the first one to fall, and Germany has gotten this far without having to push Q a single time, and they can do it 5 times if they want to now to get that cart that last couple meters into point B. This is a very difficult place to capture because of this defender spawn advantage, but when you have this much of an ult bank, you might as well yeet a few in and see what comes out. Here's the EMP to open it up, and they've already got George.
Yeah, and without that support, there's a lot less sustain. You really need that Inspire to be procced, and you do have Drake's ultimate to come through, but Alex is just having so much sustain from the other side. Sucrax still yet to pop the nano as well, so you just have so much sustain that hasn't been used. Alex still holding on to the self-destruct as well. Germany already making it to that first point without so much of a hitch.
Yeah, 444 in the time bank. We're down to 437. It's not going to get all that much further down if Germany keeps this up. If they keep finding pickoffs, snowballing, Farthark down again. And George, that's the backline from Iceland, just wiped out yet again. It's going to keep snowballing. And Iceland, they have to try and find something. They're finally building up to something of an ult bank that they can use to mount something of a defense here, but they need to be given a chance to use it. They need to find their footing, and they need to try and find a way to bail HappyCool out, because all of the pressure onto your Winston all of this time it's not doing them any favors.
Yeah, George has been holding on to that nano for quite some time, but Crizzy's going to try and open it up with the EMP. It's going to force Alex at the very least to run back, and they do have to use the recall on the Sombra and the Tracer, so they're able to take a little bit of pressure off of themselves with that EMP ultimate, but not able to secure much else after that. They're just going to wait for the respawns and the timers to come back in, and Alex always using those boosters just in and immediately out as soon as they're able to get some damage down. Orion, once again, a big pulse bomb to stick onto the Ana, but they've already got the nano out right before going down, and they're able to get a little bit more of sustain while walking back on the respawn timer, and they're so close to that second point as well, so they can very quickly regroup here. HappyCool, however, holding the choke pretty well. Iceland finding a little bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, Orion able to find a kill with that pulse bomb without having to find an arm and a leg, or without having to sacrifice an arm and a leg, but now Iceland gonna sacrifice HappyCool. That is a huge EMP, and Germany, they're once again on the march forward. Iceland on the back foot. They've lost Farthark again. You can see George just wants to hightail it out, not gonna get out with his life, and now the cart is gonna start moving again. And you look at the ult economy for both teams. For Iceland, the coffers run dry right now. They need to try and build up to another EMP from Crizzy if they have any hopes of stopping this cart. Germany are threatening to cap with a pretty beefy 2-minute time bank here. HappyCool going to go ahead and jump out. We'll see if Iceland's able to mount something of a defense here at the midnight hour.
And still, the self-destruct is in the back pocket for Alex, and it's so much area control for this D.Va. If that does go through, both Brigitte going to go for the ultimates, but the EMP is going to stop Germany from pushing any further. Now the self-destruct coming through, taking down Crizzy without the Sombra. Now they're going to have to rely on HappyCool. Orion going down to so far HP, but having to recall. None of them can touch the payload. It's all left up to George with only the Ana, but the Ana can't touch the payload. Can't touch the point. It is all the way up to the third point with such a good time bank.
I'm really liking the coordination that I'm seeing out of Team Germany right now. I'm seeing a lot of, a Sombra finds a hack, everyone jumps on top of that. I'm seeing a lot of, so HappyCool's trying to go in deep, trying to find a backliner, everyone peels back. Even at the end there where an average player might have just been like, okay, well, I just want to stay on the cart and continue to push it. Germany, they know better. They know if they all peel back and they all kill the people that are trying to threaten their backline, they can just win the fight outright, and they do just that, get back on the cart. And I think at that point there was just HappyCool to try and keep that contest alive, and he falls. And yeah, Germany, like I said, it felt like they were kind of an amalgamation of several different teams, a bunch of pieces picked up from different places and kind of slapped all together, but the coordination, the cohesion feels like it's there, and I can't say the same for Iceland. They're not doing as good of a job of peeling for their back line. They're not doing as good a job of bailing HappyCool out. They're finding some big value whenever Crizzy's able to come up huge with an EMP, but outside of those sorts of fights, Iceland hasn't really brought a whole lot of fight to the table, and they have to come up with more than this if they want to even hope to match Germany's time bank.
Yeah, and Germany is just so good at kiting, like you were mentioning, for peel for the backline, but the way that they kite back whenever HappyCool tries to go for those big engages as well, immediately you see that bio nade also landed on Crizzy very early somehow, so you have that Sucrax building up a little bit of ultimate charge just off that. She's got lineups for these bio nades, and you can see that the ultimate charges are coming up very quick, but especially for Germany, especially for Sombra on Germany's side, who's able to get a lot of value just in and out, weaving in and out of their back line. And HappyCool is trying to find a way into these side rooms and onto the point. They've already progressed pretty far up, right around the corner now, but they're just being taken down by all the damage laid down by Sucrax in the back line. And Orion trying to find a lot of damage, but with Refid just right there at their side, it's so difficult to get enough damage down, and HappyCool dies diving the backline as well. The Sombra is traded, but DPS for a tank, I think I would take that if I were Germany.
Did HappyCool say something disparaging about Germany? Because they seem to want him dead all the time. He simply can't go in and try and take too much space because he just explodes every time he does. But as I say that, Iceland are finding a lot of pickoffs here. They're finding a lot of damage, and they're able to get 2 ticks, potentially find the cap off the back of just a couple of picks. And the rest of Germany, yeah, they hightail it out. Iceland, they are somehow able to cap the point.
I think it comes off Orion being able to harass Alex so well, because previously you saw that there was a big sleep George was able to land on Germany's backline, and then you just had Alex standing there with the defense matrix open, and then you can't do anything. But then Orion able to harass the D.Va off the point and isolate them from the supports means that without the tank, the rest of the squad can just completely obliterate their backline. And even though they do have the Sombra and Tracer combination, they still don't have as much sustain here. Oh, Crizzy, big hack here onto the backline, but Sucrax just turns right around, and they're just going to go back into the invisibility cloak and run away as if that engagement did not happen. But Crizzy, with the EMP built up, is able to find a lot more value here, jumping right into the squad, and another hack onto Alex. The tank now down, and the pulse bomb from Fi is the only thing that's going to be able to answer. But very quickly after that, Tracer does fall. Orion, however, traded out by QRXU, but even then, the Sombra does have to retreat, cannot keep capping the point here.
Yeah, both backlines pretty much got instantly deleted there, and it ended up being a bloody fight, war of attrition with just the Sombras left over. And we're not seeing a whole lot of cart progress here. They're about halfway through point B here, just starting to round that first corner. They're not even to the most dangerous part. EMP coming out. Germany, they want to go in.
Ooh, Germany already with another ultimate over here, the self-destruct, as well as the ultimate on board, but they don't even need it. They haven't even pressed Q here. They did have that EMP right at the beginning of the fight, but they don't need to invest much in order to win these fights, and they're able to once again get Iceland, force them back to their spawn, and wait for that next fight. Iceland coming into the next fight, they do have those 3 ultimates, but in combination, I feel like they haven't made a big impact thus far.
Yeah, HappyCool has finally been allowed to do enough work to build up that primal rage, but a big ante onto George. That's going to force the rally out from Refid there. Or sorry, that's going to force the rally out from Frothark. A great sleep there onto Happy, who gets the nano, and everyone's just kind of scattering around right now trying to find something, but Frothark's going to be the first one to fall.
Now with the primal rage to come through, that nano just went to waste because of the sleep, and now another sleep landed by Sucrax along with the bio nade to have the anti-heal onto HappyCool. Very low now, isolated from George, who has been taken down, and Futhark just doesn't have enough healing to keep the tank up. Very close by, you have both of the DPSs going down after Alex and Vi are able to isolate, and now once again unable to push the point any further, not able to get the payload to that second point just yet.
Yeah, we're at the point where Iceland's attacks have to be squeaky clean. They can't be getting this messy with it. They can't be losing members. They have to be efficient here, and they just haven't been. Early hacks coming out onto HappyCool. What else is new? No follow-up even needed. Crizzy's gonna have this EMP. This has to be how Iceland gets in here.
Oh, that defense matrix absorbs a lot of damage. Alex still trying to contest this, but after just using the booster to get on out while Fi harasses that backline, they were distracted with Alex and they weren't able to protect George, and now they're missing a lot of sustain from this brawl composition. Half-a-Cool does take down the mecha of Alex, but there's a self-destruct to come through as well. Then both pulse bombs now finding their respective kills, but unfortunately it is still just neither of them able to contest the point.
I don't know if I agree with that EMP from Crizzy there. They had already lost George. They didn't have a rally. There was nothing to sustain that fight. And sure, you know, you're able to get like a little bit done, you know, get some more trades there, but again, it needs to be clean. And Fi was doing a ton of work on the side of Germany on like throughout that whole time. Way too much for Iceland to try and come back from, and now they don't have an ult. They also don't have an Orion. He's gonna fall as well, courtesy of Suckrax. And now Germany has the ult advantage, the spawn advantage, and the clock advantage because we're down to just a minute. Iceland have to pull a miracle out of somewhere.
Ooh, and now without the mecha of Half-a-Cool, you do just have a baby D.Va on the field. You don't have anything to absorb that pressure, and your XU is trying to take down George. Brigitte comes to the defense, and Fadark is able to just stave off the Sombra of Germany, but they just go right back, TP into wherever they need to go, and escape the fight without so much as a little bit of a scratch. Now, Alex, even though hacked, still has a self-destruct in the back pocket. Half-a-Cool has a self-destruct of their own, and this could be a battle of that area control that we've been talking about with these ultimates, but Germany definitely just has more ultimate charges in the back pocket with this EMP, and QRXU is just trying so hard to sneak up onto this backline. They've been detected, but there's the EMP, and immediately George goes down. Both of the supports out of the fight. They don't have to sustain, and even if they do pop this self-destruct, what are they going to be able to do with it? Because there are so many members of Germany that can just hide wherever they like, and now both self-destructs do go out. Fi with the is able to find the baby D.Va with the pulse bomb, and now so many of these health packs are hacked as well, an aspect of Sombra that we haven't been talking about. And since they've had so much area control for so long, they've just been able to hack through all of those health packs and get so much control over the defense.
And it was a very smart play towards the end there from Germany. They realized that they had the time advantage and they had 5 ults in the bank, and they didn't use any of them until OT struck, and then they just hit Iceland with wombo combo after wombo combo that they were not prepared for. They didn't have the resources to swat away. You know, Iceland just kind of dug themselves into a hole there that they couldn't bring themselves out of, and Germany were happy to just bury them under a sea of their own ultimate abilities in said hole and take what looks to be an easy 2-0. And this kind of like gives us an idea of where some things are going to shake out in Group B. You know, you definitely want to say that Germany is ahead of Iceland. Iceland is going to look to be one of those teams kind of towards the bottom unless they're able to mount something of a comeback in the coming days. Remember, we still have 8 days worth of games, so there's plenty of time to make up the slack, but this was an important win for Germany. They get to get out ahead of things. They get to, you know, set their own narrative, say, hey, we're a team that you have to take seriously. We've got some killer Sombra play. We've got a fantastic backline. We are a threat. We are here. We're coming for one of those 2 spots.
Yeah, and like you said before, Germany is one of those teams that has kind of a lot of strong individual players. You know their names, they're familiar, household names, especially after playing in the spring contenders for Europe. So you know that they are able to play at a high caliber, but you just weren't sure how well these players were going to mesh together. And Iceland as well was from the wildcard group, and they came in second. So they were kind of automatically seeded a little bit lower as we were started getting into this qualifier as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this progressive Germany definitely getting a really good start, especially with round differentials as well. 2-0 on first map, 3-1 on the second. It is looking really strong for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and you do have to be looking at Iceland to try and make a bit of a comeback here, but today is not their day. It belongs to Germany, but we've got more action coming up. We got Belgium versus Great Britain coming up here next. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back with that. Don't go anywhere.
Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers EMEC continue right now. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and of course I'm joined by Epitomes and CB. Y'all, what was that match that was so very fast? Epitomes, break it down for me, man, because that happened in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about going into it, we knew that there was representation from European contenders spring. Just this year, a lot on the side of Germany, but on the side of Iceland, we were really only seeing that representation come through in the familiar household names of Overwatch and Half-a-Cool, and unfortunately, it didn't seem like it was enough to just lead this squad of younger, more inexperienced players through this last matchup, and we just, it just felt like they couldn't find their stride.
Yeah, and I mean, I will also say that it does kind of help speed things along a little bit more when there's not a pause every single map. You know, we had more pause than an animal shelter here for the first half of the day. Hopefully we're clear for the rest of it and we can just get through to the action because there is plenty more action to be had. I'm looking forward to the next matchup here.
Absolutely. Yeah, the World Cup, you know, we talk about it bringing the top tier of talent, and it's some more talent that may not get the exposure that they deserve in the Overwatch League. So it's always great to be here for the World Cup. But with that said, like you mentioned, CB, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, see what matches and what action we have just around the corner for y'all. As you mentioned, we just got out of Germany versus Iceland, 2-0 there. Norway took it over Sweden, 2-0. Finland over Saudi Arabia over Finland. And of course, earlier on in the day, Turkey versus Poland, which was a much closer game than that scoreline may represent. But we are down to 3 more matches for day 1. We are rounding out Group B here. Belgium and Great Britain is up next, followed by Italy versus France, and we close out the day with Netherlands versus Spain. So a ton of great talent still here. Of course, let's talk about Belgium and Great Britain. CB, you had mentioned this before, right? Great talent coming out of Britain, especially with the Hurricanes in the past. The contender scene is popping. That community has been very active for a long time. Talk to me about these two teams.
I mean, Team Great Britain, let's take a look at them really quick. These 7 Lions are fighting for more than just their pride. Let me throw a couple names at you right here. Kai, Funny Astro, Backbone, Jakaru. This is a roster they can definitely be proud of. They came to fight. They're in Group A where there's actually 3 spots up for grabs, and they look like a shoo-in to take at least one of them here, but hey, we've seen crazier things. We've seen some upsets already. We might see some more. Belgium still has a little bit of star power that they're coming to the table with. They could maybe throw a spanner into the works, make Britain have to work a little bit harder for it than you think they would. I'm looking at people like Logix, another household name that a lot of longtime Overwatch fans will know and love, especially on the hit scan heroes. Logix can definitely hold his own, and I'm going to be looking at him to try and carry Team Belgium through to the end here.
Yeah, Epitomes, you know, obviously when it comes to longtime names like Logix, we're going to want to vouch for those players, right? They have those fan bases that are so large, and of course 8, 6, 7 years after starting playing the game, that fan base has evolved. Maybe they're still playing Overwatch, maybe they're not, but people tuning back into the World Cup, what do they need to be watching out for in this matchup?
Well, in this matchup, like you mentioned with Logix, you have that player that has played in a World Cup before as well. Logix playing in 2017 for Belgium. I am so sorry about my cat. And also, in the last match, we did see Alex, who you mentioned was from a team Raspberry Racers, CB, and did a lot of work for that Germany squad. And on the same squad here for Raspberry Racers, we have Ken, who is one of the DPSs here for Belgium.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and hop right into that match so you guys can take it away. CB and Epitomes, I'll see you soon.
Awesome. Yeah, now headed into this next one, looking at the rosters once again, we mentioned the Raspberry Racers player, Ken, a DPS for that squad, and, you know, obviously another well-known name for the EU contenders scene. But looking at these picks, you know, do you have anything that you might want to expect going into these next matchups?
I mean, you know, some of these names here are ones that we haven't really seen a whole lot of, so again, it's their opportunity to make a name for themselves here, but, you know, with not knowing exactly what Skytour, Padanova, and Chaba all bring to the table, I'm looking at this as a squad that potentially is going to live and die by their DPS line. Can Ken and Ken Logix do the bulk of the work and help tip this squad over the edge here, and or are we going to see something unexpected from the other three here? Is there, you know, potential diamond in the rough sort of situation here that can make Belgium look a little bit more competitive than first impressions might lead you to believe?
Yeah, on the other side, you mentioned there's just a lot of talent over here on the Great Britain squad. You have Jikaru, who is currently playing for Sovereigns, I believe, Sovereigns EU, which is also, you know, a big contenders team. But I think the biggest name that we do see here is Backbone, who is a London Spitfire player. But also you have you just have so much talent. LA Gladiators as well from Kai. So, you know, lots of Overwatch League talent.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only lots of Overwatch League talent, but Overwatch League talent that might be able to find their stride with some comfort picks here. Backbone is known for the Mei play on the London Spitfire stage there. So if Mei ends up coming out, which we have seen a fair bit of so far, that's going to be something that Belgium are going to have to try and navigate here. Kai, one of the top Western hit scans potentially ever. If we put him on the Cassidy, he's gonna pound. So, you know, it is, again, up to the DPS of Belgium to try and punch up and try and match that level, if nothing else, and hope that the rest of their team can do enough to try and tip them over the edge here. So as we go to Lijiang Tower here, I might expect to see a little bit of Mei on Night Market or on Control Center. So, you know, how do you deal with Backbone's Mei?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. You really need that strong backline, especially here when it comes to dealing with the Mei. And you want those bailout ultimates from the supports as well. I'm thinking of Transcendences, I'm thinking of the Sound Barrier, just those types of ultimates that's able to very, very quickly get them out of those sticky situations.
100%. I'm curious to see what map we go to here first, because that's going to kind of dictate the pace of things. I really want to see what Team Great Britain comes out with, what kind of composition they decide to play. It looks like we are going to start things off on Control Center, so maybe, I mean, looking at what I'm seeing right now, I never trust attacker spawns. They can always change that, but maybe Great Britain is channeling just a little bit more of that London Spitfire than just Backbone, and there's that lethal Mei that I was talking about. You know, Belgium, they're going to have an answer here. They're going to try and mirror the rush here. Ken on the Mei as well. Logic's on the Sim, and it looks like that's not going to be just for a swap. That is for positioning and for a little bit of damage here. So it's going to actually be Kai that I want to keep an eye on here now, because if Kai's able to find just a stray headshot, one stray arrow to the dome, could put this all to bed. And hey, there's more than one.
Yeah, I guess that's how you deal with Ken, with Mei on this map. You just have Kai ringing out the backline, already a support down as well, and that Reinhardt going to be melted very quickly after with the Storm, though. It is just so quick for Great Britain to take down this squad. Funny Astro as well, another name that we haven't quite touched on as much, but another LA Gladiators player, right? And also played in another Overwatch World Cup in the past. So just so much experience, so much individual talent on this Great Britain team.
Yeah, and not a whole lot of heads-up forward thinking and quarter checking from Belgium, because they never saw that flank from Kai coming, and he's still just holding up here on this high ground, and they've opted not even to try and challenge him. They just want to try and take down Jikaru, but with all the healing being pumped into Jikaru, that is a tall, tall task.
Okay, both amplification matrix coming out means that Kai is going to be dealing a lot more damage just going through, but instead they've opted to just block it off with a Mei wall, try to teleport over here on this pass, and they're just unable to get anything done. Quickly regrouping around to help this hit scan, and the Hanzo just stays alive, and you have the Dragon Strike online as well. You have that Funny Astro has built up the sound barrier so incredibly quickly. If you look at Chaba, only 50% on the ultimate. It is just such chaos, but Great Britain is thriving through it.
Yeah, and Belgium doesn't really have an in here. Like, Logix is going to have the sim wall, and that's how they're going to try and open things up and try and build some positioning here, but they don't really have something big that can just win the fight here, and especially when they've lost their entire DPS line, this fight is already over. Great Britain are just, like, they're playing with their food right now. They're taking candy from babies. What is this?
Yeah, this is, and they're already pushing in their spawn, and typically this is not really something that you see in high-level play because they don't really want to risk letting someone backcap onto that point, but the confidence is there. They're going to go right ahead. The Sojourn has been brought out by Logix to try and counteract, give that little bit of carry potential here, but with the sound barrier, they're allowed to just make like plays that are just a little bit silly, a little bit foolish. They're allowed to troll a little bit because they are so easily bailed out by this Blizzard, by the amp matrix, by the sound barrier. It's just all there, and not even a touch, not even a little bit of secure. First point going to Britain.
Yeah, you were saying how, you know, you don't want to worry about the back cap coming through, but Great Britain, they don't even have to worry about it because they have everybody who could reasonably touch, that being pretty much only Chaba on the Lucio there, all corralled in the spawn there, and they just can't get out. They don't have to worry about that back cap because they just simply don't allow Belgium to exit their spawn doors. Can't touch the point if you can't play the game, such as the strategy that Great Britain has decided to bring here. And, you know, we're seeing a little bit of swap-ups here coming out. You know, Gardens tends to favor a little bit more of a dive style, so we're seeing Jkaru and Skytor try to reflect that. Ken gonna swap over onto the Echo. That's gonna be something we might want to keep an eye on here, but, I mean, if Control Center is anything to go off of, this is entirely Great Britain's match to win.
Oh yeah, Great Britain is just having fun with it. They've switched over onto the Echo Mercy, and you have that Ana as well. This is, I mean, it's an unconventional backline for sure, and against the Tracer Sombra, it's definitely going to be a hard one to, it's going to be hard to get away from these two DPSs. Skytor trying to go in for the dive, but there's just no support from the rest of the Belgium squad, immediately falling to JKRU, and it is just, you know, a meltdown once again for the first capture.
Yeah, so here's the trouble when you're running an Echo Mercy, because that Mercy is going to be attached at the hip to the Echo at all times, so if Skytor wants to go aggressive, it's all on to Patanova to try and get the healing done, and if he's zoned off, if he can't LOS the tank, then, you know, Skytor's just going to fall. Ken with a great opening pickoff there, and they might be able to clean up Jkaru as well. Belgium, they might have finally found their in.
Yeah, the Echo Mercy is doing a bit of damage. Skytor has also found a pick onto the back line of Cronus's Ana. Just, once again, that immobility getting to that support once again, and now they're able to capture that point, and I think allowing them that little bit of airspace as well when Great Britain is really focused on ground control is really helpful. It seems to be what they prefer here.
Yeah, and when you're putting all of your eggs into that Echo Mercy basket, sometimes you have enough eggs to make an omelet, as Ken does there, but Skytor going really aggressive, gets low there. Great Britain want to try and focus that Winston down. Ken has to try and invest a duplicate just to get another monkey on the field because theirs has already been dealt with. And this might be Great Britain coming through with the flip, but it is scrappy.
They're able to get those few picks to go through, and now with Ken down, you kind of have to worry about what Chaba's doing, where are they going to escape to, where the support's going to go, and that the answer is just right back to spawn. The flip comes through from Great Britain very quickly after that fight, and once again, these ultimates are being built up to very quickly. Kai did a big flip with the Pulse Bomb, and that ultimate just gets built up so quickly in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and speaking of ultimates, Belgium, with the comp they're playing, they don't really have access to a huge fight-winning ultimate. They're going to have the Kitsune Rush, and that's a great initiation tool, but they're going to walk right into Backbone's EMP, and if Great Britain's follow-up is there, that's going to be a clean, easy fight win for Great Britain, so I'll have to see if Backbone pulls the trigger, and indeed he does, but Cronus falls early.
Yeah, Cronus going down before the sound barrier comes through could be a game changer for Belgium. They have to keep JKRU up somehow, but they're unable to. It's got to back up quite a bit because Funny Astro just doesn't have as much of that sustain. Now the Pulse Bomb has been built up by Kai, though, might be able to answer something back. The contention is still there. Kai just dashing around on the point, blinking around, trying to take down Chaba and trying to find the Mercy pocket. And finally, JKRU finishes the job, but that allows Logix an opportunity to just trade back onto the DPS, already to 95. Contention still there. This might be an overtime flip for Belgium. And now the duplicate forced through once again. Ken going to transform into the Winston, a second tank onto the field to try and harass JKRU from regrouping with the rest of the team. Ken still on fire, just going to glide away very quickly, waiting for Chaba to come back. Chaba has switched on to the Lucio though, and that means building up another ultimate while Kai already has the Pulse Bomb to come through, and Skytor is taken down now without a tank in play. It's going to be so much harder for Belgium to keep their hands on this point. Overtime activated Logix attempting a blink and a recall. Pandanova also looking for the contest with the Suzu, and now the Doomfist from Skytor to get quickly back to point. It is just so back and forth. There are some desperation switches from Belgium, but they're holding on.
Not by very much there.
Oh.
Skytor with the last of that HP gonna finally fall. You've got Chaba on point to try and contest here, but this looks like it's all Great Britain in the kill feed. Yep, it's all coming up for the 7 Lions here. That's gonna be a nice, easy 2-0 there for Great Britain. They definitely look to be the stronger of the two teams here. And I want to go back to that last fight there where Belgium was able to flip the point at 99 for Great Britain. Great Britain did enough to stagger out to where they got to 99, and in order to even get the flip at all, they made it costly for Belgium. They had to invest ultimate abilities, they had to invest pretty much everything, throw the kitchen sink at it, so when the next fight comes around and Great Britain come in, they have ultimates, they have resources, Belgium just has nothing, and they just crumble under the pressure there towards the end. And we saw a lot of life from them on Gardens. There's definitely something to this team. There's definitely some things that we can see going forward here, but I gotta ask, do you think they can do it? It's gonna be their map pick. What are you feeling?
I don't know. It's going to be a really tough one. Like you said, I mean, it feels like they might also just be waking up. Each of these teams only playing one match, every single day. So it could be like they're kind of warming up to it because we saw so much more life over on that second round. But it's also the fact that there were desperation switches. Great Britain seems like a very calm, level-headed team. But when it comes to these really, really chaotic, messy fights and they start falling apart, they start realizing they're losing, the switches come through. And there might be less of that forethought going into those team compositions when they're making those switches, as much as we need to get back to the point, we need to hold on to this no matter what. And then you don't think about, what about the ultimates that we're building up? What about the ultimates we just lost? How will this work with our team composition? The switch onto Lucio, they wanted to rush back to the point, but it also means that Ken, which was basically, all their eggs in that basket, they didn't have the Mercy Pocket anymore, so it was a lot more difficult to get value out of it.
Yeah, it overall kind of feels like Belgium is playing a little bit more reactively instead of proactively. I mean, we do have the chance for them to try and be a little bit more proactive because, as the non-winners of the first map, it is going to be their map pick next. They can take us to Hybrid, they can take us to Escort. What kind of maps might you be expecting them to try and go with? With what we've seen here, like what strengths do they have that they can realistically play to here?
I feel like we could definitely see them on an escort map rather than a hybrid map. They definitely feel like they want to be able to flow back into the fight instead of having to constantly hang on to something, and that could be a problem for them with the first control point or the first capture point of those hybrid maps. But it's definitely going to be up to them to see what they want to play to their strengths and what kind of compositions they're going to go for this time around.
All right, well, they got a little bit of time to try and piece this all together. We're going to throw to a quick break, let them go to the drawing board, piece together a plan and a map pick. We'll have all that for you and more action when we come back from the break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers. I'm Epitomes, joined by CB, and we are back for map 2 of Belgium versus Great Britain after a little bit of a stomp on Lijiang Tower.
Just a little bit. I did say at the top of this match that Great Britain did look like to be one of the shoo-ins for one of the spots in Group A, and they are staking their claim early. They're not even let Belgium sniff one of those spots right now, saying you have to go through us if you want even a snowball's chance in heck of making it to the playoffs here. So it's up to Belgium here with their map pick to try and pull some magic out of a hat, try and find something to turn the tides back in their favor, and try and topple this British giant that sits before them, and Circuit Royale is their destination of choice. This is where they will choose to make that stand, and I gotta feel like this might be putting some eggs into the Logic's basket this time.
Oh, this is definitely an interesting choice here. I mean, we did see like a little bit of that Sojourn switch as well over on the first control center map of Lijiang, so I'm wondering if they might be bringing that out once again, if we're going to see maybe a Cassidy come through as well.
And you know what else? I did want to point out that, we saw a lot of the Hanzo coming out, and when we saw this map earlier today, Hanzo seemed to be, the pick that most of the hitscan players were going for in lieu of the Widowmaker, because we saw the Widow nerfs, so we're likely not going to see as much of her as we might be accustomed to. She might still rear her ugly head again here once again. But, I mean, Hanzo has been a great thing to, a great hero to slot in with that traditional long-range sniper. It's, kind of one for one. It's the same sort of deal where you can just find a headshot. As I say that, though, both teams kind of looking like they're going to make me eat my words and go back to old reliable, pull the Widowmaker off of the shelves here, dust her off. She hasn't even been up there for like a week yet, but dust her off, try and find some value with them. And overall, Belgium is kind of going back to the previous meta with this composition. ZP and Hex were talking about it a little bit, but Sigma with the BAP Zen and then the double sniper, that's very much a meta of a bygone era where we've been through some patches, we've changed some things. Maybe Belgium knows something we don't and they're able to find some value here, or maybe we'll just have to spam chat with thank Mr. Logix once again.
Yeah, I mean, you also see the Genji being brought out here, and there's like a little bit of a buff there with the increase in ammo, but also you see that there has been a switch onto W Maimon, and as well on the other side, Shira as that tank on the Sigma here to try and get themselves a little bit of that stronger defense.
But it doesn't look to be like much of a defense right now. It looks like Belgium, they're just backing up. They've kind of just given up this entire Streets phase over here for free. Like this first corner, like you typically want to hold a little bit further up with your Sigma so that your snipers have an angle, but the snipers are just holding their S key back and all the way up. Great Britain, they're about to get this first corner here essentially for free without even having to spill any blood, but rest assured, there's gonna be some blood to spill if Kai has anything to say about it.
Okay, Ken is able to find W Maimon, and Logic's actually going to take down Kai. Battle of the Widowmakers, which is something you don't really see too much, but sure. And now they're just still holding the corner, waiting for their DPSs to come back into the game. Logic's still holding this very long corner, and they don't really have a good way of kind of diving onto the Widowmaker. The Genji could do something here, but still haven't made the move.
Yeah, the problem here is, as long as we're both investing into this Widowmaker battle, it is going to be whichever Widow is getting the better of one another that's going to dictate which sight lines the other team can safely play in, but a nano boost onto Jikaru is going to make the entire point anything but safe for Belgium.
Funny Astro going down, so they're relying on Backbone to get those sight lines on, but it's just not going to work. Ken is able to take down quite a bit of damage onto that tank, taking out JKR from the fight, but the Primal Rage has been built up for the next one, and because of how pokey their comp is, they are just backing up all the way once again. It's just holding the S key and giving up that first checkpoint for free.
Yeah, it's a poke comp, and typically if you want to poke someone, you gotta keep them in arm's distance, but Belgium keeping Great Britain away with like a 10-foot pole right now won't let them get close, and that's totally fine, because Great Britain can just take all of this space for free. The sight's gonna come out from Logix, and Great Britain might slow the pace down just a little bit here, but once Kai has those up, it's gonna be completely flipped and reversed, and once again, it'll be Belgium on the back foot. Gravitic Flux to open things up. are they going to find any pay dirt with it?
And the Gravitic Flux, it unfortunately doesn't find too much here. The Primal Rage does come out, though. JKR looking for a little bit more of that health sink, but oh, what a shot from Logic's Kai. Just straight back onto the support, a tank for a support. Both of them are going to be at a little bit of standstill for the next fight, but Logic's and Kai, they are just a gift that keeps on giving. But with the Widowmaker neutralized on Belgium's side, it does give Britain a little bit more of that room to push forward, but the Sigma is just contesting the point.
I mean, that shot onto Jkaru there from Logix was a discorded, amp-matrixed shot with a sonic arrow in him just for good measure. That was a great pickoff there from Logix here. But it's Kai that's getting the better of this duel right now, and it's also forcing Logix and the rest of Belgium back. They have to respect Kai. If he keeps clicking heads, Great Britain can keep charging forward. Another big pick from Logix here, but it might be too late.
And there's the Dragon Blade just coming through and forcing so much of this squad back. What is Logic going to do against Genji that has 5 million dashes and also a sword that'll two-shot you? And
Not
even though
much.
there's the Widowmaker nerfs, you know, even with the Widowmaker nerfs, you're still seeing Widow battles is a little bit insane to me. But Belgium, I think they might have been a little bit too overconfident on the sniper comp, because Great Britain, they are bringing the sniper comp right back to them, and they're doing it with only one sniper.
And they're looking like they want to try and open with a nano boost. By the way, this is the return of Boneback. I just realized we have Backbone on the support once again.
Boneback.
We didn't think we'd see him again, but it is Boneback, the evil twin, making up an Ana, holding the nano, can put that onto Jkaru at any point in time and make life miserable for Logix, as Funny Astro seems to try and do right now with some of the wall rides. But while everyone's looking at the frog, no one was looking at the monkey, and Jkaru is in now.
Yeah, Jkaru has been allowed to take so much space, just weaving in and out of Sigma's shields with the Tesla cannon as well, and such an easy way to escape with the jump. They're trying to hold the high ground, trying to take control because of the prominence of the snipers in this composition, and there's a gravitic flux to take down Kai as well as Backbone, and without Backbone in the back line, Great Britain doesn't really have a backbone, but JKR, they're forced to retreat a little bit further since Funny Astro doesn't quite have the sustain that they need. What?
He finds the kill at the okay. Funny Astro is known for his aggression, but even I, for a second, there was like, this is too aggressive for you. But Shira not able to dislodge the wall riding frog here. Funny Astro able to take out the enemy Sigma and even kind of force the swap there. I think Shira was probably already contemplating making that Diva swap here so they can try and counter dive and, you know, control the high ground a little bit better here, but it might be too little too late. Great Britain, they're really feeling themselves and starting to go for some ego plays, and they're still marching right on forward.
Yeah, they just really don't have the contention. Okay, slept Genji in spawn. That'll slow it down just a little bit. But they have that sound barrier, and they're just able to force forward, make the silly plays. You know, Funny Astro having a little laugh to himself. He's just hee-hee-ha-haing his team into their spawn. And now they've gotten so many picks as well. Logic's in the backline on the Tracer. But Backbone is barely even phased because the rest of the squad is just capping the payload. And they're almost right to the end. And it's all left up to Logix, who's just being harassed by the Tesla cannon. But since they are so close to the spawn, it's making it easier for Belgium to regroup. Great Britain might have to let this one go and wait for that next fight. Belgium, they might be able to hold on for a few seconds longer, but JKR popping the Primal Rage, so much more of a health sink now, and with the Doom Fist pick from Shira, are they going to be able to knock the Nunkey back? They do disengage off the back of this, but they are still trying to cap.
Yeah, it was very much a thank Mr. Logic's moment as he did just enough to try and stop the bleeding a little bit, and he's come back on the Bastion, taking down Jkaru, and once again, Belgium are doing just enough to hang on by the skin of their teeth here. They once again repel the Great Britain onslaught, and Great Britain, they invested a lot into that fight, the Primal and the Nano, and I believe the beat earlier on into that fight. It was a long one, it was a scrappy one, but definitely thank Mr. Logix for that one, because now we're under a minute. Great Britain, they're still looking to cap here, but Belgium might have finally found their footing.
Yeah, it seems like they are in a really good spot to hold on to this, especially since it's so close to spawn, and they're on their way to that meteor strike as well. Okay, Shira in the back line. Kai, where are you gonna go on the back of this? I guess
so
just going to go ahead and kill Shira, and now without a tank, they have to deal with the logics now, and just going to escape to the high ground. Kai getting healed up from the back line, but Ken, on the other hand, has the Dragon's Blade of his own, and is able to find only one. Funny Astro now down from Great Britain, but the rest of the squad is there to back up and avenge for the fallen teammate. Great Britain completing round 1 with 17 seconds left over.
Yeah, the good news for Belgium is that they didn't end up falling with a 2-minute time bank. Like, that definitely could have been the case, save for some heroic plays. The bad news is still that Great Britain capped at all, and on Circuit Royale, that's not always guaranteed. So now Belgium have to try and match that if they want to keep themselves up in this fight and potentially have a chance of winning this map here, and that's not going to be easy. Again, like I said, Belgium is living and dying by what Ken and Logix are able to do. We're seeing Shira going uber aggressive on the Doomfist and the D.Va there, and failing to win duels with an enemy Lucio. Granted, that enemy Lucio is Funny Astro, so you get a pass there, because Funny Astro is just Funny Astro, and I don't know what else I can say about that without, being redundant. We all know how good Funny Astro is on the Lucio there. And, I gotta believe that Belgium is going to be able to pull out something here. But Great Britain, I mean, if they just put enough pressure onto Logix where he can't get enough done on the Widow, force some comp swaps out of Belgium, it might just spell disaster. It might spell the end of Belgium's run here in this game. Another quick 2-0 for Great Britain. It's just up to Logix.
Yeah, Logix is, he did have quite a few shining moments on the defense. On the attack, it might be a little bit more difficult having to fight for those positions with a Widow, Sigma, Zenyatta, Baptiste, Hanzo kind of comp. And Great Britain, they're holding so much further forward as well. They're not going to allow that free space, the free caps. And if Belgium had held further forward in that first fight, Great Britain might not have been able to complete round 1 with all 3 points here. Now they're having to fight up through the side house, but it's being contested by 3 players and backed right up with the Lucio of Funny Astro, just allowing to boop them back into the room, and then it's just so much free damage from that Genji.
It's all some of the most, the most mobile heroes here, so they have an opportunity to jump out, but that rock from Shira and the follow-up there from Chaba means that Jekaru cannot get out, and with the Winston gone, now Belgium can start to trudge forward here. Yeah, you can see Backbone has to try and, head for the hills, and this is going to be that first stretch, being given up to Belgium, but again, we go back to Belgium's defense here. They are now working to take what Great Britain essentially took for free on their attack here. So now once Great Britain is able to set up, they can get Kai on this high ground here. There's still a lot of work to be done. That's a huge nade from Backbone. Not going to be a lot of follow-up, but that will slow things down just a little bit. Kai looking for a head, but Ken is not going to show his today. Jump up out of the way here. Cart's still moving. Great Britain, they're looking for a way in, a way to get Jekaru onto that backline.
Yeah, they're able to cap this for free. It's going to be difficult for them to contest. Once again, the Widowmaker has to stand really far back here, but WMaimon is able to find one onto Ken, and that Genji is really the one that's going to be right up in their faces and forcing them back, especially those 2 DPSs that have been sent back to spawn here. Chaba, however, has been doing a lot of work for Belgium thus far, the Discord orbs, and doing a lot of damage, even for just Zenyatta, but WMaimon going to neutralize that. The Genji is such a good way to counter these really immobile backline picks.
You talk about how much damage Chaba is doing, but that's what this backline is, right? It's full poke, full damage, and it's finding a decent amount of value, but not enough to dislodge Kai, not enough to fully punish Jekaru consistently, and not enough to stop the support from coming in from Backbone. Hey Kai, there's another free headshot for you. Logix never saw that one coming. There's an easy trade, and again, you have to try and find a way to shut down this Widow. A pick onto Backbone, though, that could be huge.
Now, the Transcendence being used in that situation, as well as the Immortality field to just try and counteract the damage that was going to come through. The Sound Barrier also used, but looking at the ultimates that are coming up, and now they have that Widow's ultimate coming through, so they can just see right through these walls, and it should allow Logix to get a good pick here, but Ken is actually the one that finds Funny Astro. Now a player down, missing that main support, but oh my gosh, the Dragon Blade doesn't even find anything. And in the face of that, they've also put up the Immortality field, and it's given them that enough sustain for Shira to go ahead, use the Graphitic Flux, and force them so far back. And now with a few seconds left over, they're able to get that first checkpoint, which is going to give them 3 more minutes in the time bank to push into the second, while Shira continues to surge forward and try and force these players back.
And what a great shot from Ken here. And with that shot to shut down that Dragon Blade, now the hard part is done. Kai is going to swap off of the Widowmaker because he no longer has the favorable angle. Belgium, they can play this far up, and as long as the fight goes on this even ground, he's not going to be able to find much of anything. Meanwhile, Logix can still play the Widow to his heart's content, going to take down W. Maimon, and keep things going in favor of Belgium. Keep this cart inching ever closer there. That's another great shot from Ken onto Kai there. This might actually just be point B being capped here outright. A Storm Arrow kill onto Jkaru. Why not, Ken? You're already cooking.
Yeah, Ken is definitely whipping up something in the kitchen, and now it's all left to Funny Astro. Another pick for Ken, and now they get that second checkpoint. It was just not even a struggle at all for them to get up that ramp and into this little building here. Now we're looking at Great Britain. They switched up their comps a lot. It's going to be back to that Widow... There was a little bit of struggle to get up that wall, but it was a little bit of that.
The one enemy cannot overcome the wall. He takes the stairs. I have to admire that, but you know, he's able to take this high ground here, and Jkaru wants to fight for it and dislodge him, but not able to, and they've lost Funny Astro again. Astro might be getting a little too big for his britches here, going too aggressive and getting punished for it.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel like he's getting the support that he needs, especially needs the Winston to be right there with him in order to absorb some of that pressure. But now they're trying to use this Tracer. Oh my god, just immediately stunned by Shira's rock and just going to go down. Even though there's a sleep onto the tank here, it's going to be that bio nade that's going to really force Shira back a little bit. But still, Great Britain cannot get themselves in good position to defend this. They are just, it seems that they've really lost their stride.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be looking at Kai making that swap off the Widow over onto the Sombra, and hasn't been able to build up to the EMP yet. Is going to have it now, and 2 early pickoffs. That is huge. Okay, Great Britain aren't even going to need to invest the EMP. They should be able to just win this fight outright with the cleanup, and now they'll have the EMP for the next fight, and that should be another fight win. I mean, Belgium's about to have 5 ultimates of their own. This next fight is looking to be a bloody one, but it's one that I think Great Britain might be favored in. It's got to be all up to Kai here. Going for an early hack there onto Shira, but gets sussed out. Is he going to be able to find anything here?
Yeah, now the Widowmaker has been completely switched off, and they're using that Amp Matrix as well as the Transcendence in response to only the Primal Rage and the Pulse Bomb from Great Britain's squad. But now they're able to take down Jkaru with that little bit of extra sustain from those 2 supports, and Chaba, instead, after using Transcendence, has switched over to the Brigitte to try and help out the team right next to their spawn. Ken is allowed to just do a lot of free damage off after the tank has gone down, and they're just trying to weave around with the Tracer and the Sombra, but Kai has decided back to the Widowmaker they go, especially after Logic has switched. Don't have to get Widowmaker diffed this time around as they push into the final point.
There was a moment in time there where I could see that Kai wanted to use the EMP, but the Transcendence came out and it was just too costly to do it, and by the time it would have been beneficial, everyone else from Great Britain is dead, so Kai just yeeted that one in there. Gonna go ahead and make the swap here, but it might be too little too late. He can't get favorable positioning. The Gravitic Flux comes out. The headshots are coming out from Ken. Belgium are going to cap this point here. Ken is going absolutely nutty right now.
Ken just went crazy in that last fight, and I'm pretty sure he was on fire for that entire last checkpoint, and it was largely due to Ken as well that they were able to even just force their way through that second checkpoint without just even a little bit of a hitch. And Great Britain, you can see why Belgium picked this map. Great Britain, we saw them on the attack and we thought, why are they letting them capture it for free? But even though Great Britain was in their faces and trying to contest every little bit of space that they could, while Belgium was more looking to kite back and keep them at an arm's length, Belgium still end up with a larger time sink.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to that Sombra swap from Kai. I don't think it paid enough dividends. It took him too long to build up the EMP. The synchronization wasn't quite there. You know, he would try and go for a hack, and either it wouldn't come through. He'd get, you know, the hack canceled, or there just wouldn't be a hackable target for Jkaru to jump on top of, or for the follow up from WMaimon to be able to come through. And it just wasn't quite there. I think this is kind of what Great Britain need to do, because now, you know, they're behind the 8 ball a little bit. Belgium set the better time bank. Great Britain, they have to be swift. I think you just want to have Kai on this Widow to try and take the duel with Logix, hopefully win that duel, and be able to make enough cart progress to mount a pretty decent defense here, because, you know, yeah, like I said, the time bank is in favor of Belgium right now, which is not something I thought was going to happen when I saw, you know, how slow their... or how rough their defense was, but that attack was just something special.
Yeah, and Kai on this Widowmaker has to contend with 2 snipers, and Logic already taking down WMaimon, and you can see that the Genji isn't putting enough pressure, but oh my goodness, what a shot from Kai to take down Logix, and now they're missing quite a chunk of that long-range damage, and they're going to have to back up a little bit since Kai is allowed to ring out for free here. Now looking for the pick onto Chaba, finds it, the Zenyatta now out, and no more of those Discord orbs for that extra damage that they have left over. Logic comes back as Tracer, partially maybe to try and get to the point that much quicker and force them back instead of allowing them to cap for free. Kai almost finding the shop on the support once again. The shield does come through and saves Belgium's backline for a second longer, and now Chaba switching onto the Lucio. There's a lot of rush switches that are coming through from Belgium, and Bunny Astro now taking down Logix. Logix once again sent back to spawn. Great Britain, they're making this a lot easier for themselves by neutralizing that DPS player, and now they're able to capture a first checkpoint.
And this is exactly what Great Britain needs to do. They need to just let Kai pound, let him win out that Widow duel. You know, losing WMaimon there early doesn't really matter all that much, because his only job was to try and pressure out Logix, but without Logix alive, then, you know, job well done. You know, gave your life for it. It's still good. They play slow enough to build up to the Nano, just send Jkaru in to mop up the damage, and the follow-up is there. They've capped point A, which is already so much for 1 minute. If they're able to cap point B, that might be an insurmountable task for Belgium to try and match here, and you know Great Britain, they want it. It's got to be up to Shiro with this Gravitic Flux to try and negate that, try and slow something down, find pay dirt with this ultimate. Kai has the sights up. Belgium, they don't want to flinch. Who's going to make the first move here?
And that amp matrix is also up, and after they're able to get that through, it's going to be up to Ken to find the damage. The immortality field comes through as the primal rage is popped by Jkaru, trying to pound on the backline, able to find both of the supports. Now the sustain simply isn't there for Shira, being completely shredded by WMaimon, and there's the Genji once again. The final pick onto Logix, and the overtime continues into the second point.
Yeah, WMaimon trades his life early on in the fight and takes at least 3 of them there in exchange towards the end of that fight, and now has a Dragon Blade. It will be a Naked Blade unless Backbone is able to build up to that Nano Boost quite swiftly, but there's also that window where Chaba's going to have the Transcendence here. Regardless of how that interaction plays out, this is already so much cart progress for Great Britain, and Belgium are going to have to match all of this and then some on their attack. They have to try and stop this train before it goes off the tracks here.
Yeah, Kai taking control of the high ground needs to be a little bit careful about being flanked by this Tracer, but the Dragon Strike does quite a bit of zoning. They just take out that sound barrier as well as the Dragon Blade. They're trying to get so much value here. Where are you going? WMaimon able to get back up onto the platform, but they were able to tank so much damage from the Dragon Strike because of that sound barrier from Funny Astro, but now Funny Astro going down to Chaba's Discord orbs, and Logix as well finding Backbone. This might be the end of the overtime. Kai too far away to touch, but this is 60 meters in, a lot further than they would have initially hoped with only 1 minute.
Yeah, that is so much. I don't even want to think about what Belgium has to do in order to try and match that. You know, they had the favorable time bank, but throw that out the window, because as much as Great Britain did with a minute, that's like an astronomical task to try and do with a minute 46. That extra 46 seconds pretty much means nothing at this point. It's gonna be an OT push no matter what. And if Kai keeps winning out the Widow duels with Logix, not allowing Logix to control the sight lines, use the defender's advantage, and control the angles, then it's going to be pretty much over. We're going to see the Widow mirror coming out from both of these teams again, and it's going to be Kai that has the advantage of positioning. It's going to be up to Belgium to try and shut Kai down somehow, but they just haven't really done that. And meanwhile, you can see how effective Great Britain has been in shutting down Logix. If it's not Kai hitting a headshot, it's Jkaru with a nano boost or WMA with the swift strikes, just dashing through, mopping up the back line, putting the pressure on. And once again, we're going to see Great Britain going for this really, really close hold. And this is designed specifically to bleed time off the time bank and get us into that OT situation as early as possible. No compositional swaps up here from Belgium. We have to be looking at Logix and indeed Ken to try and make magic once again. Ken lightning strike twice. Ken, it's up to you, bud.
Oh, Logic's not even going for the Widowmaker early, looking really to harass Widow on that high ground that Kai is holding. And once again, they are looking to get control of this room very early, and they do so. Great Britain not going to make the same mistake twice and have their tank fall early to that engagement. Instead, going to back up onto the second bridge and hold from there, holding closer to Kai as well, so it's easier to protect in case that Tracer goes for the dive.
Yeah, but there's no flank routes here on first point of Circuit Royale, right? So Logix is going to have a hard time trying to get to Kai, and is at some point going to have to face check him. If Kai hits the shot, it's just done and dusted here. Logix is trying to look for a way in, but you can see Kai wants to take the high ground, not going to even give Logix the chance here to take this favorable ground that everybody has to try and respect, and you can see how far back Belgium is forced to play right now, and Logix is down.
Okay, Backbone being the one to take down Logix, trying to harass the supports out of the fight, and it didn't work, and there's just no follow-up, which allows JKR going for a huge dive onto Belgium. Oh my goodness, 30 seconds left over, first fight already lost.
This is mean. This is mean.
What? Oh. What are they doing to him?
The stagger onto Potanova, and yeah, with the Amp Matrix, that's going to be your only ultimate that you had.
Yeah.
The last person to spawn. Is anyone going to be able to touch? Logix is going to have to try and get the touch, but again, there's no real flank routes. He's going to have to face check everybody and go right into the point here. Ken's not going to be there for backup. It doesn't even look like there's going to be a touch. Logic's going to use both his blinks to try and get on the point here, but the Dragon Blade comes out. What does Belgium even do about this?
Yeah, the Dragon Blade is just so oppressive to Belgium's squad. Their back line is almost gone. The Amp Matrix, even though it comes through, what is Pontanova going to do to touch? That stagger was pretty much the nail in the coffin. Now Great Britain taking this another map 2-0 for us, CV. Both of the series we casted have been pretty dominant for one team over the other, but there was still that glimmer of hope, the glimmer of life for Belgium that we saw in the previous match for Iceland. It's definitely there. You can see the competition.
Yeah, man, ZP and Hex got to cast all the good ones here. I'm hoping we're not just on 2 Overwatch all night, all day. But it was still a really good series here. Like you said, there was signs of life that came out from Belgium. There was definitely some heroic plays that came out from the likes of Ken and from the likes of Logix. It's still a squad that you do have to kind of watch out for because the heroics can be there and can make big plays, but it's not enough to overcome the circle of life that these 7 Lions from Great Britain just introduced them to. It's just quickly life. Kai hits you with a headshot, death. That's the circle right there. That's how it goes, top to bottom. And, you know, there's even when Kai is not hitting all of the headshots, the synergy is here. Jkaru and Backbone with these nano Winstons, the Primal Rages. Funny Astro just playing however he really wants to, just kind of like going in, trying to take duels with the enemy tank. Sure, why not? He's able to get away with it. If Belgium can't stop him, then you know, he's going to keep going for those kinds of plays. And WMA on this Genji, also a threat here. There's a lot to be afraid of here on this Great Britain squad. Like I said, a shoo-in for one of the 3 Group A slots. And who else in this group can reasonably take it from them?
Yeah, I mean, Great Britain, they just have such strong individual players, and that experience allows them to gel together really well. I mean, from this group, we still got a few contenders. I mean, you and I, we were talking a little bit about Denmark the other day as well, but they don't even play today. So, Great Britain, they can safely say that they are looking in a good spot for at least day one of the EMEC online qualifiers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be for more than just day one. I think this is a squad that might go 8 days, being a dangerous threat to everybody else in this group throughout the entirety of it. There's still a couple of squads here that might have some things to say about it. Some squads that are bringing some heavy coaching staff, some heavy strategy, and some big names to the table here. We're going to have to see a few more of them down the line here. But, I mean, as for now, like, someone has to stop Kai. Like, someone has to shut this guy down. And if you can't do it, then, like, what shot does your team have? What's your game plan? You gotta come at me with something, because Kai is a problem here.
Yeah, and it also feels like, greatness elevates greatness. When Kai is popping off, WMAMO starts popping off. They're focused on the Widow. They're like, we have to get that Widowmaker. And then the Genji is all of a sudden in your backline with a blade. And you're like, what are we going to do about that? And you're not really sure. And it's just like, it's so good that the way that the synergy has been going with this Great Britain squad. And I'm excited to see what they do next.
I'm also excited to see who can step up to the plate and try and dethrone the Lion King over here, the 7 Lions. I don't know how many more times I can reference that movie without getting a cease and desist from Disney. So no more of that. We can go ahead and move on to the next game here. It's going to be Italy versus France. We're going to have that for you ready to go when we come back from another quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We got 2 more games coming at you, and they're both going to be good ones. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC Online Qualifiers. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and of course, Epitomes and CB have been bringing you the action all day long. We are 3 matches deep, and of course, we just got done with Belgium versus Great Britain. Epitomes, break it down for anyone who may have missed it real quick. What just happened? What did we just encounter?
I mean, obviously on the side of Belgium, we had a little bit of that sniper battle on the very last map of Circuit Royale. For those who have missed it, it was legendary. Ken popped off, Logic popped off, Kai popped off, Kai especially popped off at the very end and allowed them to cap to 2.5 points in overtime with only 1 minute. And that was just insane from Great Britain's squad. And, you know, I just really didn't expect that out of the second map in Circuit Royale.
Yeah, absolutely. CB, you had mentioned this before, right? Great Britain coming into this one with a lot of veteran players on their squad. Did this match go the way that you expected it to?
Almost exactly, honestly. I mean, I after the first map, I thought it might not be quite so close on Circuit Royale. The signs of life that we saw coming out from Logix and Ken, like I said, the heroic plays definitely, you know, made me believe for a split second that we might have seen a map 3. But it was not to be, because you ask what happened, Kai happened. And just as much as Kai happened, Logix did not happen, because Kai and the gang did not let him happen, because they know what happens if you let Logix cook. So got him out of the kitchen. Kai was the only one left wearing a chef's hat, and they just took it all the way home. And also, you know, nearly took it to 6 points for them on Circuit Royale, which is just bananas, with only a minute in the time bank and OT. Like, mwah. Chef's kiss. That's so good.
Yeah, lots of cooking references, lots of heat references in here, and you know, with Logix previously being on the Mayhem way back when, it feels good, you know what I mean? Like, sort of living up to those glory days. But Great Britain, like you mentioned, that Widowmaker battle was something to watch. The meta still being explored as we talk, right? Matches throughout the day have led us to so many different places. But we're talking about throughout the day. Let's take a look at the schedule right now and see what matches we have up for you around the corner. I believe Match 6 and Match 7, our final 2 showings of the day, are just around the corner. Match 6 will be Italy versus France, which is coming up next. And to close out day number 1 will be the Netherlands versus Spain. Of course, like I've mentioned before, World Cup action will be going on for 4 days straight, ending on Sunday of this week, and then restarting again next week, and we'll be doing the same stretch here Thursday through Sunday. So, with 2 weeks of action, a round robin, and stakes at an all-time high here, Italy versus France is just around the corner. Of course, 3 teams from Group A will be moving on, 2 teams from Group B, with Italy and France just around the corner. Like I mentioned, CB, what are your thoughts heading on into this next one?
Well, I definitely want to see what France comes to play with, because, you know, they have a lot of big names on their team, but I think the names that are going to make the most difference are the ones that you don't see. They're rolling up here with a fat coaching staff right now, with Get Amazed at the head of it, and this tells me one of 2 things. Either A, they really, really want this playoff spot. They want to go the distance, and they want to be a threat when it comes to playoffs, and they have to do it here. Or maybe it might be a case of too many cooks in the kitchen. And if I had a little bit more prep time, I would have written a Ratatouille reference about that, because it's France. But that, you know, we have to kind of see which one it's going to be, right? I feel like it's going to be the first one, but you never know. There might be a case where, you know, some wires get crossed and things don't quite click, and they kind of just have to fall back on the value of the names they're bringing to the table, the ones we will see going full force to try and bring that W home for France.
Well, and with that, Epitomes, CB, thank you so much for bringing us the action throughout the day. We got Match 6 just around the corner. I'm going to drop it off to you guys, and I'll see you both shortly.
Shortly, longly, who knows? Maybe this will be another 2-0, like every other match that we've casted so far, which has only been 2. So I am exaggerating and being a little bit dramatic for the funnies. Or it could be a 2-1, you never know. But do you think that this is going to be a close matchup?
I think it has the potential to be. And again, it's going to kind of be, you know, France is the team that I'm looking at the most here, but, you know, it takes 2 to tango. What is Italy going to be coming forward with, you know? Are they going to have some star power? Are they going to have a big plan here? We can see the lineup here. One name that I know, a good friend of mine, Mikan over there on the support, that's someone I'm looking to see, you know, with some big things there. Don't be fooled by the Ana. This guy's Lucio is really, really strong, and definitely something that could make a showing here, but is it going to be enough to overcome the raw power that France is trying to bring to the table here? we'll have to find out, and we'll have to see if any of these other names are going to jump out to you in the future, if today is where they finally find their way into your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, one of the only names that I really recognize here is Freyu, who has played in Overwatch World Cup in 2019. And, okay, so Mikan on the Lucio, like you said,
there we
just
go.
wait, change that one over. It's like, how's that going to work with both of them on the Ana? I wonder. But
Two
over on the
Anas?
other
Interesting
side,
strategy.
yes, I didn't know that we were playing on an arcade patch. But, over on the other side, like you mentioned, a lot of raw power from this French roster. You have FD God, who is a huge name, just left Washington Justice, and off the back of that, I feel like it's going to be bringing a lot of fire to this next game.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of fire coming from this kitchen right now. Ben Best and FD God, like you said, FD God formerly of the Washington Justice. I think, a lot of eyes are going to be on him as a result of that departure. We don't know the circumstances of it, given everyone the benefit of the doubt, but this is an opportunity for FD God to show everybody that he's still got it, and he's worthy for another Owl team to maybe give him a look, maybe try and pick him up here. Remember, the World Cup is where he made his name, where he became a household name, and it's time for him to do it again. And speaking of household names, we have a bit of a throwback in Nico coming out to try and join this France squad here. So there's some big names here. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, and I want to see what, again, the absolutely beefy coaching staff that France is bringing to the table, what they've got cooking for us here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting on Lijiang Tower. Once again, who's surprised? Not me. But I think we might be seeing some more of those brawl compositions with the Mei, but it's possible we saw some Hanzo preferences up there on the roster screen, that we might be getting a little bit of that Hanzo thrown in the mix as well.
And Hanzo has definitely been lethal. Again, we go to the previous matchup and we saw the magic that Ken was able to do, help claw Belgium from the brink of despair, only for them to be thrusted right back in it. But that's the power that Hanzo has. Those headshots with those arrows can give you a lifeline where you might not have previously had one. Tip the scales in your favor where they might not have been. Snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, and however many other metaphors and similes I can throw at this to get the point across here. If either team busts out the Hanzo and is able to find some success with it, absolutely, I would love to see it. I like that you also brought up the Mei as well, because that's one of the heroes that I think Nico in the past was known for, so there's a decent chance that that's something that France tries to pull out here, especially if we go to Night Market as our first point here on Lijiang Tower. And, I think as well for Control Center, I think that's a very viable thing to come out with on both of those points here, but we're gonna kick it off on Gardens here. And despite that, France still definitely wants to run the rush here. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of swaps there.
Yeah, I feel like the Symmetra might just be for that first initial, but it also might not, because we've seen a lot more than I expected Symmetra play, and it seems like they're sticking with it. They're really focused on the area control that you can gain with the Symmetra Mei, while on the other side they actually have a Sojourn going into this one, but Mikan immediately going down, and True as well. The Kiriko just doesn't have the burst and sustain to heal up that Wrecking Ball without the Lucio by their side, but it's also interesting to see the Wrecking Ball being picked at all, hopefully to get an early point capture, but unfortunately going down early. Now switching over to the Orisa, another interesting pick, but one we've already seen played today.
And the strategy here from France is not too dissimilar from one that we would see on like Nepal Village, where they just set up shop on the point with the sim turrets and they use the Mei walls to section people off and make it difficult for Italy to try and poke in and get anything done. And you can tell that's why they wanted to swap off the Wrecking Ball, because they knew they weren't going to get anything done sticking with that. They have to try and mirror the rush in some kind of way, and it looks like the horse is what they're going to try and come out here with to do just that, but it might be too late because France is already marching right at their front door.
Ooh, already they have these ultimates that are coming out, and France, they are doing so much. Even though Ben Best does fall, they're able to weave in and out of the wall, and with the amp matrix dropped down by Freyu, it doesn't even do much here. They're not able to secure anything except for that tank, who is almost to the shatter as well, while on the other hand, they are really lacking in terms of that ultimate buildup.
And Italy only really have 2 abilities that can maybe block the Shatter. That's the Ice Wall from Chimera or the Fortify from Andrew. If those abilities get baited out, BenBest is going to have the freest Shatter of his life, and that's going to be another fight win for France, and will be enough to take them into one-fight territory. So Italy have to try and make a move here and try and build up to that Blizzard of their own to try and match the one that France might even just open up here with.
Oh, and there's the Blizzard. That could be a really free Shatter, but Yukino does take down Pack, but still the Sim turrets are on the point. Both sound barriers coming through to try and counteract the damage from the Blizzard over on France's side, and there's the Shatter. Takes down the Orisa, takes down the Mei. Orisa still alive and fighting. The Javelin Spin might do something, but no, it's just going to be a jump into the side of the map and regroup with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, France just essentially mashed their keyboards, making sure everyone hit the Q keys, all the ults coming out here. Italy are going to have only the Orisa ult to try and get this contested, but France isn't even letting them touch the point, just playing Gatekeeper, not even letting them, not letting them get through the window, not letting them try and take any routes there, even getting some early pickoffs there to try and just negate any sort of ingress, just completely locking the point down, owning it entirely their own. And that was the map where, this May rush was the least favorable, and you got to believe that going into Night Market, and if, Italy is able to pull out Night Market somehow, if we go into Control Center, France might just have this in the bag unless Italy has an ace up their sleeve, or, unless they just kind of wake up. Maybe first round they were also a little bit asleep there. There were some good plays coming out towards the end, but not quite enough. If they're able to find their mojo, I mean, they kind of have to if they want to take this map.
Yeah, now Mikan has switched back onto the Lucio, right? They're trying to get themselves early on to touch that Night Market first control point. Yeah, in through the window with the Symmetra. But on the other side, they have Symmetra of their own, and they're just all contesting right on the point. Yukino has been given free reign to build up the charge on Symmetra's primary fire, though, and it's a lot of damage being laid down, especially with the Reinhardt shield in play. However, Italy still forced back, and unfortunately, the turrets from Yukino are unable to remain on the point. So France, once again, given free reign to set up shop here.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Italy on the outside looking in. This comp is great for defending, but not always great for trying to be on the offensive here. Not great for flipping the point in your favor, especially when the turrets are all set up. It's gonna have to be a TP there, but they lose 2 just trying to take it.
Ooh, they do trade for reviews, but with FD God still alive, that's just enough sustain, especially for a squad that is so tanky with the Symmetra and May pick in tandem. There's just a lot of, there's just on a war of attrition, they definitely do win, even if it is only that Lucio.
Nikon is doing a great job finding some of those picks. I'm glad that you bring up the Lucio, but it's not going to be enough because you can't rely on your Lucio to be the one to get you all the kills all the time. Sooner or later, the DPS and the tank have to do their part here. Meanwhile, France, everyone's doing their part. They're about to have all of their ultimates here, especially if this fight goes a little bit long, which, it looks like it might with the amount of sustainability here. An early Blizzard going to come out from Nico here, though, and yeah, Italy, they're in trouble.
Yeah, Chimera is able to hide behind that wall for the Blizzard, and Yukino actually finds a pick off the back of it, but it's the Symmetra. Both of the Symmetra is going to go ahead, pop the ultimate, weave in and out to try and find a fight, but France, all of the players now up. There's a Shatter in the back pocket for BenBest, but being shredded down right now. Now Mikan finding the pick and Pac as well, setting up shot with the turrets. So much damage being laid down up front by Italy, and now just going to go ahead, destroy France's teleporter and make sure they have to take that long walk back from spawn.
And that's a really good fight for Italy because France invests 3 ultimates and come up with zilch, nada. They're gonna have that Shatter and that Beat, which are 2 huge ultimates, but you will definitely take that over having to deal with the Blizzard and the Ant Matrix and the Sim Wall. On top of that, they're gonna have a Blizzard and an Ant Matrix of their own, plus Mikan's Beat here. Early Ant Matrix gonna try and pressure BenBest back, and that forces the beat out of France.
Oh my gosh, just the Javelin Spin to take BenBest right off the edge of the map, and now France missing their tank means they're going to have to just retreat a little bit further. Nico is already in the thick of it though with this May, just can't do much and have to go back. It's a little bit of a staggered spawn as well for France's players, and it's giving Italy a lot of this free charge, making them a lot more secure on this point. And once again, the Symmetra May, once they have hold, their defense is just so strong.
Yeah, and now it is France that are going to have to try and find a way in. We might be looking at a blizzard for a blizzard here between Chimera and Nico, and whoever gets the better of the two without a sound barrier on either side to sustain might be what dictates this next fight. We'll have to see who ends up pulling the trigger first. It looks like Nico wants to, but they've only really isolated Andrew there, so Chimera's actually going to come in and use his.
Oh, yeah, the blizzard on both sides. Both of the tanks have been frozen, but it's France that has the backup here, and they're able to destroy the rest of the sim turrets as well. Yukino charging up the primary fire on the Reinhardt shield, but FD got allowed to just shoot for free in the back line, and Yukino gets taken down. The rest of Italy regrouping, but Ben Best wants to take that early engagement.
And that's a great fight for Italy. Again, France, it's very costly. They have to invest nearly everything. They're going to have the amp matrix, but Italy can just section that off with a sim wall here, and they managed to take the lead, so we're at roughly 80 to 90% for both teams. Terra Surge going to come out, and here comes the sim wall. That amp matrix is kind of useless now. Yukino going to fall, though.
Yeah, that amp matrix was a little bit unfortunate, but Italy pops theirs a little bit later, trying to get that big damage onto Ben Best, who just hides behind the Mei wall after the fact, and now the sound barrier dropping the B is FD God, so France has so much sustain left over. Mikan has the sound barrier of their own, but still shredded so low by the amount of damage that France can put out in a matter of seconds. Now we see the Pharah has been switched out, but Yukino can't find any value. Reviews is actually the one to find and secure the pick, but that backline dishes out so much damage, and Italy just could not contest it.
Italy definitely had some big plays there while they were able to hold the point there, but it feels like their attacks aren't always all that good. Their defense, pretty solid. They're able to mount up a pretty sizable bank there, but not enough to secure the lead there. They take just a little bit too long in that last fight there, not able to get a lot of value out of Mikan's beat, and simultaneously, FD God is able to do enough work to build up to his at the back end there, use that to great effect, keep everybody sustained, and again, when you have that composition and you're set up on the point, it's really, really difficult to dislodge the enemy team, especially when they have all that overhealth to just keep them up, keep them sustained. A big, beefy Reinhardt health bar that just doesn't ever seem to go down is what they had at their, is what they had to deal with, and they just weren't able to do it there. I do want to shout out Mikan there for some great Lucio plays overall, but Team Italy, it feels like they're missing at least a couple pieces so far. Hopefully they're able to put it together in the next matchup here, in the next map, as it is going to be their map pick. Again, either Hybrid or Escort. I mean, what kind of, what do you think they pick here?
I mean, that Orisa was definitely not what you were expecting. I feel like we've seen a lot of Winston. We've seen some of that Sigma, especially on those push maps. And I think that it feels like we are seeing like the Diva Winston. They prefer the dive tanks, and the Orisa is kind of more like upfront in your face for more of those brawl compositions as well. But even when you do have brawl, you could also be going for the Junker Queen, who overall still is very strong despite a few nerfs in the most recent patch. So it is interesting to see teams pick the Orisa and try to play around that. You did see some moments of brilliance from Andrew as well, being able to knock Ben Best off the edge of the map. The javelin spin does have quite a variety of uses and is pretty versatile, but is it the best in slot for anything?
I'm curious to see where they want to butter their bread here, because I also saw that Wrecking Ball composition come out very early on, and I'm wondering if that was just a thing for Gardens, or if that's actually something that is a comfort pick for them, and they just had to try and abandon it on the fly because they realized they couldn't try to play it into the composition that France came out with. Again, we'll have to see. With the benefit of having the non-winners map pick, Italy do have the opportunity to set the stage, try and play something that might be a little bit more favorable to the compositions that they want to play. So we'll have to see what it is they actually want to do here when it comes to their map pick, but they also have to try and follow through with it. And while there was a couple times that they were able to, it still feels just like an inch short of being good enough to compete with France here.
Yeah, so we will see what Italy is going to bring to us in this next matchup. We're going to throw to a very quick break before map 2, but we will see you then. Don't go anywhere. as you may have gathered from the heroic fly-in of the Overwatch heroes, we are currently in the Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers. I'm Epitomes, joined by CB once again for map 2 of Italy versus France.
Yeah, and, you know, we hyped up Great Britain in the previous matchup here, but maybe here in Group A we might be on the brink of a French Revolution. Not if Italy has anything to say about it, though. It is going to be Italy's map pick here. Either Escort or Hybrid, it's entirely up to them. We'll have to see what they do indeed have to say about it. If they can stake their own claim here, and they want to go to Watchpoint Gibraltar, which I think is very interesting. To me, this tells me that my instincts were right on Gardens, that they did want to try and play something resembling a dive, because if you want to play a dive composition on an Escort map, Watchpoint Gibraltar is the one you go to.
Yeah, Watchpoint Gibraltar, it does have a few tweaks going into this patch, but it's definitely going to be really interesting. I definitely do miss seeing gameplay on this map as well, and it's going to be really fun to see what both of these teams are able to pull out.
And something else interesting I do want to point out is that Watchpoint Gibraltar was recently reworked in a couple of ways. It's a lot less favorable to the defenders than it used to be. It used to be that hangar phase was so difficult to crack through if you as the attacker weren't able to just snowball your way all the way through it. You have your pick of like 4 tiny doors that are just essentially choke points for an enemy Widow or an Ashe or Hanzo or entire enemy team to just melt you down as you came through them. But now there's some options there. There's some ways around it. The defender spawn at the end of point C is also altered from its past state, which is going to make defending on point C a little bit easier to try and compensate for how much easier it's going to be attack on the hangar phase here. So we get to see a lot of new things. We get to see what Italy wants to come out here with, and hopefully they can give us a nice tour of this new reworked Watchpoint Gibraltar here. Meanwhile, France, yeah, get that life waiver off my screen, FD God. Don't even pretend.
Oh, come on. What if he was like, what if he was just trying to have a little bit of fun, you know? Life Weaver did get buffed, you know? He got little tiny buffs. So maybe he's viable now? Question mark?
No, yeah, he's less of a throw pick now and more of like an underhanded toss pick a little bit, where, you know, you're not quite an MLB pitcher if you're playing him, but you're definitely still kind of throwing an easy one for the enemy team there. So FD God actually going to move over to the Brigitte, much more expected. Italy, like I expected, is going to play a dive composition here with Yukino on the Widowmaker. Interesting, but it looks like that's going to be a swap there once they realize that there's not going to be a lot of targets to go through and a defense matrix to try and chunk through. So it's going to be an Ashe Tracer mirror on either side now.
Yeah, the Ashe pick, I mean, similar to the Widow, but the ultimate just has so much more presence, especially on these Escort maps where you always want to be capping this point and getting as much time as possible in between each checkpoint. It's just having Bob on the field, having one more person to focus and so much more health is really helpful for both of these teams to have on board. Already, though, we are seeing that it is a little bit harder for France to get themselves off their feet at the very first point.
Yeah, I mean, Italy is just taking so much damage right now from everybody on France who's controlling this high ground, and they can't really commit to the fight here. You know, Dynamite from Yukino not going to find anything, but does actually find Nico getting a little bit too aggressive here. That might be enough. Without that pressure on your backline, you might now be able to try and put some pressure on. You can see they want to go for the dive, but a great boot from FD God to keep that monkey at bay. France is still holding the high ground thus far.
Yeah, and it's really helpful that they have that Ana with the Bionade to kind of anti their front line when they're trying to go in for those dives, so they don't want to aggress any further without the help of the healers, since they are still a little bit more long range, and you want reviews being kept very safe in that back line. Now, they have been able to push all the way to the underpass, though.
I do also kind of want to point out, you know, we didn't really get the update that there was going to be some swaps in here, but Ben Best is out for France, and Poco is in. A very handsome tank line indeed, but under a lot of pressure, despite the nano, is Poco, gets antied, and is potentially about to get demec'd here if the pressure continues. Italy, meanwhile, you've got Chimera just kind of backcapping here and, you know, forced away with the Dynamite, but gets significant cart progress.
yeah, they've been holding this high ground really well, but they didn't really contest the cart as it went into the underpass, and now they're all the way past and almost at that point. Oh, that is a good stick from Nico. And now Mikan out of the fight. They are looking at a rally from FD as well, allowing them to drop down onto this lower ground. Nico now locked into a fight with the enemy Tracer, but going to turn around and try and get Rajeon off of that back line.
Yeah, he's definitely off of that back line. That anti-nade and the follow-through coming through from just about everybody on the side of France definitely gets that monkey off of their back. Meanwhile, Poco gonna be forced to use the self-destruct just to get the remake here, and that's pretty much all of France's ultimates running dry here. They're gonna have a nano boost to try and defend here, but they had a lot more going into this, and I think you would have liked to hold on to that self-destruct just as your push in case of emergency button.
Yeah, Italy definitely on better pace with their ultimates now. Other than just that nano boost, the rest of the squad seems to be building them up very quickly, especially those DPSs, which can dish out a lot of damage, and France doesn't really have that bailout button. They don't have the rally up, and the nano boost, it's only a single target bailout, and it doesn't really stop them from dying, just makes them take less damage. So it's definitely going to be tough. Rajin now going to try and start that initiation. Chimera hit by a huge bio-nade and tied for a second, delaying that engagement, but the Bob now coming in from Italy means that a lot of damage being forced through France, and FD God does fall. Avo is the next after Rajeon is able to get a good jump onto that high ground to take out the Ashe, and now the dynamite just burning through Revue's health. At the end of the day, Italy, they're able to win the fight and take that checkpoint.
That was some really good Bob placement there from Yukino. There wasn't really anybody that could dislodge that Bob. Bob was contesting the cart and putting out the pressure at anybody that wanted to try and come through. So Italy able to cap the point here, and true to their instincts on the previous iteration of Watchpoint Gibraltar, they want to keep the snowball going, so they're going to try and hold this high ground here and make France try and work for it, and meanwhile push the cart hopefully at least past this high ground here, try to punish Poco's aggression to help seal it, and almost losing the mech there. Poco able to hold on. Oh, but that's a huge nade.
Oh, the primal rage to come through the sleep immediately deterred by France, though. They're able to just wake up the monkey, and he's taking a lot of space on the high ground. They're not able to cap once again. It's only Nico who's kind of weaving in and out here, and Poco is trying to come in to try and help, but it's really just weaving around the corner and not going too far in and getting the dives on the back lines that they might have wished with the Steva pick. Now both of the rallies to come through and try and keep their teams alive as they start the brawl inside the aircraft carrier, while the Tracers are just fighting for the low ground and fighting for control of this point. Now dropping down the bubble and weaving in and out. There's a little bit of that anti-nade. It's going to force Rajeon back, and Nico finishes the job for the team. Now without the tank, without that heat sink in the middle of the squad, it's going to be backline having to press S and just back all the way up.
It's some interesting positioning from Team France here. You see Freyu hitting some big nades and Rajeon trying to follow through on it. This is going to be a stagger killer onto Yukino, and we're down to under a minute. That's going to be massive, especially considering France's ult bank. But every time Rajeon tries to follow up on those anti-nades, they're just corralling him inside of that shuttle where there's no support and he has to back up. He can't fully commit. And France, they're able to just hold strong here. And again, going back to that ult bank, they're looking to hold pretty strongly indeed. And look at the aggressive positioning right now from Poco.
And Nico as well with the pulse bomb gets quite a bit of damage down. However, on the other side, they still have that nano onto Rajeon, and they're trying to force the monkey through, but even then, the anti-nade is going to slow them for a second. But with Reviews now out of the fight, thanks to that monkey, they are going to be able to get a little bit more space. They're going to counteract both Bobs and try and they just take each other down. Not much value founded by that. It's just simply ulti, counter ulti.
Freyu gonna go ahead and use the Swift Step in to try and get Rajeon backed up to full HP. That monkey was looking very low, and that was a very pounceable target here. Gonna go ahead and try and jump in the back line, but Poco is gonna go ahead and trade out the back line, go for the enemy one, and now Italy, they're on the back foot. The Primal Rage being forced out, but they've lost Mikan and they've lost Yukino.
And now Nico is just going crazy on this Tracer, allowed to kind of run around everywhere. The self-destruct forcing through that area control. Italy, they either have to hide, but all of them are dead. So overtime pass through. Italy only able to get one checkpoint and force halfway through hangar.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. That's yet another attacking push stalling out towards the latter half of the hangar phase. That's very much the tale of Watchpoint Gibraltar pretty much since its inception. And Italy, despite having a slightly more favorable method of getting through this choke point you currently see on your screen, it's not enough to help tip them over the scales because France are playing the positioning excellently. Like I said, they're not making themselves susceptible to the enemy Winston dive, not making themselves susceptible to the follow-up from Freyu's big anti-nade, so they're essentially not coming up with any real value, which is insane to say because Bionade is one of the strongest abilities in the game. Typically, if you purple someone, they die. But if you can't get on top of someone who is purple, you can't kill them. They'll find a way. They'll end up living through it here, and that's what France has been able to do just through sheer force of positioning. So Italy looking to try and best this defense here, try and hold them strong, hopefully go for a full point A hold, and if they're able to do that, we're going to a map 3, but if we get to the end of point A, it's not looking all that likely. It's going to be tight here. I want to see what they come out here with.
Okay, that Symmetra is definitely interesting. I feel like it might be a teleport play. Okay. It doesn't look like it's a teleport play. They are actually playing the Symmetra question mark? No. Okay.
Just teleporting everybody to the high ground so you can have Avo with this sight line here, and you don't have to like try and use abilities to take this high ground for free. And you can see Italy already forced to back up and give ground because of the threat of one of those arrows coming through and just hitting someone with a headshot.
Yeah, and there is nobody on that low ground either to be contesting the push for that cart. They do have someone down there now. It's Chimera, who is looking to try and cap a little bit and not allow them to take the underpass since they really have no sight lines from the high ground in. But even then, Rajon trying to dive that back line along with the Hanzo. There's a little bit of that bio nade that's going to put the purple health, but they're not have any sight lines. Once again, they can't finish off the kills off the back of that play from Freyu. So it's all left up to the tanks as they're just forcing Poco through, trying to take control of this overpass. And even though that they did get purple, they're able to negate a lot of the damage with the defense matrix. And now with the boosters are trying to force this monkey down to the low ground where the rest of the team can finish them off. But Nico GDH being neutralized means that it's going to be a lot harder to get the monkey out of the fight. And now without without the mecha, it's Baby Diva going down. Poco out of the fight.
So we're talking a lot about Freyu's anti-nades and how there wasn't a whole lot of follow-up there, but the beautiful thing about being on defense is there doesn't really have to be. As long as you're able to hit nades that are big enough to slow the enemy down and make them think twice about poking their heads out, you're doing enough to bleed more time off the clock. We've gotten nearly 2 minutes off, and France haven't made all that much progress. As I say that, Nico is currently sneaking off with the cart, and Italy's going to be forced to give up a little bit of high ground, and also they're on his life.
France still trying to push to the first point. Italy is just contesting through these rooms on the side and on that high ground off the back, but they're not really touching just yet. Chimera is blinking in and out, but isn't actually trying to touch through, and Avo actually getting a headshot off on Yukino. The Ashe now out of the fight, the hit scan and the high ground surrendered in off the back of the Dragon Strike. Now Primal Rage is ready, but the rally from both of these teams is going to be able to sustain them through just a little bit. FD God coming back to full health right after getting to 1 HP. Oh my god, the back cap was there. You're absolutely right, and now Freyu going down as well off the back of the bio nade. They just didn't notice that Nico was just sitting on top of the point, and then when they turned around, it was too little too late.
That back cap is massive though, because this means that France has the opportunity to do what Italy tried to do, and that's take this high ground and not let the defenders have it. That's going to let them roll the cart all the way through to that overpass again, and Italy, they have to try and find something to stop this, and it's not going to be Yukino, because Avo has his exact latitude and longitude written down at all times.
Okay, but the switch onto the Mercy is really interesting here too, because you don't really have these high ground area control characters that you would want to pair the Mercy with, but they did use that resurrection to get Yukino back into the fight.
Where's Nico?
And yep, Nico is backcapping again. Yukino is back though. They noticed this time, and they're not going to allow them to get past.
They're able to sniff it out this time, but look how close the cart got just from that back cap. Now, if like anyone blinks for too long, France can just push it that last couple meters. You know, Italy, they have to be on their P's and Q's for the rest of the game here. And look at the ult bank that France has. Yeah, they can just go ahead and heat those dragons out to try and force the positioning off the high ground for Italy, because they can afford to. They're coming up on 4 more ultimates.
Yeah, and there's the nano boost from both of these sides, right? As well as the rally, but Meekin's already down, and even then that Valkyrie wouldn't have the same effect that the rally would, and France just winning the fight outright off the back of that, and they are able to secure a victory on map 2. France, in a very dominant fashion this time around, are able to win 2-0.
Yeah, that definitely looked quite dominant. Again, there were some signs of life from Italy, but I think we saw more of that on Lijiang Tower, and it kind of petered out a little bit there on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Watchpoint Gibraltar, especially with that back cap, just looked like a baguette beatdown there from France. Italy had no real response. Once that back cap came through on their defense, they couldn't hold the high ground effectively. France started building up to too many ult banks because Italy was investing to try and hold point A, and they failed to do so, and that's just kind of how things snowball out of control from there. When you have that much of a time bank to work through, not even the entirety of hangar phase, and you have Nico just being slippery and taking the cart away from you right out from under your nose, there's not really a whole lot you can do here. Well fought from Italy overall, but France definitely looked to be a dominant force, and another team that, much like Great Britain, we're probably going to want to watch out for in Group A. Definitely looking to take one of those 3 spots for their own.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like it's really funny to have, like, basically a World Cup alumni and Nico be the one who's kind of just sitting on the cart when the rest of the team is hyper-focused on the fight happening on the high ground. He's just, like, sitting there behind and pushing it forward, and it allows them to gain so much space for free.
And, you know, I talked a lot about the positioning of France when they were on their defense, and I think that plays to the coaching staff that I brought up. I think they look like a very well-coached team. Again, you know, in these World Cup situations, you tend to have a lot of different parts coming from a lot of different teams and a lot of different places, and sometimes entirely unknown names. In the case of France, again, they have people like, you know, Poco, who are not actively competing these days. They have people like Nico, who's a name that some of you guys might not have heard in a while, but they're still able to get it done because of the talent that these players bring and the fact that they are indeed coachable. And if you're going to bring 8 coaches to the table, they better be, but it's paying off so far, and I think it might continue to pay off as we go forward.
Yeah, and now going forward, it is going to be the last match of the day after France. 2-0's Italy. We are looking at the Netherlands versus Spain up next after this break. See you then.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for EMEC. I'm Jim Basco, and of course, joined by Epitomes and CB. We just had the pleasure of watching match number 6 of our day, Italy versus France. Go 2-0, unfortunately, for the team involved. However, we are on to match 7, our final match of the day between Netherlands and Spain. Epitomes, let's start with you here. Between these two squads, of course, we just came hot off a set between France and Italy. Was pretty dominant until that last map, but with Netherlands and Spain here, right, these are two regions that don't necessarily get the most representation on the big stage. So what are you looking out for here today?
I think the Netherlands, you do look out for like A10, who is one of their DPS players, but is also known for the ability to like flex onto Zarya as well, and played in previous World Cups, and I feel like that's a really big name. And it's also the fact that he is technically a retired player who's coming back to represent the country in the World Cup, which I think is incredibly cool.
And CB, honestly, the same question to yourself, right? What are you watching out for here today? Because context, I feel like, for anybody watching at home, and like you were saying, Tala, the World Cup is so special because you get these opportunities and these moments for these retired players, for these content creators, for people that want to represent their country on the world stage for Overwatch to come out and play for. So for CB, for you, what are you looking out for today?
I mean, that pretty much, you summed it up. That's the story of the Netherlands, because, you know, you mentioned A10. Surely there's someone in the Twitch chat right now who's hit their GM for the first time thanks to A10's coaching videos. You got Tap from Redbirds. You've got Krandop from Team Peps, who's likely going to be leading this team forward. But there's also another name on tank that you might recognize. You've got Don from the City Redacted 2020 Eternal. And a lot of different power coming from a lot of different places, a lot of different parts of the community to represent this. Meanwhile, Spain, their core is coming from a contenders team, Ataraxia, which hasn't had the most success here, to say the least. Mm-hmm. This is a good opportunity for them as a collective to try and turn their fortunes around, but you got to be looking at the Netherlands and the power that they're bringing to be the favorites here.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule right now so we can show you the matches we've done so far, the match that's left, and we can talk about the days to come. So with the schedule ready, let's go ahead and take a look. Netherlands and Spain, of course, like we just mentioned, 12 p.m. PT. We are just a little bit behind there, but Netherlands and Spain will be the next one up. Like we mentioned, France 2-0 over Italy, Great Britain 2-0 over Belgium. If you missed that, earlier in the day we had Germany make quick work of Iceland in the 2-0 there. Norway 2-0 over Sweden, Saudi Arabia 2-1 over Finland in our closest match of the day, and Turkey in a close match against Poland 2-0 as well. So as we round out day 1 here, Epitomes, CB, of course, we are heading into the Netherlands versus Spain. What's been your favorite matchup of the day so far? And honestly, this is the first time we're seeing a lot of these teams, right? This is day 1 of the qualifiers. With 2 weeks of competition ahead of us, the stakes will continue to get higher. Talk to me about picks that you think you're counting on to make it through the next stage, and like things that you felt good about from today. Epitomes, we'll start with you. CB, we'll go to you after.
Well, I think looking at Group B, I feel like is probably the biggest point of contention, since they do have one less slot in order to qualify into playoffs. We saw earlier that Saudi Arabia and Finland both had a really good competition. It was the only match to go to 2-1, and I feel like both of those teams are really strong contenders for those playoff spots. But also in that, this Group B, you have teams like Norway, which I think have really good chance as well.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree. I think the easy answer for what stood out to me so far today would be that Finland versus Saudi Arabia match. But I'm going to be a contrarian, and I'm going to go ahead and say that my favorite of the day so far has been Great Britain versus Belgium, because we did get to see what Great Britain brought to the table, get a little bit of a taste of what the best of Group A has to offer, and even get a little bit of a glimpse into what Belgium might be cooking up for the rest of this 2-week period here. So I'm looking forward to seeing how things shake out in Group A. Group B, though, the level of parity is just so, like, even across the board. Those 2 spots could realistically go to pretty much anybody in that group, but there's a couple, like, clear favorites. Finland and Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's also, yeah, it's an easy answer. That one's also an easy answer.
You know, that's what I think too, and like you mentioned, the the parity between the teams is so even at this point, especially, right? We're playing on a new patch, and this is the first day of competition that we're seeing from these teams, right? So metas are still being established. We saw a lot of different picks, which is really good to see. You know, we saw a lot of Widowmaker, we saw a lot of the Echo, the Mei, so much diversity in those picks. So with match 7, the last match of our day 1 just around the corner, CB Epitomes, I leave it to y'all.
Thank you so much, Jim. And it's looking at these rosters, looking at the maps that they're going on to, let's see what we are headed to, or where we are headed for this very first matchup between the Netherlands versus the Spain.
The Spain. I mean, first let's have a look at who the Netherlands are bringing to the table. And hey, there's some of those names that I talked about, or that you brought up. A10. There's Don making a return there, and Tap again from Redbirds, a very successful North American contenders team. These are some names that you're going to recognize. And if the Spain doesn't come correctly, then they might end up falling just by the sheer force of mechanical skill that the Netherlands are bringing to the table here. Buddy and ANJ are a little bit more of unknown quantities, but not entirely. They're still a very capable backline, so the Netherlands do look to be the favorites here. What do you think Spain is going to be cooking here? How do you think they can best this squad here? Because this squad looks pretty beefy.
The thing about Spain is that most of their beefiness comes from the fact that they've played together before, that they are that Ataraxia core. So they have like that synergy. They have the ability to make these very synchronous plays that maybe the Netherlands cannot compete with because they might be newer and still getting used to each other's play style. But obviously you do have, I want to say that Hura is a huge point of contention as well. He played briefly for Ataraxia, but also what is now playing for F16 Esports, and I feel like he does have a lot of experience when it comes to this high tier level of play.
I'm also looking at Helv on this Spain squad. This is another veteran player that's been around, and again, part of that historic British Hurricane lineage that has, done wonders for the EU contenders scene. Definitely someone to keep an eye on, and hopefully going to be the leader for this Spain squad, but he's going to have to lead them up an uphill battle. If our predictions go the way we think they're going to go, who knows? Spain might have more than a couple aces up their sleeve. They might be playing with a bit of a stacked deck here. You never know, but I still kind of, my gut is just telling me that this is the Netherlands to win here, and we might be looking at another 2 Overwatch. We might not get to see a map 3. It would be nice. I would love to be wrong. Please, Spain, help me be wrong. Maybe Netherlands, if you want to throw a little bit, just so we can stay on the air a little bit longer here. But it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight for Spain to try and make up the gap here that I at least predict will be the case here.
Well, definitely you will see, I think, these signs of life as well as they start adapting to the way that the enemy team plays. And you might have, like, a little bit of a surprise like we did with Belgium and Great Britain, and all of a sudden they're having cross-map Widowmaker shootouts, or we might see some of the picks that we haven't seen before yet. Like Ashe is pretty new to this last 2 matches that we just saw between Italy and France. Maybe we might see a Cassidy come in, with the altered magnetic nade that everyone loves.
Yeah, we haven't seen nearly as much Cassidy as we probably thought we were going to. I mean, he's been terrorizing the live patch as of late with that hindering grenade that it's almost like a long distance kind of budget Sombra hack the way it works out, and it's really, really annoying for other players to try and play into. And part of me was kind of thinking that, like, maybe we weren't actually going to see the pharmacy come out from teams like Saudi Arabia because, like, Cassidy would be so prevalent, but he just hasn't been. Most teams are just still falling back on their comfort picks. We've learned essentially nothing about what the meta is today. Everyone's just playing what they're best at and trying to put their best foot forward. And for some teams, it's looking better than others. But it's time to put your best foot and probably every other foot you have forward if you're Spain. And if you're Netherlands, again, you want to try and get out ahead of the pack. We think that France and Great Britain might be the favorites in this group. We'll have to see. Netherlands could potentially make a push for that 3rd slot here.
And also the fun part about there being so many veteran players as well, headed on to Lijiang Tower, right? We know that Junker Queen has been strong, maybe a little bit too strong in the previous patch, but now on the live patch, a little bit of adjustments to just bring her power level down. But we have not seen a single JQ. And I'm just wondering, is it just like not a comfort pick because these players are so experienced and so veterans, and they're like, oh, we are all the way from the 2016 Overwatch days. We didn't have JQ. You know?
A little bit of boomer mentality, like back in my day, we only had Reinhardt and Winston, and we liked it. We didn't complain about it, and also there were 2 of us.
Yeah, back in my day, we played Reinhardt, we played Winston, we played Diva. I don't know who this Junker Queen person is.
Some days I miss Rein Zarya comps. I know that, like, looking at it now kind of feels like it might be just too busted, too overpowered, especially with how, you know, how much of a threat Zarya has been on and off throughout the history of Overwatch 2. Not in the best place now, but when the game first launched, was an absolute menace. Rein Zarya, I miss those days. I really do. It was just a fun comp to be able to play that flavor of Rush where you have the bubbles to pump out all the damage, you have the Rein to take the space, and all of the healing to try and keep everything up. I don't miss 6v6, but like sometimes I just like, I long for Days Past. Like, just take me back for one day. And then I go into like a you know, pickup games and we play 6v6 and I go, oh, and this is why they swapped.
Yeah, I mean, there was also that brief period of time where it was just like rock, paper, scissors, except Ramatra, Orisa, Zarya, which I thought was a little bit funny, but maybe nobody else thought that.
It's the tank counterpicking thing is so... It feels really annoying as a tank player. If you don't believe me, try and play Winston just ever and see what happens after you win one fight. You know, so-called free thinkers, you've got the enemies always going to switch to like Roadhog, Moira, Kiriko, and then
Reaper.
like Bastion, Reaper. Yeah, you're going to see Reaper if you try and play Winston like in quick player and like competitive ladder. Like at some point you just have to be like, okay, I have to be good enough to deal with this. It's...
Yeah, you know, I just like wonder if one of these teams is going to see the Winston on the other side and they're just going to be like, you know what? No, I don't want you to play the game. And then they switch to that Reaper because we really haven't seen that much of it. I think we've seen one Reaper very early into the day and then we haven't seen one since. And, you know, it's curious if that will ever come out since Winston does seem to be very dominant in terms of a lot of teams liking to run Brawl and Dive comps as well.
Yeah, at this stage, most of these teams are either going to fall back on mostly their comfort picks or what they've been scrimming, and, you know, you don't want to throw everything out the window and just go, like, full anti-Winston just because you saw the monkey and got spooked by it. You know, you do want to kind of, like, stick to what brought you to the dance, stick to your strengths, play to those strengths, and we're once again going to, wouldn't you know it, Lijiang Tower. I think we've only seen another control map once today. We saw Nepal, and I think everything else has been Lijiang Tower from then on out. So we've got a pretty good feel for what kinds of things this map brings to the table by now and what we kind of expect these teams to play. But Lijiang Tower is also one of those maps where you can realistically play anything and get away with it if you're good enough at it. And again, comfort picks. So these teams, they might just come out here with something wacky we haven't seen before just because they're good at it.
I think we did see someone try to take out a Junkrat earlier. I don't even remember which map it was, but it was just completely meltdown. It did not work at all. So, you know, maybe there are some things that are really easily countered. And I was talking about Reaper and Ramatra and being a little funny, you know, I was doing it for the jokes, but I actually do see a Reaper and Ramatra on the Netherlands side and that Moira as well. Are they listening? Do you think they're listening to us?
They might be, but I do kind of want to highlight that Moira specifically because when you're playing the Moira Lucio backline, especially with this front line, you want to be aggressive. You want to push forward and you want to do as much damage as possible, and you want to get your Ramatra and your Reaper and your Mei right up in the enemy's face. The question, though, is Hira's Bastion going to put a wrench into that equation?
Bro, the Bastion, is this a joke? But the Bastion now coming through, both of the Mei walls coming in as they try to get the first touch onto the point. The Ramatra going to stand there, soak up all of that damage in the Nemesis form, and it's going to be Tap that gets the first laugh, and Helv will trade back for that Reaper, trying to get a lot of harassment onto the Reinhardt. Not going to work out this time around, but Tap still comes out positive, and Netherlands gets first capture.
I very quickly found the answer to my question, by the way. Heroes Bastion did not keep the Netherlands at bay. They just went full-on aggressive just like they planned to, took out the backliner just like they planned to, and Tap just cleaning up with the Mei. And now Spain, they're trying to force a positioning here, get this Bastion set up somewhere, but Netherlands, they don't want to show themselves and risk taking all of this damage, and Helve has fallen early.
Ooh, Hira is also just in the thick of it, and they're unable to defend it with the Reinhardt. And I feel like one of the big facets of the composition that Spain is taking out right now is the fact that the Amp Matrix has already been built up by Canale, and once they have a Bastion firing through that, they can shred pretty much anything. But they need to get the Bastion to set up shop, and with the Mei kind of like hiding in a corner here with the Blizzard and the ultimate economy of the Netherlands looking really healthy only a few seconds into the round, it's going to be tough. Yeah, there's the Mei wall blocking off that Amp Matrix, but still a lot of damage being dished out from Spain. Dan, however, going to come out on top. Nemesis form, just gonna go throw some hands and win the fight.
Yeah, they are currently living in Spain without the S right now. Netherlands, they only invest the Coalescence into that fight, and Spain aren't able to get much of anything with their Amp Matrix, so, I mean, you will get that ult back up eventually pretty quickly, but you would still like to have it. Or at least if you're going to try and go in and commit ultimates like that to a fight, you would have liked to win here, but Tap's got the Blizzard, A10's lurking around the corner, no one is checking the corner, and he's about to just go in with a Death Blossom here and clean up.
Yeah, even just getting Hira, but sending that one player back to spawn is huge, and the Immortality Field is the only thing that's keeping them up. Now it's a sound barrier, but they are all just getting so low with that overhealth ticking away too quickly. Tap is doing so much work and just building it up so fast. Those icicles are on point, and going to turtle for a moment here, but right around the corner is Hira, spamming away with the Sojourn. Still, overtime has been reached. A little bit of a touch from Spain, but that's going to be all that she wrote. Netherlands finding that first map 100% to 0.
And it's that aggression from the Moira composition coupled with just Tap and A10 going absolutely wild on the DPS front line there for the Netherlands. Spain didn't really have an answer to that aggression at any point in time, and they didn't really have any defensive tools that they could have used reactively to try and stifle the pressure that Netherlands kept putting on them, and as a result, they weren't able to find their way into the point for any meaningful amount of time. I am curious to see what they're coming out here with now, though. It looks like they're trying to favor that Pharmacy comp, which might work out well against the Netherlands here, but, you know, we're seeing something we've seen time and time again today is that Rhine Rush that's going to sim TP onto the point. So Lorden's going to have a tough time trying to poke in from the outside, try and get some splash damage from those rockets and make a play somehow that way. Hopefully able to find a pick. Otherwise, Spain are just going to be on the outside looking in all day.
Yeah, but the only other thing about the composition is that they have that Ana, and it's going to make it really hard for the Ana's survivability when there isn't much protection from the other support as well. On the other hand, Netherlands Tap still firing away with those icicles, isolating the tank here, but not going to aggress much further. They're still trying to hold on to the first touch of this point and go ahead and capture. They have that first capture.
Yeah, and Helve, like, goes in for the trying to find the damage there, goes in for the jump. They're able to find A10 off the back of that, but it's not really enough because the Netherlands are able to just poke right back out. But hold on, they've got Lauren at the back door here, threatening to flip the cap, and is killed too.
Oh, okay, Lauren able to get the first capture that Spain has had this entire map thus far, breaking out the Reinhardt shield as well. The damage boost does quite a bit of damage, especially since they are running the Reinhardt. The Pharah is such a good shield breaker here and leaves a lot less protection for the backline as well, since they can just go over the top of the shield. Oh, okay. Yep, the barrage onto Dan. I respect it, you know, it was targeted, and you know, Lauren knew what they wanted.
There was a couple of turrets in the way that kind of like took a little bit too much HP down there, and Tap was able to just clean that one up. And yeah, Netherlands, they flipped the point right back over. Tap not letting anyone in.
Yeah, that was a really good turn from Spain, but as soon as Lauren went in for that barrage without much support there and can't get out-healed here by Gala, Gala actually going to go ahead with the Valkyrie, but the value of the Valkyrie is really just that group damage boost, and it doesn't have as much value as other support ultimates have or as much sustain. But Lauren is still able to get some capitalization off of the Valk and getting one of the supports out from the Netherlands. Now it's all left up to the Lucio to try and keep the team sustained, but there's no sound barrier in sight, so Spain is able to flip point back towards themselves. Once again, Buddy now going to switch over to Moira.
The very scrappy nature of Spain's composition and Lauren indeed always being on their back door means that the Netherlands have to keep their heads on a swivel. They're living in Spain without the A right now, having to spin themselves around time and time again to try and just find who's, where all this damage is coming from. It's a pulse bomb from Hera. A10 is down despite investing the sim wall, and Netherlands have to invest a blizzard to try and come up ahead here.
Yeah, the blizzard coming through from the Netherlands, Tap really easily cleaning up the point, and it's going to allow them to flip it right back. Spain just can't defend this, but they are going to be able to re-aggress and recontest onto the point. A potential recapture, they're still being contested by Spain, but Netherlands, they are still holding on to it, especially now with the Shatter doing so much damage to health, even with the Winston switch, not even having that Primal Rage built up just yet. They're holding on to the point. Spain, it looked like they had such a good idea off that initiation from health, but they're unable to reflip the point.
Yeah, and despite not having any other ultimates to speak of except for the Coalescence coming up soon, you can still invest that Shatter safely because you have time. Even if Spain flips the point here, they're going to invest the Barrage, and it's going to find A&J. Health's got the Primal Rage, and Spain might take it here, but Netherlands are still going to have time to build up to another ult bank and take another fight.
Yeah, that Coalescence going to come through. A&J coming up with the sound barrier as well, can potentially get to point very quickly. There's that, there's the Pulse Bomb as well. Unfortunately, it does not find anything, but creates enough space for the Netherlands and enough for A&J to come right back just as Buddy falls for the sound barrier, and that little bit of sustain has keeping Netherlands up once again. Lauren is trying to do so much work with the Pharmacy. The Valkyrie has been popped as well, but there's no damage boost on this Pharah. It's just for the survivability of the Mercy herself, but it's enough for them to capture that point. It's a Reinhardt from hell this time around. Lauren finding Tab, but Netherlands, they are just able to contest so quickly, and that Moira, a huge threat as well. Netherlands taking map 1-2-0.
Yeah, Spain did a lot of work there to try and flip it, but the Netherlands just didn't ever fully go away. They weren't able to clean up all of the pieces and tripped over the mess that they left for themselves there. They had the ults to try and push it, but they didn't do enough with them. They had the abilities, they had the positioning, but Netherlands can be just as scrappy as Spain can, and they're able to hold on tight there. That was a kind of a closer affair than we did see on Control Center. I think Night Market definitely showed us a little bit more of what Spain is capable of here, but it's not enough to get themselves even a point here and a quick 2-0 on Lijiang for the Netherlands. And once again, non-winners map pick, what is Spain going to come out with?
It's going to be either hybrid or push. I mean, once again, it's just the same story over and over. I feel like on their map pick, they just have a lot more contention, though, every single time. But even then, maybe they don't like hybrid. Maybe they don't like hybrid or escort. Maybe they only like push. You never know with these teams because we rarely ever make it to that third map. But Tap just did so much work for the Netherlands on this first point capture. It was insane how much value that Mei was able to get and how quickly those blizzards were built up time and time again, and it just left so little area for the rest of the squad to try and retake. And A10 as well, on the edgier picks, the Symmetra, the Reaper, but still so much area control again.
Yeah, just very well played from everybody on the Netherlands. They understand their comp, they understand their abilities. Like you called out, Tap was doing so much work, especially on that Mei. And it wasn't even just like the Mei wall sectioning people off. Like that's what we normally highlight when it comes to a Mei. We say, oh, that's a big wall. But Tap is just hitting icicles, like playing Mei like she's Hanzo and finding value. And like, okay, you can section off a player or you can simply kill them. They are dead now. They're no longer a factor. I don't have to worry about you. And as long as you keep that tempo up, as long as you keep that pace up, there really isn't a response other than to try and match it or try and change your composition around. I like the Pharmacy. I think it worked out well on Night Market. Not quite enough. I think that maybe on either Escort or on Hybrid, you want to try and play into that a little bit more. We haven't seen a lot of the Cowboy, not as much Cassidy, and Netherlands didn't opt to bring it out, so maybe you can find yourself in a favorable situation to pull that one out. Maybe Lauren can channel the inner Yazan there and, get some power going for Spain.
Yeah, the biggest threat, I think, to the Pharmercy comp was literally just Buddy's Moira, who's kind of able to use that alternate fire, get a lot of damage off along with the Biotic Orb. But other than that, it just felt like they weren't really trying to contest the Pharmacy, and they were able to get a lot of damage off for free. But it's going to be interesting to see if they do decide to switch to a hit scan in order to contest that, if it becomes a problem on the second map.
Yeah, and we'll find out what that second map is. It is Spain's map pick. We'll see where they want to take us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a break. We will be right back.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Qualifiers. I am Epitomes, joined by CB, and thank you for joining us for potentially the very last map of the day between the Netherlands versus Spain.
It feels like so long ago that we got to see a map 3. Will we get to see one in this series? who knows? It's going to depend on what map 2 is, and if Spain chose wisely, if they're able to play to their strengths and they're able to catch the Netherlands off guard. We talked a little bit about the pharmacy comp and how that seemed to be something that works out for Spain, but is that something that they can hang their hat on? Is that something that's going to bring them a W and bring them back in this series, or is the Netherlands just too strong of a force in this group for a team like Spain to overcome?
Yeah, the Netherlands looked incredibly clean and well executed. Ooh, King's Row. I mean, I'm a huge fan.
This is the first time we've seen King's Row today. That's insane.
I know. I feel like so much of the Overwatch community is actually a huge fan of King's Row. So I'm actually surprised this is the first time that we are seeing it. But it is going to be really interesting on King's Row, right? Because it opens up, like, potentially the Widow, potentially the snipers, but also a lot of those brawl and dive comps.
Yeah, and, lately we've been seeing a lot of dive compositions here, mostly through Overwatch League play, but you got to remember there are a couple of patches behind. In more recent tournaments, we've still kind of seen some inklings of dive, but we've also seen Junker Queen. I think the safest thing to go with here, if you're either of these teams, is something resembling a Ramatra Rush comp. That seems to be the flavor of the month right now for King's Row. But this is still a place where that pharmacy is viable, and if you want to try and swap that bird out for another bird and put the Echo in instead of the Pharah, that's doable too. So we'll have to see what Spain comes out here with. If this is just indeed like a case of it being Scrim 0, we've scrimmed this map 1,000 times, this is where we're comfortable. We either live here or we die here, and we'll find out later. We'll find out at the end of this matchup here, or if there is a strategy, if there's a reason they took us to King's Row. And meanwhile, the Netherlands, I fully expect them to just keep doing as they've been doing, because they have been doing some incredible things there. Again, tap on the Mei, phenomenal stuff. The whole team as a collective looks to be firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, and it's just interesting to see what that secondary DPS is, and it's actually Pastor. So we've got a switch here in the DPSs, and we're looking at that Widow potentially. While Tap, I think that Symmetra is probably just for that early teleport. But on the other side, we do see the Tracer Sombra picks.
Yeah, and not only that, we've got the double flex support backline for Spain with the Kiriko Ana. That's another thing that is a couple metas behind as of now. We'll have to see if this bears any fruit for Spain. With Helv at the helm, I gotta believe that there is something cooking here, but you've got Krandop coming in on the other side there. Don is out, Krandop is in, and Krandop is a phenomenal tank player, again, from Team Pep, somebody that can lead this team quite far. We'll have to see which tank ends up getting the better dive going out here in this Winston mirror.
Already, Lauren looking for a huge flank. There's the Brigitte for the defense, and that's exactly what she's there for. However, because it's the Ana Brigitte, you have Pastor, who should be able to get a lot of damage, but the bird doesn't have a pocket, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to execute, especially since you don't get a lot of that burst healing, and Ana, it can be hard. But Hira is able to take down Krandov after trying to go for that early dive, and there's the weakness of the Echo on her own once again. Without the Mercy, it is just so quick to take them down, especially when they're in the air.
Yeah, the Echo has to try and subsist entirely off of the little cookie armor packs that Brigitte throws, and those are often in quite short supply. There's only so much damage you can do before you have to back out and take shelter and get a little bit of healing out from your other support player. So Pastor's just going to go ahead and drop the bird right now, going to switch over to the Cassidy. We're finally seeing the Cowboy come out, but interestingly enough, I'm not sure what it's actually going to do here. That's a big nade, and the Netherlands are just going to crumble.
Lauren is looking incredibly strong on the Sombra pick previously. We saw her on the Pharah, and now he's switching over to this Sombra, and it seems to be getting so many good flanks, even with the Brigitte in play. Now Krandov going to go very aggressive right out of spawn to force that Sombra out of position once again. Lauren, although having to regroup with the team, this is buying a lot of time very early.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Spain. Their dive looks pretty clean so far. Krandop gonna go and try and mirror that dive, but gonna get slept. There's the EMP, and it's all gonna fall apart for the Netherlands once again. Spain just comes in and mops them all up. Back to spawn with you. Yeah, we'll lose our Ana in the fight. That might be a big thing to look out for in the next one here, but that late death onto Tap means that the Netherlands have once again failed to cap the point here, and we're under 2 minutes. Spain invest heavily for that one, so that's your silver lining there, but they're still going to have a Primal Rage, and they're still going to have a Kitsune Rush. Those are going to be some difficult ultimates to try and bust down, and that is going to cost you, if nothing else, a fair bit of time.
Yeah, and the thing about Spain is they are so mobile, and when you're looking at really aim-heavy characters like the Cassidy, he really needs to be getting those headshots, and it's going to be very difficult to track the Sombra Tracer that just blink back and forth everywhere, and the sleep misses as well. The High Noon comes through but doesn't find anything, and even after that there's a Biotic Nade for the purple anti-health, but Netherlands are going to force their way through with the help of the Rally and the Nano Boost. A little bit of overhealth as well from Brigitte's Rally to allow them to capture a few ticks of that point, but Spain is still looking to contest, and their backline is just out in the open. They don't have many places to hide. A good sleep landed from Buddy means that Hira does fall. Krandov, on the other hand, with the Primal Rage, still ready, didn't have to invest, allows them a lot of the space with the bubble drop down on point. Now Payload coming out, and they can push through the first choke.
Yeah, Hell's Primal and Gala's Kitsune Rush do end up bleeding a lot of time off, and now we only have 3 minutes for the Netherlands, but it wasn't really a lot of time for, the rest of Spain to try and make something with that and build up to another key ability, because their ult bank right now is kind of lacking right now. A Pulse Bomb from Tap could force them very far back. Krandop with the Primal Rage could also potentially find a couple of kills onto the backline there. Gala, by the way, going to swap off of the Kiriko and onto the Brigitte here, so now they're trying to put a little bit more eggs in the counter dive basket, something a little bit more resembling a mirror composition from what the Netherlands is running. Lauren has to try and build up this EMP ASAP, but Gala has already fallen.
Yeah, Tap with a great Pulse Bomb onto Gala, and even though it's anti-dive without the Brigitte, it's going to be harder for Camille, and that's exactly what we expected. Pastor on a good flank to take down Camille, and still being sustained by the backline, even through all of the shots that Hero was hitting with the pulse rifles. Now Lauren looking for a good flank to try and delay a little bit, but just going to be running back, trying to find a good place to retreat to. Still 3 players just sitting on the payload, and Lauren, even if he goes for the dive on Pastor, there's Brigitte right there, and you have Buddy sitting so far back. There's the EMP to come through though, and Lauren does so much damage in a matter of seconds. Now Pastor can't do much as Hira joins in on the dive, and it's all left up to Krandop to try and hold on to their forward positioning. They're just going to go ahead and retreat and disengage instead.
That was perfectly timed from Spain. The second that EMP takes effect, a tactical monkey airdrop in the form of Hell just comes crashing down from the sky on top of the Netherlands and putting a stop on this push here. And now with how far the cart has gotten, it's going to be difficult for them to try and keep that contest going here. They have a Nano, likely going to put that onto Krandop here, but they still have to make sure that their backline is secure, and it is not.
Yeah, once again, the Brigitte going down first to the Pulse Bomb, so it's just going to leave Buddy very vulnerable, so they kind of have to play closer to the rest of the team. There's Buddy just being brought down so low by the Tesla Cannon from Winston, and Pastor doesn't really have that much mobility to get out after the combat roll has been forced through. Now, with less than a minute left over for the Netherlands, they have one more fight left in them after the rest of the team comes back up, and Tap is still trying to contest that forward position, having a Pulse Bomb in the back pocket, and Pastor almost to the High Noon as well.
I think between the Primal Rages and the rallies that are going to be up for both sides, this might be a long fight. We might be looking at an OT push here unless Tap is able to find something with this Pulse Bomb or try and take someone out early, but they're not able to finish off Lauren there, and they try so hard to do it, potentially give up some positioning for it. Tap needs to find something before these ults start coming out.
Yeah, the Pulse Bomb goes out and it doesn't find anything. Health, however, is low and it's waiting for a little bit more of that sustain. It does come through, the Primal Rage coming out, and Krandov, even with the Primal Rage, does go down. Now the rest of the squad, it's the Rally that has to come through, and the High Noon as well, but it takes a while to charge it up, and can he contest with all the damage that is coming out through the rifles from Spain? It doesn't look like they can. Spain is able to force all of Netherlands back in a matter of seconds with the help of an EMP, Pulse Bomb, and Rally. Lots of ultimates. Such a good fight out of them, and you can see exactly why they picked King's Row.
It was all up to Tap there with that Pulse Bomb, but it went wide, and that let Spain sustain for just long enough to build up to that EMP and that pulse bomb to close things out. That's kind of why it was all on tap at that point in time. The weight of the world on his shoulders there. And, had that pulse bomb stuck to the Brigitte, that would have been a completely different story. That would have been Spain, falling, crumbling at the last hurdle there, and Netherlands capping out point B. But that ends up being a great hold for Spain. I like their dive comp. I like Lauren Sombra right now, and I really like Helv's Winston. And more than any of that, I like the synergy between the two. When Lauren hacks a target, Helv is there. When, Lauren hacks a target, Hira is there. When you need to try and slow down Netherlands' push, Hira's sticking a pulse bomb onto ANJ, and Netherlands have to play slow. They can't afford to do so on the attack, and now their defense is going to have to be just as good, if not better. Spain looking like they might want to try the Echo that the Netherlands didn't really get a lot of value out of. Try it on for size, see how it fits them.
Yeah, it's not the Echo Mercy that we see a lot of as well. But I mean, that synergy we're talking about, it does have a lot to do with the fact that these players all have experience with each other. Except for Kanail, they've all played on Ataraxia, and you can kind of tell that experience from the way that Lauren plays a Sombra, and the rest of the team just follows up very effortlessly. Now the Widow has been switched out. It's Echo Tracer on the attack.
And that synergy, by the way, between Lauren and Helv and the rest of Team Spain is exactly what you said that they were going to have to rely on. That synergy as part of Ataraxia. It might be time for them to turn that team's fortunes around here, using the World Cup as their stage to do so. Hira has already infiltrated the backline, is likely going to be looking for Buddy, but ANJ gonna cut him off at the pass here, and now just trying to punish Krandop, and they do.
Yeah, Hira has taken position up top and is just harassing for free. Nobody has really turned around to try and take down Hira, but Lauren has been taken down by Gala, and they are able to push on to this point very quickly. A little bit of a touch here from Netherlands, but other than that, it should be a free capture for Spain. Netherlands don't look like they have any interest in trying to recontest this. They've all been forced too far back, and Helv is in such a good position. Oh, the jump in from the Winston, the bubble goes down, and oh my gosh, the anti-nade from Kanail, that was huge. They couldn't do anything except retreat, and Pastor just had to sit there and take all the damage and go back to spawn and walk back to the point.
As a late kill onto Tap there, but the good news is the last two players to die were Pastor and Tap. They're fast characters, they'll be back in no time, but Spain, they don't care. Without those DPS on the field, they know they can afford to play aggressively, get that cart progress, and force the Netherlands back. Don't let them set up, don't let them be comfortable, constantly force them to be as uncomfortable as possible. We're gonna be looking at an EMP coming up from Pastor here, and that's what's going to have to alleviate some of the pressure for the Netherlands right here. Barring that, you might be looking at Buddy with a nano boost, but Spain has a pretty sizable ult bank of their own, so, I mean, this could really go any way. Nano gonna kick things off. Lauren's gonna fall early.
Ooh, Krandop does get nanoed, but is looking for a fight and can't quite find one. It's only the backlines in there, and it's a quick disengage from Spain's backline, while Hira with a pulse bomb is able to find so much value with only the pistols. And now Krandop has to pop the Primal Rage and retreat for that little bit of extra health. And Netherlands, they have just been forced back once again. Spain, the Echo, I don't think we've seen much of Lauren, but I feel like they've been putting enough pressure with just Hira alone, and if they're focused on trying to get rid of the Echo in the sky, then Hira is just allowed to do whatever they want.
Pastor has the EMP and is likely going to be looking for it, but if Gala pops this rally and is able to sustain everybody, it might be enough to keep everybody alive. But actually, with Helv falling there, it's going to think better of it, actually going to go on the back foot. They've got time to reassess themselves and come in with an ult advantage, so they'll let Pastor expend that one. They'll just go ahead and let that one go, take a little bit of an eco push, drain the ult economy from the Netherlands that was already looking quite barren, and now Spain can come in and just hit them with a four-way combo with the rally, the pulse bomb, the primal, and the duplicate. Rally from ANJ to kick this next fight off. That's another ult off the table for the Netherlands.
Yeah, and now on the other side, they already have that Primal Rage. Lauren goes ahead and tries to duplicate the Winston, but immediately gets knocked out of the duplicate. Now the rally from Gala attempts to sustain the rest of the team as Hira makes their way back from spawn, being knocked down early, but Krandov has been taken down low because of the biotic nade, and Tap finding one, but it's a gift from beyond the grave. Tap taken down by Hell. Now so many kills going back and forth, but stuck by Hira, so Krandov does fall. Now without the tank for the Netherlands, it's a tough one. They are going to be able to push back where Netherlands failed on King's Row, Spain. They take it to 1-1.
There was a moment in time there where there was some great cycling of the bodies on the point there from the Netherlands. You would have one person going in for the contest and then dipping out with some cooldowns, but eventually you run out of cooldowns and eventually you run out of bodies, and Spain just keep the snowball rolling downhill. And guess what we get to go to? It's been a while since we've seen it, but we get to go to map 3.
That's crazy, and it is going to be Push, and from Push you got 3 options, right? You've got Coliseo, you've got New Queen Street in Toronto, and then you got Esperanza. So it's going to be interesting no matter which way you spell it, because this is the only second map 3 of the entire day, and obviously in the early stages of the Overwatch World Cup, you're probably going to expect a few of those stompy matches, but this is definitely one of the most interesting ones that we've gotten in the latter half of this day, and also a very interesting matchup from Group A of this qualifier.
Very interesting, and I'm looking at the push maps that you were talking about that we have in the map pool, which is all of them. There's only 3 in the game, so take your pick. I feel like we might not see them wanting to go to Esperanza because that's a map where we typically see a lot of the dive, and I like Spain's dive a lot. It is, it's not the cleanest that I've ever seen, but it is very clean, and it doesn't look like the Netherlands have a realistic answer for it. Theirs just seems to be a little bit behind. So if they're going to play that, they have to try and go for like a counter dive composition, maybe a Junker Queen. But if you're going to play that, you might as well go to like New Queen Street. So, that's going to be my map prediction. I'm predicting New Queen Street. Netherlands, I'm happy for you to prove me wrong, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and I feel like Coliseo is just one of those very versatile maps that it kind of just like suits whatever you would like, So you can play kind of any comp on that, but it also means that will this play to our strengths? Will it play to their strengths? Do we really have an advantage if we pick this? So I'm going to have to agree with you on the New Queen Street pick.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out if our predictions are correct. We're going to a map 3. It's going to be the last map of the day, so make sure you grab your popcorn really quick as we throw it to a break. But be sure to come right back because this is going to be this is looking to be one of our matches of the day. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
everyone, welcome back to our third and final map between the Netherlands and Spain. It is the Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers. I am Epitomes, joined by CB, and I'm extremely excited for our map 3 of today, CB.
Yeah, we finally get one. We couldn't let Hex and ZP have all the fun. They had to throw one our way, and Spain came out with a surprise. And here's another surprise. They're actually going to take it to Coliseo. Our predictions were wrong. That's actually going to be the Netherlands pick. So actually, yeah, I mean, still wrong. We were saying New Queen Street, but this is an interesting one where I think, Spain can maybe still get away with the dive, but I think this means that the Netherlands want to play something a little more rushy, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe a Lucio Kiriko, like back in my day, I used to play Lucio Kiriko or Lucio Brigitte. I don't know. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what they play, because push really necessitates that you win lots of fights in a row, so you need to manage that ultimate economy incredibly well.
Like I said, you still can get away with the dive here, though, so that might be what Spain comes out here with. And again, I really liked their dive on King's Row. I think that is, that's the basket that they need to be putting their eggs in, and if it's able to bear any fruit here, we might be looking at another potential upset on the day. It could definitely happen. It's not within it is within the realm of possibility. It's not impossible, but we'll have to see what these teams come out here with. Surely there is a reason that the Netherlands are taking us to Coliseo here, and surely Spain will have something resembling a plan for it. Speaking of which, by the way, we do have Don coming back in for the side of the Netherlands, as well as A10, and I don't believe there's any swaps coming out on the side of Spain, so a couple of swaps for the Netherlands definitely tells me they want to play a different composition, but Spain, they're sticking with what brought them to the dance.
Yeah, well, Netherlands, they're actually taking out a Ramatra. I mean, the switch on the tank back to Dawn, right? And then A10 also coming back in here with the Reaper and the Moira on Buddy. So this is a lot more reminiscent of what they were playing on Lijiang Tower with Tap back on the Mei. And Spain, I think, are trying to answer with a very similar composition, except it's a Reinhardt and Sojourn and the Baptiste in the back line.
I think that Sojourn is going to be the biggest head scratcher for me here. I hope that Hira is able to find some value out of it, but the Netherlands, again, just like they did on Control Center, they are just going to run at you and hurt you, and you have to try and either pick one of them off before they get too close, or try and find a way to keep them at bay. And Sojourn, unless she has a rail shot charged up, doesn't really do either of those things. And so suddenly you're putting a lot of pressure onto Lauren to be there with the Mei walls, to be there with the big damage. You're putting a lot of pressure onto Helve to try and keep the shield up, hold the line. Sooner or later, it's going to crumble if the Netherlands all decide to smash their W keys. We'll see who flinches first here, though. It looks like Spain gonna at least start getting a little bit of bot progress.
Yeah, neither of them looking to progress past their respective walls. They need that something to play around, since there is a lot of one-shot potential over on Spain's side with the railgun shot charged. But other than that,
we also get our first pause. Let's go.
Congratulations, us. What's Overwatch without a few pauses? I feel like I really jinxed this. I said I was supposed to cast our curse positively and be like, yeah, we're going to not have any pauses, because we are on schedule right now and we're not going to have any pauses. And
now we've got one. I mean, like I said, we couldn't let Hex and CP have all the fun, so now we get to fill time while we try and sort out whatever issues might be plaguing the players at this point in time. When we're playing these kind of remote things and we've got players from all over the world, ping exists, and sometimes it's not the easiest thing to overcome, so these sorts of things kind of happen. We want it to be as fair as possible. So yeah, we'll if someone's disconnecting, or if they're experiencing a ping spike, or if someone's cat just chewed a power cord somewhere, you never know. We want to be fair. We want to give these players a chance to kind of recuperate here. But nobody really finding any blood in that first fight there. It kind of just felt like a stalemate there. There was that part where the bot kind of inched a little bit forward for Spain, but went right back, didn't even touch the barricade, because the Netherlands don't really want to flinch. And I'm expecting them at some point to just hit the speed amp and go all in. And, what are they waiting for? Is it the thing that we paused for? Is it someone on their side that's DCing? Or are they just waiting for one false step from Spain and then pouncing on it?
It is possible that TAP is playing from NA and in the EMEC. So, I mean, it could be a DC over on the Netherlands side. We don't really know. Hopefully we will know soon, and hopefully that they are able to get it fixed. But yeah, it does seem like they were just at a bit of a stalemate at the beginning. I mean, depending on whose side it was, it might make a little bit more sense, because like Spain started getting it going, but that they didn't really follow up on it. If you just saw my camera shake, that was my cat. And
hide your power cords.
Yes, make sure that they don't get chewed through, like possibly one of our players' power cords did.
I'm glad you brought up TAP though, by the way, because yeah, something that, you know, I'm sure the chat might not realize is that while all of these players are representing these countries, it doesn't always mean they're physically located in these countries. We have TAP, who, yeah, is here to represent the Netherlands, is from there, but currently, I believe, is playing from NA. He's been a staple in the North American collegiate scene, been a threat for pretty much every school here. Also, with Redbirds Esports, been a threat for everybody in the North American contender scene. So, to my knowledge, he is physically located here in North America. So, you know, going to be playing on a bit of ping, potential for ping spikes, like we said. Always something to be on the lookout for, but when he's cooking, he's definitely, you're not showing that he's playing on ping when he's able to cook there. We go back to like Lijiang Tower when he's just hitting icicle headshots like it was a hit scan, like he's just playing Cassidy and just going for the head click simulator there. The icicles have been phenomenal. The Mei play has been phenomenal. Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. Definitely someone worth highlighting on the Netherlands.
Yeah, and it's also interesting the switch back from Krandop and Dan and A10 and Pastor, right? So Pastor playing more of that Widowmaker for a second there, playing the Sombra, the Cassidy, while A10 is looking at, you know, the Symmetra, the Reaper. So really much more like up close, brawly play style when you switching over to like Dan and A10, because, you know, Dan plays a Ramatra and the Ramatra just loves to brawl.
Yeah, you brought up like earlier that A10 has a history of flexing over to the Zarya, and in some circles that might even be what he's known for. It feels like he just likes the heroes that get up close and melt people down. You know, the Symmetra, the Reaper. There's a lot of similarities there in the playstyle from Zarya. Not quite as much, but the way that the tempo, the way that you play, the level of aggression. It looks like we're actually going to have a restart here, which is, you know, just as well, because no progress was made. We just, you know, bled a little bit off the time bank for both sides here. So gonna go ahead and restart it here. It looks like Spain might be trying something a little bit different. A little dishonest, but, you know, when opportunity knocks, you answer the door.
Okay, I mean...
Okay,
no.
back to the Rhine. All right. Good honest mirror.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to see the Junker Queen come out from either of these teams, especially since she does play very well into these brawl comps, as well as the fact she plays well in Coliseum. You don't need to have too much control of high ground, and having the low ground control on Junker Queen, she really does reign supreme in that
Everyone's going for a flank here.
Oh, the entire team?
Yeah, the entire team. They're just going to give up the bot to Spain, and, like, that's just as well, because now we've, you know, shout out to Missy Elliott, we flipped it and reversed it. Now the Netherlands are over on Spain's side, and no one's really sure what to make of this, so we're back to the stalemate we had before the pause, but with the sides
good job,
flipped.
guys. Good job. They put the Blizzard, or sorry, the Mei wall down, and they're just able to get a little tiny little push of 1 meter on their robot, and now they're just you know, weaving in and out of these columns. Helv taking quite a bit of damage from the shield, but otherwise there's just not too much going on. They want to get A10 behind this Reinhardt, get a little bit of that harassment in with those shotguns, since Reinhardt can't really contend with the Reaper at close range, but at that point, the A10 will also have to deal with Lauren and Jura just spamming from behind. Oh, that is a very early amp matrix from Canale, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to really amount to much of anything, but that charge from Helv just might going to force the Nemesis form out from Dawn, and the fists are flying. Helv just getting pummeled down, and that's going to be Netherlands most likely taking the bot a little bit more here. They just have to dislodge it from Spain's barricade over here, but without a Reinhardt to hold and without a Baptiste to heal, that's going to be looking not too difficult of a task to do. Just a couple more stragglers. And again, I like the flank play that the Netherlands went for here, trying to turn this push map into a pull map where they just kind of yoink the bot out from underneath Spain and say, no, you're coming with us back towards your spawn here. You guys stay over there, do your thing. We're just going to take Bob here back to the spawn.
Yeah, I think the hardest part of Coliseo is really just getting started because it's just that long stretch. Unlike maps like Esperanza where there's kind of a curve and you have places to cover, you just kind of have to force yourself into these rooms, and that's why people love Brawl comps so much on Coliseo. And now they're forcing themselves past those arches, which gives them a lot more room to play with, a lot more obstacles that they can weave behind, and potentially even take control of some high ground. But the Shatter comes through from Spain, and Helv is just swinging. Now with the sound barrier on the backline, the Immortality Field does save some of Spain's players, but alongside that Ramatra ultimate and the Death Blossom, there's not much they can do after the Immortality Field has been taken down. A lot of ultimate investment from Spain to amount to a whole lot of nothing.
Hey Netherlands, it's me, it's your pal CB here. Did you really need to invest all 5 ultimates into that fight there? No. I'm not so sure that was entirely necessary, but they do it regardless, and it might end up actually being worth it if they're able to get the checkpoint here, but Spain still has a chance to contest and potentially an Ant Matrix to force some positioning here, and they're going to go ahead and pop that speed on down and start the contest here.
Ooh, that was a huge, that was huge from Helv to get Buddy down, and now both of Netherlands supports are out of the fight. They have to try and subsist just by themselves and off the health packs nearby. A10 is able to get out a little with the Wraith form, but other than that, it is just not enough. And they didn't even activate the checkpoint. Netherlands just shy of getting that forward spawn for themselves. Now just going to push straight on back through to Spain's side.
Had they got the checkpoint here, that 5 ultimate investment would have been worth it, but it's not, and now they don't have anything to counter Lauren's Blizzard here, so we might be looking at least 1-1 fight here for Spain, and they might be getting close to being able to match that payload progress, but the high ground here that the Netherlands can hold from is very oppressive, and they don't really have anybody up there poking from it currently, but if Netherlands just backs up here, which they're doing the exact opposite of, it could be a threat.
Now both Blizzards being dropped to try and freeze both teams in their tracks, but Spain is coming out on top with Hira on the Hanzo. Such a powerful switch over, and even at close ranges, it's able to dish out so much damage very quickly, especially with all the headshots that's being landed. Hira suddenly on fire and pushing towards Netherlands' record and possibly to the checkpoint.
I mean, this might be another fight win for Spain, but Netherlands are going to have some ultimates coming online here. But one pick can throw a wrench into the equation here. Hira going to use that Dragon Strike early for some positioning, and that's going to force some ults out of the Netherlands. The Shatter comes out from Helv, and ANJ falls.
Yeah, the Amp Matrix as well as the Dragon Strike from Spain was so powerful, but now once again the Ramatra ulti, the Death Blossom is also available, but it's not going to be necessary. Ramatra, the obliteration, it just annihilates everything, and Netherlands walking back towards their own wall, trying to push a little bit further to that checkpoint, still in the lead, and I thought that Spain might be able to delay a little bit further, especially with the huge value out of that Dragon Strike and their little bit more of long-range contention, but it wasn't so. Now Spain back into the fight.
I mean, they came into that previous fight with 4 ultimates, but they didn't have the sound barrier online just yet, and now they have it, and it might have to be played to counter out A10's Death Blossom here, and it works wonders to counter it, and now Helv with a pin there onto Dan. That's going to be the Netherlands on the back foot.
Ooh. But now Buddy being eliminated because of Helv's dive means that Hira gets 2 basically for free without the sustain of the Biotic Orb from Moira in the backline. Sound barrier up for ANJ, but other than that, they have no reason to use it because their squad has been so staggered.
I mean, this might actually be Spain being able to capture it here. Once again, Hira is on that high ground being a threat, but the pressure is there, forced to dip down and try and pressure the cart a little bit more, or sorry, the bot. Netherlands gonna go ahead and drop on top. Here comes another Earth Shatter from Helv, but no follow through.
Yeah, unable to. The zoning from the Dragon Strike was incredibly powerful, and the Amp Matrix now coming back online for Canale. It has been online 3 times already during this map, and now it's the Blizzard on the other hand to try and stop Spain from progressing any further, but Spain has pushed past, and they're also going to get the checkpoint. Hira taking a lot of damage from the Nemesis form of Dawn, though, but Canale is going to finish off and clean up for the squad while Spain get their forward spawn.
Getting that checkpoint there is everything. They don't need ults. They have the lead now, and they have the checkpoint. They have the forward spawn, and they can get even just a little bit more progress, and that's going to be real tough for the Netherlands to do on the other side. They still have to go through the butt scratch animation when it's their turn to try and take that checkpoint. If Spain even lets them get that far, they likely will because they'll have the ultimates to do it, but they're going to have to invest some of them here. The Coalescence going to go ahead and kick it off. Is there going to be any more? Do they need more?
Dawn is able to find something though in the Nemesis form, and it's also A10 that's been able to get up close and personal with Spain's back line. Canale being that main source of sustain in their composition. Going down means that they're going to have to back off just a little bit more, and Netherlands is really looking to contest that checkpoint. It seems that they're going to be able to get it, especially with Dawn keeping Helv at bay with the help of his primary shield. But ooh, the Death Blossom. Oh my god, he got knocked in the air, and the sound barrier has been invested as well as the immortality field, but they invested it too early. They didn't wait for the annihilation to come through from Dawn, and Tap also having the Blizzard in combination with that huge area of effect ultimate means that Netherlands can push a little bit further. The Death Blossom was really just a scare for the Netherlands.
I mean, what a play from Gala to be able to boop the Reaper away and then hit the Death Blossom there. Hello, there's an early pick off there onto Tap. That might be enough for Spain to get their foot back in the door here, and they're going to kick that door right down. They lose Hira and Gala, though. When they try to do it, the Netherlands aren't going to be dislodged quite so easily.
The Netherlands still contesting, playing around this robot, but Ramatra, when he's not in his Nemesis form, can be so paper. So ANJ going to go ahead, drop that beat, and the Coalescence as well. So much sustain to come through from Netherlands, but ANJ still goes down with the swing of the hammer. The Shatter is still online for Hell, and they can make a lot of space here. Spain taking control of the robot, marching it back towards their own checkpoint with only 60 seconds left over. But it's only 10 meters in between the two of them.
Ooh, that was a beautiful Fire Strike Amp Matrix combo there. Helv gonna take down 2, make it a 3rd. Helv is just cooking right now. Another one onto Buddy. Give him the 5K here. Helv just took that for free. That's going to keep them going. Only one ult was invested there, and they're going to be able to get back up to that checkpoint. Netherlands will have a contest here, but Spain can look to match that progress and potentially take the lead. They still have an Earth Shatter to do it, and the Netherlands have nothing to stop it.
Yeah, Helv didn't even need to invest the Earth Shatter to get that triple kill, but they have locked Helv back into this corner, and they are using the Earth Shatter to take out the Ramatra. Dan just forced into the corner and corralled. A10 away from the rest of the team, sectioned off by the May wall. There's going to be the Wraith form to bail him out a little bit more, but they're unable to take anything. A10 does go down. Gala quickly respawns and coming back to the rest of the squad. Canale still so much burst, and Hira just popping off, and overtime a few seconds into it, ANJ tries to touch, but it's not enough. Spain in a reverse sweep, 2-1 Netherlands.
That has to be an upset, but Spain, oh my goodness, what a sequence of events there to close things out. We go to the fight where the Netherlands have the lead. First rule of Overwatch, you never invest both support ultimates into a losing fights, but they do just that. So Sound Barrier and Coalescence both off the field. They can't be aggressive and they can't react to what comes next, and that's that Amp Matrix Fire Strike combo from Helv and the 5K cleanup that followed. And at that point, it's like, you know, the only ult that the Netherlands were close to that they could have used to sustain was the Annihilation, but Don fell to the Shatter, got charged, got mopped right up, and that is a beautiful play there from Spain. Oh my goodness, this is a squad to watch, folks. Definitely one that can surprise some people if you sleep on them. Great stuff from Helv, great stuff from Gala as well. Those Lucio plays were something special. I mean, And again, props to the Netherlands for this flank play that we're seeing here on the replay. This was something spicy and might be why they chose Coliseo in the first place, but it wasn't enough. Spain, they just came out with the clutch play there towards the end. Beautiful stuff. 10 out of 10, no notes.
I mean, Helve, during the end, the synergy with Canale to put up the Amp Matrix as well for that beautiful fire strike that took out so many of Netherlands players just in one fell swoop. The Spain, I mean, they were winning fight after fight, and it seems like Netherlands, they were really losing their footing and just couldn't find their way back into the game nearing the end as well. It felt like there was a lot of panic plays, and Dawn really got caught out with that last Earth Shatter, and it was just such a good layering of their crowd control, a good layering of their ultimates as well, so they always had something in the back pocket for when the pressure came down.
I mean, looking at the talent that the Netherlands came here, this is absolute, like, I would definitely consider this an upset. And if the Netherlands want to keep fighting for one of those last three spots, or sorry, one of those three spots from their group, they're going to have to shape up here. They looked dominant on Lijiang Tower, but everything after that was just Spain's game to play, and they played it to perfection. They are definitely hi, Kitty. Hello. They are definitely a team to watch out for, as you should definitely watch out for that tail. So, I definitely want to see some more of this Spain squad as we go forward. This is just day 1 out of day 8, and they have already shown us something special, and I hope to see more from this squad. What a great game. I'm glad we got to go out on a map 3 and a good map 3 at that.
Yeah, this was an excellent game to end the day. And, you know, Spain, it's like they rely on that synergy. And even though Canale wasn't ever really part of that Ataraxia squad that we were talking about that really makes up the core of the Spain's team, he was still able to mold and gel with the squad so perfectly, and it allowed a lot of those plays. Plus, Canale, on his own, was able to get so many of those amp matrices up very, very quickly. It felt almost like he was charging up like a pulse bomb on Tracer, because they were just so frequent. In every single fight, I feel like there was an amp matrix. It forced so much positioning, and even when they were out of the fight, during the transition, they just delayed, staggered with the amp matrix, even though there wasn't directly a fight there.
Yeah, and we talk about the synergy, that Amp Matrix Fire Strike combo, that makes it look like these two have been playing together for years and years and years. So that Ataraxia core looking a little bit stronger than it has in the past, definitely paying some dividends, and a welcome addition in the backline there, that Amp Matrix Fire Strike combo that essentially won them the game there. Again, great stuff from this squad. I cannot wait to see more of them as the days go forward, but it looks like, you know, we should be trying to cook up an interview with the team captain here from Team Spain here in just a little bit. But like, what a game. What a game. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break here. We'll have that interview ready on the other side of it. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
muted. There we go. That should probably fix that ordeal. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for EMEC. I am, of course, your host, Jim Basco. That's Epitomes, CB. We just had a banger of a match between Netherlands and Spain. CB, I mean, that last map was pushing way back and forth the entire time. I couldn't tell you who was going to take it until the very end, where Spain finally, with that beautiful fire strike through the amp matrix, like you mentioned, it was just so good to watch.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the nature of push in a lot of these situations where it feels kind of even, kind of back and forth, push and pull, you know, no pun intended, but it often comes down to those big clutch plays towards the end that Spain came out with. And you know, Netherlands kind of fumbled the bag in the fight before with some of those support ultimates being expended for very little payoff there, and the payoff was definitely there for that Ant Matrix Fire Strike combo. Those clutch plays, when it's that close, are what takes home the dub, and that's going to be a big dub for Spain. One that a lot of people might not have been expecting to see when we saw the talent on both squads here, but definitely one that people are going to remember for the rest of this week.
Absolutely. And, things get even more exciting right now because, like you mentioned before we headed into the break, we've got an interview with the team manager of Team Spain. It's Ness themselves. So, Epitome CB, I'm going to hop out and hop into that interview with them. So, I'll see you guys shortly. All right. Yeah, we're going to get that interview underway in just a moment here. Ness, manager of Team Spain.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh my God, I'm already sweating, still sweating. Like, it was so emotional. I was screaming with the guys. They are so excited. We are so happy. We were working so hard in the last month. So yeah, it was so equal that I was just like, I don't know, so emotional.
That's the reality, man. We saw it firsthand. Map 3 was the most equal game we've had all day. So talk to me, right? In Map 3, of course, there was a couple of team fights, namely one where you came in with the Death Blossom, and you saw, of course, a extremely well-timed boop and the beat drop keeping the team alive at the last millisecond. Talk me through those moments and then getting there in the very end to take it all the way to the victory.
So we knew that the Blossom was coming. So we were just like looking for Reaper all around, like, where is Reaper? Where is Reaper? So Gala was really looking for it. He actually made an amazing play, and also the Matrix from Kenile. It was Help. Help was the one who called it. He said, okay, they are all in this room. Let's go with the Matrix and Fire Strike, and we get Reaper, and also like the last Reinhardt ultimate. Also Help call it, like, we go in and we focus around. We did it so well. I'm so proud of my boys. I'm really like I feel like a pro father right now. So I'm so happy and just want to tell the world, like, this is just the beginning.
Oh, yeah, talk to me more about that, man. This is just the beginning for Team Spain. You guys came out against, historically, one of the stronger teams in the Overwatch World Cup. You know what I mean? So, and you took the victory. This is day one. You made a huge statement for all the Spanish fans and supporters. So, talk to me first about what was your preparation like, right? Of course, weeks leading up to this, I'm sure were extremely intense that.
Yeah, we work a lot, especially the last 3 weeks. We were having like double blocks mostly every day. We have some of the kids that are also working and studying, so they made a huge sacrifice into like playing and doing their life. So also cheers to everyone on the social team, on our social lead, Toniki, that right now is streaming the watch party. To everyone, like, it was hard, but right now you can see that all the work and all the preparation and all the hard times that we had, because like we have up and downs. Like there was a time that we were believing that we are going to beat everyone. There was time that we are like a bit down. But right now, all the work is coming through, and I'm so happy.
It's coming together, baby. Okay, of course, you play Belgium tomorrow, right? We'll be bringing you all the action then too, but you saw them play today. How are you feeling going into that matchup? We always gonna be cautious. Like, we've seen that they create a lot of problems to Great Britain. That for me is one of the favorites of this group. So we are just gonna play our game. We're gonna play what we know what to play, and we're gonna focus. And I think if we all play good, we all play together, we are gonna win. Man, the energy is contagious, you know what I mean? I think everyone is buzzing right now about this Team Spain victory. For all those people, like you mentioned in the watch party, what's your message to the Spanish fan base right now?
Can I do it in Spanish?
Of course. Please, go ahead.
Sé que os hemos decepcionado muchos años y que os hemos prometido todo, pero este año es nuestro año. Creed en España y creed en el equipo. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, it's your year. I believe it. Team Spain, thank you so much for being here today. Congrats on your victory, and we'll check in with you again tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, that was Ness, Epitome, CB. What did you think, man? That energy is contagious. I'm sweating now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they were just so excited, and it definitely felt like they were really, really in tune with one another and what was happening in that game. And it honestly really, really nice to see how supportive the management staff is as well. Like, they're not even playing in the game, but they're right there listening to the comms, and it is just seems like such a good environment for such talent to thrive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, CB, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, God. I was just going to say, that is the energy that's the energy of an underdog that just got their first win and has now transitioned from an underdog to a dark horse. You're looking at the matches that they have coming up against Belgium. If this Spain shows up tomorrow, Belgium looks beatable. Some of these other teams in this group are going to need to be on notice because Spain is here. They have shown what they're capable of, and they might even be capable of more.
They may well be, you know. That match went the distance. Even in map 3, even in the last minute, I couldn't have told you who was going to win. So Team Spain, the energy is contagious. They're on fire right now, and I'm happy for them and the country they represent. But of course, let's take a look at the schedules so we can get you a bird's eye view on all the results of the day and see what we're working with. Of course, the broadcast will continue tomorrow into Saturday, into Sunday, and then again next week. So there is a ton of action still to come. So if we can, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule with all the scores. And we can get those for y'all. And of course, Netherlands going down to Spain 2-1 in that close game. France taking it over Italy. Great Britain over Belgium. Germany over Iceland. Norway over Sweden. Saudi Arabia over Finland. I gotta say that's definitely lost the spot for that top match of the day. Netherlands and Spain definitely taking that one in my book. And of course, Turkey over Poland. That is just day one of the action, everybody. The action continues tomorrow. Same time, same place. Same people, too. It's going to be ZP, Hex, Epitome, CB, and myself bringing you all the action. So, honestly, it's been a fantastic day one of action. Of course, 2 weeks will determine who will move on into the main event. 3 from Group A, 2 from Group B. Epitomes and CB, it's been an honor and a pleasure to cast with y'all today. But that does it for the broadcast for today. So, once again, thank you so much. Thank you to Ness and all the teams competing today, and we'll see you all back here, same place, same time for some more tomorrow.